All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City Hall meeting. And I'm going to call this meeting to order. And so today is 6 o'clock, and we will start off with David Butler with the invocation. Oh, there you are.
Would you bow your heads in prayer, please? Gracious Father, we give you thanks, first of all, for living in such a beautiful place and with such wonderful people. We thank you also for those in authority to govern and watch over our families, businesses, and to keep law and order in our community. And for those who govern, oftentimes it's a thankless and trying time for them. Thank you for the servant's heart placed in those who serve this community. And Lord, this evening we come to speak a blessing over this meeting. May your harmony and selfless guidance rule in this council. And the blessing is this, found in Numbers chapter 6. Now may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. And the Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Amen.
All right, Councilwoman, please lead us in the pledge.
Please join with your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you guys both. All right, so at this time, I will ask for a motion for the agenda approval, and we'll just ask that we could add the U.S. Coast Guard to either the very beginning of the special presentations or at the end of this. I just want to give them their honor and have their time here.
I'll make a motion that we add the Coast Guard's presentation as 1E on the agenda.
Second.
All right, motion and second. I'll call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. Thank you for that. All right, so up first is going to be the presentation of the plaque, and then are they here?
Hello, my name is Logan Goodson. I'm with the Florida Department of Health in Okaloosa County, specifically the Tobacco Prevention Program. On March 6, 2023, the Destin City Council passed Ordinance 23-02-CC, amending Chapter 15, Sections 7 through 21 of the City Code of Ordinances to prohibit smoking and vaping within city-owned parks and beaches. This amendment reads, "It shall be prohibited for any person in or on any city-owned public park or beach to smoke, burn, ignite, inhale, or exhale cigarette or consume any cigarette, pipe, lighted tobacco product, electronic cigarette, or vapor-producing device other than an unfiltered cigar. Your valiant efforts to protect the citizens of Destin from secondhand smoke and toxic waste exposure have and will continue to protect the citizens of Destin. In honor of your achievement, we would like to present you with this plaque, which reads, "The Okaloosa County Tobacco-Free Partnership and Students Working Against Tobacco recognizes the City of Destin for keeping our beaches and parks safe and healthy by implementing policies that protect our residents, visitors, and wildlife from exposure to secondhand smoke and toxic litter. We at the Florida Department of Health in Okaloosa County thank you for all you have done to center the health and safety of your residents." So thank you, and in honor, this plaque.
All right, and I just want to thank the council for going through this and voting for it, the city and everyone who has worked on this to make the ordinance happen. It's definitely a team effort, and as a funny part to all this, Everyone knows that lobbyists are real in the world because the unfiltered tobacco made it through, and that's not us, that's the state level. So a little tad bit of information that I always get asked is, what do you guys like about unfiltered cigars? And it wasn't us, it was the state. So anyways, up next, I'm going to put a shameless plug in there for us. Up next is going to be the ADA transition plans. And are they online to do the presentation?
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I'm proud to submit our draft ADA, and that's Americans with Disabilities Act transition plan for the City of Destin's pedestrian facilities. This plan represents the culmination of months of effort by city staff and our contractors to ensure that Destin's sidewalks and other pedestrian facilities are accessible to all, and they are in compliance not only with the Americans with Disabilities Act, but the city's strategic goals as well. This evening, we're joined on Teams by Mr. Jason Frick and Mr. Michael Langston of Baskerville Donovan Incorporated, our consultants for Phase 1 and 2. They have prepared a presentation for you all this evening of our progress to date that includes a summary of findings and the prioritization of those corrective actions identified in the survey process. They have also compiled and have provided a detailed list of cost estimates for each project within each of 3 prioritization areas. These corrective actions and the implementation plan are scheduled out over the next 10 years. And you will see some of these items again during the FY24 CIP budget process. They're both online this evening, and after their presentation, they'll be able to answer any questions you all may have. And with that, I'll give you Mr. Jason Frick and Mr. Michael Langston.
Thank you, Michael. This is Mike Langston with Baskerville Donovan, and Jason's in the room right next to me here. Appreciate the opportunity to present our findings. Just wanted to bring back that we started on this project back in 2020, and the first phase of this was data collection. We collected data throughout the city of Destin over the summer of 2020. Compiled a list, sorted all the data. We were using GIS equipment, Survey 123 data collectors, and walked around the city for miles and miles of roadways. Thousands of data points were taken. We put that into format that we can analyze and bring into some spreadsheets and summary sheets, and brings us up to the day we're at today. So where we're at today. So next slide, please. And so we're on the second phase now, which is taking the data that we collected in phase 1, compiling it, prioritizing it, and using this data to help put together the ADA transition plan. And Jason's going to talk about that here in just a minute. Basically, it included identifying deficiencies based on the ADA guidelines. We did have a public meeting workshop. We took input from that. We put together cost estimates to help establish annual budgets to help improve the facilities around the city. We did not do anything on the state right of way. So if the state has their own criteria and their own maintenance program, so that's not included in these items. This ADA transition plan is part of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. And the American with Disabilities Act of 1990 required that all public agencies create an ADA transition plan. And so we collected the data, and now we're working on the plan based on our findings. Next slide, please. So as I previously said, we've completed the data collection phase. We've done some evaluations. We've done the ranking. We had thousands of shots and items that we had to look at. Tried to receive some input from the public to see if they may have some priorities that were not identified by our report. We have done the public involvement and cost estimations of those improvements. Those cost estimations were based on some of the unit price contracting that the city of Destin has. And so, which brings us to where we're at today to get this draft report back over to you. And then we can finish out phase 2. With the expectation that phase 2 will be done sometime here in the fall of 2023. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason to talk about the phase 2 portion.
Thank you, Michael. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is kind of an overview of the phase 1 data collection effort. The pink polygon there represents the limits, and then the blue lines are the roadways within the city. And then any sidewalks or curb ramps adjacent to those roadways are what we surveyed in phase 1. And next slide. This is kind of a blow up of a single data point here. We were looking for any type of deviation in slopes, damaged concrete sections, obstructions in the concrete, any irregular elevations, missing warning devices at curb ramps, and that type of stuff. This just kind of gives you an overview of what a single data point looks like under phase 1. Next slide, please. And then once we kicked off phase 2, we took all of that data and we started to define the deficiencies, and we used guidance from the Florida Accessibility Guide as well as the Access Board to figure out what our maximums and minimums were for applying the criteria to the data that we collected. Next slide, please. Once we had that, then we developed a ranking. I think Michael Burgess talked about that a minute ago. We have priority 1, 2, and 3. Priority 1 would be all collector class roadways, government buildings, and public transportation. And then priority 2 would include parks, beach accesses, boat ramps, and trails. And then priority 3 would be everything that is not included in priority 1 or 2. The next slide. Once we had those defined, we created a summary of findings report for city staff to review. And basically that was an overview of the raw data to give quantities to what deficiencies that we found. We also needed to develop a grievance procedure for the citizenry. If they have an issue, they have to have a process for them to file a grievance and then have resolution for that. And also to identify the ADA coordinator. All that was developed in that summary of findings report. And Michael Burgess is the ADA coordinator for the city of Destin. And next slide, please. Once we had the comments back from the summary of findings report, then we hosted or you guys hosted a public outreach meeting in the chambers, and that was held on February 24th. The goals of that were to gain some input from local groups of interest about the rankings that we came up with and the locations and the deficiencies, if they had any input on that, and also to introduce to the public the coordinator and the grievance process for the city. Next slide, please. And then once we had that information, we developed estimations of cost for each location. I think there's about 82 or 83 different sites, and then we grouped those into the large priority 1, 2, and 3. And we came up with an estimation of around a little over $4 million to fully implement the repairs that we identified. Next slide, please. That brings us to our current task. So then we've taken the estimates and the review comments from the public, and we've created a draft transition plan, which is now with city staff for review. Next slide, please. And the final steps would be to update the report with any type of comments that might come out of this council meeting or staff review, and then to have that report adopted, that plan adopted. And then we'll also be exporting to the city our data files to use in the Public Works Department to help manage the repairs going forward. We have originally estimated a plan of implementation over 10 years to complete. Next slide, please. This is basically our interpretation of the dashboard. We basically made red bad and green good as a way to track any progress over the years. This is certainly data that can be manipulated by the city GIS department in any format that they see fit. And this was just kind of our interpretation of what you might look at as you implement these repairs over time. Next slide, please. And with that, we'll take any questions that the council might have.
I just have one that I've had a couple of residents, particularly that are on the beach side of town, ask about the ADA compliance for the beach accesses. I see that that's in phase 2. Would the remedy be that we take out the steps and just have slopes going over into beach accesses, or is that too early to know how we're going to tackle it?
Are you asking about dune walkover accesses?
Correct, yeah, the dune walkover accesses. Are those going to be under phase 2 for ADA implementation, or is it really just going to be at the beach accesses?
As far as the beach accesses are concerned, it's really going to be for those identified individually. That would be something that would need to be permitted individually because you also have to deal with the FWC folks about the dunes. There's a lot of different aspects to dune walkovers that were not included as part of this analysis.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Seeing, you have a question? I don't see it. Yep. Okay, Councilman Bagby?
So I talked with Michael this afternoon and asked him to send this to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee because it should have gone there before it came to us anyway. But as my understanding, there weren't any true public at the public meeting. Is that correct?
I think we had one advocacy group that did come. We did not receive any comment from the public after that meeting.
Okay, yeah, the committee system really is where we get a lot of our citizens' input, and so I'll ask before it comes back to us for approval that it go to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee. I don't think I need a motion for that. The other thing, I had a couple of questions. I did not understand in your spreadsheet what the estimated repair quantity, what those numbers represented.
Okay, that's a good question. So for sidewalk repairs, if there were a slope, so if there was a slope deficiency that was triggered, we estimated, and these are based on 5x5 slabs of concrete, we estimated that you would need to remove 5 slabs in order to bring the slope deficiency back into plane where it was, where it was acceptable. And that's a very high level overview estimate. Because it's really kind of unknown exactly what it will take to fix each, data point that came back with a deficiency.
Okay. So,
and then go ahead.
Yeah, on the sidewalks, let's use that as the example. So in priority 1 projects, you found 489. So is that 489 square feet that needs to be replaced, or is that 489 projects that need to have a 5x5 slab replaced?
So it would be 489 times 125 quantities of square feet.
Times 1209.
Correct.
Okay, so because what I felt like is, well, it won't always require 125 square feet or quantity, and we already had a 15% overage, right, where we
That's correct.
factored in, well, if we miss and I understand, the costs can swing wildly, but so I didn't get too wrapped around the axle on the numbers. It's more on where these are and what the priority is, and I'd like to hear from the Public Works, Public Safety Committee what their priorities are on that.
Understood.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to send it to the Public Works Committee, so there's no doubt about the council's will.
Okay, and I got a motion and a second. Anyone else discussions on the motion?
The one question I had was, the total cost is like $4,046,000. That's today's cost. In 10 years, where do you see that cost really going, Mr. Donovan?
We figured in a 15% contingency with what kind of along the lines of what Councilperson Bagby was just stating, that some of that some of those repairs are not going to quite require 125 square feet of repair. It's just really, when you're going out 10 years, it's very difficult to pinpoint what's going to happen with cost.
Yep, yep.
And these estimates were based on bids that had been received, right?
Yes, this is based on the
Specifically,
unit price.
concrete replacement.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Because I would
And-
think we might, with these numbers, we might bring a team in-house that does nothing but replace, because I think they could probably do it for a lot less and do just as good a job. But that's something we can look at when we get it back, yeah.
I do want to make one other statement too, that these estimates do not include any type of capital improvements that you might be planning that year either. So if you're doing intersection work or roadway repairs that might involve sidewalk rehabilitation, we didn't consider any of that. So there could be some savings as far as that is concerned as well.
Great. Okay, seeing no further discussions, I'll call the vote at this time. Oh. There you go. That was my fault, Dewey. All right, ayes have it, so moved. All right, thank you so much for the presentation, Michael, thank you.
Thank
you.
Next is going to be the Lamar advertisement presentation. E, yeah. Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
How's that? Good evening, council. Thank you. My name is Scott Remington. I'm with the Clark Partington Law Firm, here to introduce the Lamar Advertising Company individuals to you. First of all, we wanted to thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. We've had the opportunity to present to some of you before this evening, but this is the first time in probably a 2-year process we've been working with the city that we're going to have an opportunity to speak to the entire council about this proposal. And so we really appreciate your time and willingness to engage with us this evening. It's not only important to us, but we know it's important to you too. At your last meeting, you indicated that you wanted Lamar to come, and we're here to talk and hope we can have any type of dialogue, answer any questions you may have. Lamar has been an important part of Destin for almost 40 years. They've been in the community, helping businesses build their businesses, interact with customers. And as we sit here today, Lamar has 11 billboards within the city limits of Destin. Actually 10 in the city limits, one that looks like it's in the city limits but is actually in the county. So 11 billboards that the citizens of Destin primarily believe are located in the city of Destin. Here today to kind of underscore how important it is to us, Lamar has most of the members of its local leadership team. Stephen Sanford, Vice President, General Manager of the Destin region, is here. David McDuff, the sales manager, is here. Renee Ellis, one of our real estate managers, is here. Joe Raines, who many of you know for many years, who's worked with the city of Destin and our local communities, is here. Mike Carpenter, who's our operations manager, is here. And several members and sales associates and employees of Lamar that live and work in the region. So it's important to us, this opportunity to present to you and present our best case, because we truly believe that this proposal is not only good for Lamar, but it's good for local business and it's good for the city. It's good for the city specifically because we think it meets some of your strategic priorities that we read on the wall when we walked in today. It's going to help you aesthetically improve your community. It's going to help with your engagement with your citizens. And it's going to help your local business community grow their businesses. In support of the project, we've submitted to you over 20 letters of support from local business people who believe that this is a good idea for the city of Destin. So we believe the business community is behind us. We've also submitted 2 letters from you from the leaders of the 2 closest municipalities to Destin. That would be the city of Fort Walton Beach and the city of Niceville. And you'll hear Mr. Sanford will highlight in a few minutes some of the comments that were made by the mayor of Fort Walton Beach and the city manager in Niceville. As I mentioned earlier, this proposal has been working through the city for a long time, almost 2 years. And it's, a lot of times when you're working with local governments, things can seem to move at a glacial pace. But what we'd like to, we feel encouraged tonight because we feel like there is a finish line in sight. We hope we can get to a point where we can bring this discussions and this proposal to some sort of closure one way or another. Because Lamar is invested in Destin. We'd like to invest more into Destin. But regardless of how this proposal goes, Lamar is going to continue to be an important part of the community. We've got 11 boards that will service here as long as we can. But we believe that if the council looks at this proposal, it will find that it will reduce the overall number of billboards within the city, improve the aesthetic of the remaining 6 Lamar billboards, increase opportunities for local businesses to connect with their customers, and create a channel of communication for you to communicate with the citizens and visitors of the area. Once again, thank you for your time and this opportunity. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to Stephen Sanford of Lamar for a more formal presentation.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor Wagner. Thank you, council members. Thank you, city staff, for all the help you've provided over the last few weeks. And I'd also like to thank the supporters of Lamar Advertising that came out tonight to show their support. As Scott mentioned, my name is Stephen Sanford. I'm the Vice President, General Manager of Lamar Advertising of Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Pensacola. And before I get too far into the agreement that we'd like to propose tonight, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Lamar Advertising. The first thing you're going to see is a little about Lamar Advertising. The company was founded in 1902. We're North America's largest provider of outdoor advertising. That includes billboards, airport and transit advertising, as well as wallscapes throughout cities in the United States and Canada. We have 357,000 displays across the country in Canada, 4,500 of those being digital. The first digital was constructed in 2002 in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Currently, we have over 200 offices throughout the U.S. and Canada. The map of our exposure shows here that we're all over the country. And one of the most interesting and the coolest thing, I think, is that this company was founded right here in the Panhandle of Florida. In 1902, there was a coin flip for the Pensacola Opera House. The winner got the Opera House. Charles Lamar got the poster company that provided the advertising for the Opera House. So after losing the coin flip, 121 years later, here we are as a $2 billion outdoor advertising company, North America's largest. I mentioned the first digital display that was built for Lamar Advertising. That was in 2002. In 2003, the first digital display that was built in Florida was right down the road here at the Highway 98 and the Mid-Bay Bridge. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. It's been in existence and 100% occupied since its inception. We currently have a waiting list of businesses that would like to advertise on it as well. After that was constructed in 2004, the sign code was changed to prohibit further changes to digital billboards in the city of Destin. And it only affected outdoor advertising signs. What I'm here to talk about today is the proposal that we offered to get a better fit for Lamar Advertising to partner with the beautiful city of Destin. One of the things that we've understood through previous councils, as Scott mentioned, this agreement has been in effect for 2 years in front of you, and we've understood from previous councils and previous administrations that the city would desire fewer billboards in Destin. We want to help make that a reality for you. We are currently in the city a perception of 11 billboards along 98. There's one of those billboards that actually sits in the county line, but it looks like it's a Destin billboard. So there's currently 11 structures that are along 98 in Destin. With our plan, what we would like to do is remove 5 of the structures at our cost as soon as we can, and leave the remaining 6 and upgrade and convert them to a more modern technology with our digital displays. After our plan would be complete, the city would look more like that with 6 of the remaining 11 structures left. We've understood previously that the CRA was an area of interest to remove billboards. We would remove all 4 from that area, as well as 1 further east down 98, which is the one that's in the county but looks like it's in the city. The remaining 6 would be fully digital. Not only would we be proposing to remove our structures, we would also propose a slot for the city of Destin on 6 of the new digital faces. The city of Destin could use this for emergency messaging, city events, staff spotlights, and other things. We've provided some mock-ups of some of the artwork that we presented in some individual meetings and some of the ways that digital advertising could be used. The flag warnings, hurricane evacuation, festivals and events, and employee spotlights. The market value of these 6 digital slots for a year is roughly $180,000. One of the things I wanted to mention about this is that this is not a new thing for the city of Destin. Right now, digital displays are up and down 98. They're fully animated, they blink, they flash, and I counted over 50 of them in my drive-in today. We are regulated at the federal, state level. We don't blink, we don't flash, we don't move. We would abide by the city code of a 10-second dwell time, where the slot would change every 10 seconds and rotate advertisers. It wouldn't swipe, it wouldn't cloud, it would have a quick message such as the digital display that you see now at the Mid-Bay Bridge. As Scott mentioned, we received some great letters of support. This one here is from City Manager Lanny Corbin in Niceville. I'll highlight the last paragraph that she says, since the establishment of the cooperative agreement, Niceville has experienced significant advantages: community engagement and information dissemination, aesthetically pleasing and well-maintained infrastructure, and support for nonprofits. The mayor of the city of Fort Walton Beach also had a very nice letter of support. I'll highlight the last paragraph that says, Lamar Advertising has loyally represented the city's marketing initiatives that have provided prosperous results that Fort Walton Beach continues to savor. I offer my recommendation that the city of Destin use your services for their advertising and marketing needs that will surely have a positive impact on their great city. I mentioned some of the ways to use digital advertising, and one of the ones that I can't stress enough is emergency messaging from the city. In the times of storms and different emergencies, our digital billboards have become crucial for a lot of plants that currently have partnerships like this with the city. Last year after Hurricane Ian, this is a letter from Kevin Guthrie, and that's in your packet as well. He's the director of Florida Division of Emergency Management. He wrote a nice letter to our Lamar of South Florida office that highlights the help and cooperation that we did in providing emergency management and messaging to the affected citizens of Lee County. These are some of the advertisements that they ran throughout. These are just 3 of a few dozen that they ran. You can see that FEMA used them, and the 2 other ones there are safety alerts from Lee County for different ways for people to get crucial information in a quick amount of time. The city slots that we would offer would actually be controlled by you. You would have somebody on your staff that could have access to the billboard, update them in real time as often as you'd like. These are some of the copies that the City of Pensacola ran through our partnership with them last year, congratulating the Officer of the Year, highlighting their arts and crafts show, as well as many other copies in different ways that they've utilized the digital. Here's a couple copies that the City of Niceville ran from their Human Resources Department with a hiring campaign. and a shredding event that they promoted to the community. I thank you again. I thank you all for taking the time to consider it tonight. I thank you for the extra time that the people who were available to meet with us in preparation for this gave us. And I believe that this is a great opportunity, one, for Lamar Advertising, two, for the businesses of Destin, and also for the city of Destin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Councilman Guile.
Thank you very much. First, I love your bow tie, brother. Big fan. I did meet with Stephen at the Destin Bridge. I had him show me exactly what he was talking about, and I actually got in his vehicle. We drove through Destin. He pointed out several signs that actually aren't his. There were a couple of people in the community that reached out to me that had issues with certain signs. One, the old Waffle House that was left blank. It turns out they don't own it, but they wrapped it for them to beautify it because it was ragged, and they didn't want that perception on the city of Destin. I also reached out during our conversation. One thing I made very clear is that I expect him to be telling me the pros, but I needed to talk to people that were the end user to find out the cons. So he gave me a list of people to contact through Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, Pensacola. Sheila Bishop, the Director of Communications over there, stressed that it's extremely crucial in their operations for road closures, anything that deals with the public safety, health, and welfare of the community, and any notifications to help keep the community abreast. I also spoke with Makiko in Fort Walton Beach, who's the Public Relations Director, pretty much mimicked everything. She also stressed that even when they're doing things out of the norm, and she doesn't have time to fix the graphics error, their division or their team will dedicate their graphics team to fix what they need to fix to help her get those events up in very short notices. I'll be honest, I reached out to Pensacola. They haven't reached back. Snooty, I don't know what their problem is. But they've never reached back out to us. Most of the signs that we looked at, there's a lot of them that I wasn't aware that aren't theirs. There's a competitor out there that has several signs. The flashier signs that I saw were privately owned. If you go to the track, you see a full movie on display there showing the track. It kind of draws your attention away from it. Theirs were not. I was very impressed with that. Everything that I saw and that we discussed and all the research I did showed this would be an absolute benefit to this community. I do have one question. Since everybody that seemed to direct me in the other cities seemed to be public relations, Ms. Tamara Young, I would like to ask her a couple questions over there in city staff, if she has a second. Is she over there? There. She's hiding in the back. Ma'am, have you ever utilized digital billboards in the past in any of your experience?
Yes, sir, I have. A lot of times to announce special events and things like that. Yes, less for emergency purposes, which would be important in this role, but it is lovely in terms of being able to do last-minute things and just as another means for disseminating information.
Okay, so you see an absolute benefit in your role to be able to manage
If
this.
you all approve it, I will certainly utilize it. Absolutely.
Okay, wonderful. So from my perspective, from the public safety, health, and welfare, I mean, we were looking at a tower to update safety here in Destin, just to make it more digital. Here we have something that on the fly we can adjust and notify our public. As far as aesthetics, they're removing 5, making 6 digital. They'll clean it up to however we kind of specify. But for me, minimalist is better because during a hurricane or high wind event, you want less foreign object debris, flying debris. So to me, the least is best, but I mean, obviously that's up to council. But for me, I completely support this 100%, and no matter how hard I've researched, I haven't found any negatives.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Mr. Gile, thank you for all your research and phone calls. I really appreciate that. Thanks for letting us know. Just a few questions, sir, for you, if you don't mind. On your agreement, there's this point that talks about, and you will ensure all remaining 6 billboards are improved to reflect a coastal vernacular architectural theme. I'm assuming that's the additional 6 that are not being portrayed on the map, like additional 6 that are already out there somewhere that are digital?
There are currently 11 structures. We would be removing 5, and there would be 6 remaining. So it would be the remaining 6 billboards, and we would improve them
Okay.
to the coastal vernacular that we mocked up, or at your discretion, however you see fit. That's a mock-up of what we could do with the structure of the billboard.
Maybe I'm confused a little bit, but if you don't mind, upgrade 5 of the structures to full digital billboards. So that's 5 of the 6 on the map, I'm guessing you're saying.
Correct. So,
And then it
so the
says,
6.
convert
the
1
6
existing to full digital and ensure all remaining 6. So that would be 11 total.
Okay, so we have
12.
the structure that I highlighted in the presentation that has one side is digital.
Okay.
There's 2 sides there's 2 panels
Right, I'm
on
with you.
all the structures.
So that's the one that.
So
you
there's
think full.
one that has a current digital on it. That we would add on the backside,
Right.
a new digital. The remaining 5, we would add 2 digital faces, one on
Right.
each side.
You'd be taking the current billboard and turning it into a double
Correct.
digital. So when it talks about ensuring all remaining 6 billboards are improved, what remaining 6 are we talking about then? I mean, I know it's nuts and bolts, but it's in your contract.
No. It's the same boards, and it may be worded
Okay.
in a,
But you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
So
I
there's
get what
not
you-
6 more
no,
out
but what
there.
it's
Okay.
saying is, there's 5 that would convert to full digital.
Right.
1 that would convert from partial digital
Right.
to full digital,
And we're
that's
taking the
6.
5 away.
And then those remaining 6, we are willing to upgrade to the coastal
Right.
vernacular style.
Okay.
So that's the upgrade, was the
Got it.
aesthetic upgrade.
Of those 6, you're also going to do the vernacular coastal thing. I got
Correct.
you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that one. The relocation of digital sign face section in the contract. It says that Lamar shall have the right to relocate 1 digital billboard per year within the Destin city limits to allow for vegetation growth, market changes that are not otherwise controlled by Lamar. Any relocation would only be allowed to one of Lamar's already permitted structures within the city. Can you explain that in layman's terms?
Yeah, I think this is what I would call a remnant from a prior document.
Okay.
Prior agreement. We could probably scratch that. That was when at one point the agreement was talking about digital sign faces
Okay.
and not full digital boards.
Right. Does this kind of it sounds like you could relocate a new board to another place, but only where the new board is, which you wouldn't really do, right?
No, and I think that's a vestige of a former document, poorly
Okay.
drafted, but that's something we could probably
This is the
deal with.
document that you're submitting for like our approval and discussion tonight, right?
Well, I think it's a presentation.
Okay.
I think our hope was that you'd refer it back to legal staff to
Got it. Okay.
finish negotiating.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just to be clear, that was not anything that we negotiated. That's their draft that we haven't
Got it.
finalized.
Thank you, Kim. All right. You answered the question about how quick we can change the advertisement. You said we're going to have control of it. So that's amazing. I really loved the safety aspect of it is amazing, but I mean, the flag system is one of the things that we always are talking about and hearing about it, you know, is the flag system and the notification. The text messaging that the county does is good. We finally got on board with a flag system where we can, I think, are trying to be on board between all the departments in county and the city, which is nice as well, but assuming that the county or whoever would be okay with it, to have a flag system on that particular sign right there by, you know, Mid-Bay Bridge, I mean, it's just, that would be beautiful.
Not only can you get in and change that,
Right.
but you can link that to your website that nobody has to change it.
Gotcha. So
That
it just
information can
changes
feed in. If you
automatically.
have that published online, we
Gotcha.
can link that to the digital, so when the flags change, that can be updated automatically.
Awesome. And I know these would not be the exciting advertisements, but this might be a staff question. would advertising meetings and public hearings or whatever on this billboard meet the requirement for no longer using the mullet wrapper, daily news and all that stuff?
No.
Like, would that, no? We'd
No,
still
you
need to
could do it in
paper.
addition, but you'd have to do both. The
Still
way
do both.
around that is through the county's
Okay.
website, so to avoid the newspapers, you have to work out an agreement with the
Well,
county.
we could do both, which would not
You
hurt,
can add
right?
this to what you're already required to do, yes.
Okay. The last thing I'll say in support as well is because, I remember when somebody asked us about this a year or two ago about y'all were coming and you never came, and I know it takes time, so I'm glad you're here now. You're removing 5 signs out of the Old Town Destin, which is, I think is fantastic. You don't have control over the other billboards that you don't own. Nothing you can do about that, but it sounds like you actually went out and wrapped something that you didn't even own, which was fantastic as well. And then to be able to put all these on the east side of town, further down there, I mean, I'm not trying to put everything down there, but it's a great, it's more suitable. The aesthetic, I'm not sure if I guess that's it right there. Is that kind of the general idea that you are going for?
Right, that's what our artist came up
Right.
with,
I mean,
which.
beautiful.
Okay.
And then as we continue to do our undergrounding utilities, I mean, we're just further reaching this beautiful eye line. You know, I get that they're digital billboards, but somebody gave us a schedule of time about what the projected life of these are, and they might have come from y'all's own internal people, so they could be inflated for all we know. But they're not going anywhere anytime soon, maybe, maybe not, depending on storms. So, I mean, this is a great win-win, in my opinion, for the city, so, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Aber.
Thanks, Stephen, for being here. I did sit down with y'all, and then after that meeting, I was very impressed, very pleased with the amount of signs you were going to take down. Mostly pleased to see a lot of them in the old Destin area that were coming down, especially the one that overlooks Crab Island. It's really an eyesore. I hope that's the first one you get down as soon as this goes through. And I did, like Tori, I drove around to double check where some of them are, and I didn't realize that some of the signs that are really not very favorable are not Lamar signs. You don't really pay attention to it until you know you're looking for the word Lamar on the billboard. So I just wish that we could incorporate some sort of uniformity across the billboard platform here in Destin with other companies that have those that are already out there. And I do like that you would be able to upgrade the big metal pole that they're all on to the aesthetically pleasing platform, which I think is going to be great. And you also, in your presentation, you didn't talk about you were going to underground the electronics since we're already going underground. Can you expand on that so people understand you're already ahead of what we're trying to do?
Correct. We understood that that is one of the goals of the city, to accomplish underground utilities, and as we build these, they will be underground utilities that we come back with.
Okay, great. And then my last question is, say this goes through and it gets approved, how fast can you truly, with the decades you've been in business, remove the signs that are going to go and get the digital ones up and running?
Well, the removal would be the first step, which you may be excited to know. The removal would be the first step, and I would say our operations manager is here tonight, and I hate to put him on a timeline for it, but I would say the removal would take.
The removal would be really quick. Mike Carpenter, Operation Manager. The removal would go very quick. We would dedicate it and come in and probably get, if we could dedicate every day, we could get one down a day. So it could be removed fast. And also, the upgrade we was talking about with the stuff, if you went to Panama City after Michael, which was a major hurricane, everything that was digital and upgraded was still standing.
Yeah, I've talked to some people in Panama City. I've worked that territory, so, and your signs, they do look pretty awesome over there.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
So, not a fan. I think, no, I'm not. I mean, I think Sandy made the motion and I seconded it, or vice versa, to get rid of all, or to allow no maintenance. When was that? 2008, I think. Lance, did you have a chance to look at that? Okay. I'll find it. before it comes back. But and the reason is we're going to spend $40 million to remove the visual clutter in this community. Okay? And these signs, like it or not just yours, all of them, are visual clutter. You know, if you go to Pinehurst, or you go to Monterey, California, or you go to some high-end places, you don't see these signs. You don't see them, you know, they've buried their utilities, and I can name you 100 places, because I fortunately had the good fortune to visit a bunch of them, but that's not what I envision the future of Destin look like. I'll just be honest with you. And I find it interesting that everybody goes, I'm glad you're getting rid of the ones in the part of town where I live. Okay, well, as the only guy that lives on the east end of town, I don't want to see them either. Guess what? I'm just like y'all. I think it would be, the exact word would be fantastic if you removed all the signs, not just the ones in the old town center. And so I really find that, and I think what we're going to find is what you found out in the last election. There are a lot of people who are permanent residents now, because we used to just push stuff to Holiday Isle, and we used to push stuff to Crystal Beach. Now there's a lot of permanent residents out there, and they vote. And they will vote on something like this. I guarantee you. And nothing against your business, because you are a multi-billion-dollar company, but you understand geofencing, right?
Yes.
I know Tamara understands geofencing. The TDC understands geofencing. You know what my billboards are? I got 3 of them. Okay? 1, 2, 3. And every time I cross a line, boom, something pops up that says, oh, if you're hungry, because it's lunchtime, there is a Subway right here, because that's what advertisers use now. They don't rely on the billboards. Some do, good for them. But we also use geofencing in the government. You want to know the flags? You can pull the flags up. You can have it where it pops up on your phone every time. I don't need to see it when I'm coming across the bridge. Oh, by the way, I rarely come across that bridge. Maybe, a couple of times a week. But I can get the flags right here. I can get anything you want to know. You want to know when the fish fry is at the community center? Boom. Anytime I come inside the city limits of Destin, it can tell me when the fish fry at the Destin Community Center is.
Can you use that while you're driving legally, though?
Yeah. Mine pops up on my big screen, because my phone is plugged in. I got all the weather alerts. So yes, you can get that. Nice try, though.
I don't have your kind of money. I apologize.
Oh, you got that brand new truck. You should. And that vet. Okay. So one question I had, the 6 signs that you're going to keep, are they all going to be double-sided?
Yes.
Okay, so really we're adding signs.
No. They're currently double-sided.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't think they were all double-sided. I thought there was one that wasn't.
They're not all digital.
They're not all digital. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, so you're increasing the amount of advertising by 6 times if they're not all digital, right? Because you're going to go to 6, well, some of them may be on those flippy things. I can't remember, because I don't know which ones are yours or not yours. But yeah, I would just say,
We're just, not to
Yeah.
interrupt, I apologize, but
Yeah.
we're not adding any faces.
yeah, okay.
We're converting the current structures to digital faces. Those current structures currently have faces on them.
Right.
We'd be taking what I think you're referring to as the Tri-Vision,
Right,
which is popular for the 1987 technology.
yeah.
That rotates 3 advertisers.
Yep.
We'd be taking those and removing them and adding a digital panel that you see at the
That will
midday.
change 6 times? So you're going to double your advertising?
With the city slots, we would have 9 advertisers that,
Wow, so you're going to
Rotate.
triple.
yes,
Now I'm even more not
I will
in
make
favor.
no secret that
Yeah.
the biggest reason for Lamar Advertising converting these to digital
Yeah.
would be to raise revenue. That
I
is,
got it.
that is, there's no, I'll make no qualms about that. That is our main
That's y'all's
reason
business.
behind it.
I respect that.
It's also fit in very well. I know you mentioned how the ads with geofencing,
Mm-hmm.
how it pops up your phone, on your phone and things like that. That is a major vehicle that has helped advertisers contact their customers.
Yeah,
But our digital billboards are a huge reason for the success of businesses in Destin, local businesses, national businesses, and we've got a list of supporters that own businesses in Destin
That
that we've
advertise
provided.
on your billboards, right?
Yes.
They all advertise on them. So you've got, well, now you'll have 6 times 9, 54 advertisers, or probably some people will advertise more than once. But there's a lot more than 54 businesses in this community, a lot more, that don't advertise on your billboards. And they seem to be doing okay.
Sure.
Okay? So, yeah, I would just say, what is your vision for the future, to my peers, what's your vision for the future of this community? Because if it's a bunch of digital billboards, after you spent $40 million to remove all the electric lines and all the telephone lines and all those other lines, it's just an entirely different vision, because it's visual clutter. If you go down, you don't see billboards down by Rosemary or down by Alice or in Seaside. You wonder why? There's no surprise, because and people are headed there. Why? Because that's what they want to see. They don't want to see, no offense, this. That's why I thought, voted to bury the lines, because we know people don't want to see all those wires. And if you go back, the last thing I'll say, because I know the mayor wants to go to the next person, last thing I'll say is go back to the briefing that the folks that gave us, our advisors, our consultants on undergrounding utilities. Look at those beautiful pictures and tell me how many billboards you see in those pictures, because you don't see a single one. Thank you.
Can I mention in response to the question that you posed to council? Oh, I thought the question was, how do you foresee the future when you spend $40 million to remove the visual clutter?
That wasn't a question, that's an observation. They all know about it.
You might get to it. I got plenty of people up here trying to talk. Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor. This agreement is for how long, land use attorney? This proposed agreement is, we had an agreement that was Jim and the council passed back in the good old days that was trying to extinguish billboards.
Yeah, I think the ordinance that Councilmember Bagby is referring to is from 1996. And then the proposed agreement, we haven't agreed to anything. It can be whatever term you all want it to be, but I don't imagine they plan on taking down their digital billboards.
Ever.
Correct. You can
Okay.
ask them that, though.
I would just point out the difference in the policy from back then to now. That policy was eventually to, through attrition, get rid of the billboards. I never had a terrible problem with billboards. I still look at them as a means of freedom of speech. However, this is a complete turnaround. And Mr. Bagby's right. If we have two-sided billboard that has 6 spaces on it, and we're going to have 6 still, that's 72. And I understand some of them are going to be at the city's use, so you don't have quite that many. But it's going to be an increase in your customer base. As I said, I don't have a terrible problem with the billboard. I'm not offended by them. I will still wait to see what the folks who live in Destin have to say about it as we move forward with this process. But I am ready to move forward with the process to negotiate with Lamar, and we'll see what the people that we supposedly represent up here think.
All right.
And that's, on that note, do we have any other? I'll make a motion directing the land use attorney to negotiate with Lamar on this proposal.
All right, I got a motion and a second. I have several discussions. So, Councilman Guile?
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm not going to leave you out.
You've already got these signs in place, so we don't have do we have the capability, and Kim, this might be a question for you as well. Do we have the capability to remove the signs that are already in place? That's already grandfathered in, so it's not like, from what I'm understanding, it's not like we can say, we don't want them, you've got to remove them, because that's already in place, correct?
We have an amortization ordinance where when they are no longer able to remain, they can't replace them. So the maintenance is limited. They cannot continue them forever. Once they are at a certain point of disrepair, they're gone.
So in this amortization, they're not even allowed to repair the existing signs?
Right. When they get to a certain point, that's correct. Which I
Okay.
can send you all that ordinance if you need it. I was
All right,
working on
yeah,
that.
I would like to see that. Additionally, I mean, how are we going to minimize all the local business owners that have their billboards and signs up? Is that amortization also included for them as well?
Yes.
So it's citywide. Everybody potentially loses the signs because they can no longer repair them. All right. That's what I need to be clear on. Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to make sure I'm fully abreast of what's going on here.
Can I clarify one thing, Ms. Cobb?
No, please.
Can I clarify?
Please, yeah.
I think when you said on-premises signs, there's not a moratorium on those. And there's nothing that prevents someone from replacing an on-premises sign.
We're talking about off-premises billboards, as I understand it.
Okay, okay.
I think his question was
No, mine
on-premise
was
signs.
everything. All billboards, on-premise, private-owned. Yeah, mine was for everything. So they're already there, so we're never going to be able to eliminate all of them. Anything on-premise, we can't change or affect in this, is what you're saying now? Oh. Well, hold on. Let me ask him. So if they're on-premise, we have no authority over those, is that correct?
I don't say we have no authority, but this ordinance applies to off-premises signs that I'm sending you.
Okay, is there another ordinance that?
There's multiple ordinances that I'm working on getting together for you.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
So can we propose that potentially we send this to the CRA committee and the safety committee to get their feedback
Yeah, you absolutely could do that.
on these? I would like to make that motion then that we get the advice from the CRA committee and safety committee.
We currently have a motion on the floor, but I would be happy to incorporate that into the motion.
Okay.
I would assume that we're doing that before we would do any negotiations, right? Or let me get clarification.
Please, please.
I'm assuming that you want it to go to those committees and then take those recommendations where next? To you all or to?
My question would be, they're removing the billboards from the CRA, from the old town. So would it be more correct to send it to Public Works, Public Safety, and the LPA? Because the CRA is not.
We'll be for it biasly,
Yeah, it's kind of I'm sure they'll be for getting rid of all the billboards in their CRA, but just like
Well, yeah.
everybody else is, but, so maybe the LPA and the Public Works, Public Safety.
Well, I'm fine with that as well, but I mean, I don't think everybody's on board with getting rid of the signs like you're saying. Like me personally, as a citizen of Destin, I'm in favor of them because there's so many things happening, so many events happening in Destin that I am unaware of, even in the role that I'm in now, that I would love to see something pop up and tell me, hey, this is happening this time, this date. Hey, this road's going to be closed during this time, this date. So I understand what you're saying, but when you use blanket terms like everybody, I think it's misleading because I believe there's a percentage of this population that would be very thrilled to be informed, and waiting on a newspaper a day, day and a half on a back page after some crazy little ad about whatever, most of us don't have time to thumb through and read that. So I'm completely in favor of this, and I think there might be a percentage of the public that is as well. But that's all I have for now.
All right, so first is going to be Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. Tori, I know you're new to Facebook, but there are Facebook groups that will tell you all of these things. I'm kidding. I really appreciate y'all being here. I think I like the good-looking new billboard, but I'm in the camp. I've got to agree with Mr. Bagby. We're doing so much to get rid of the sky clutter. It's one of our greatest natural resources is the blue sky, you know, and I feel like we're getting to where we're not seeing as much of it, you know. If I had it my way, I think of towns like Hilton Head Island, where the lights go off at 8 o'clock. You know, there's no light clutter. You know, I think that in a lot of ways, I think that Destin is too far gone for some things. But like a lot of the rest of us, I'm trying to claw it back. So I liked your presentation. I think it's a beautiful sign. I think as we move forward, the majority of the council they will determine what we do here. But for me personally, for my family and my constituents, I can't support it. So that's just me. Thanks.
Well, I enjoy that you liked the presentation, and Mr. Bagby, I enjoy that you engaged with the negative feedback as well. When we reached out initially, this is why we wanted to come together, is find out some of the disagreements. One thing I would like to remind you, we have 11 structures in the city. We're keeping 11 structures. We're not removing any structures at our own will. We're removing them with the idea of entering into a partnership with the city of Destin. So if we leave today without an agreement, there will still be 11 structures standing. So the $40 million that's invested in the city to reduce visual clutter, billboards will still be in the city. And I just want to remind the council of that.
So that would,
Could you define amortization for the reason for removal?
Okay, Councilman Schmidt?
Appreciate it. Just 3 quick things. One, I was going to make the motion, so I'm fine with that. 2, clarification on that. It's going to go to those committees just for some input, but if a committee doesn't like it, doesn't agree, that's not foregoing it from negotiations, right? That's just input.
One of the things you could do, if this is getting confusing for some people, because the reason staff did not put together all of this history for you all is because the past council directive a couple of years ago was not to move forward. So we are following that, and we're bound by that.
Yeah.
Now, if this
New day.
council is changing their mind, then I would suggest that we get you information on the existing ordinances. Some of them are very old and not codified, which is why you don't know about them, and which is why Lance couldn't just pull it out of the code, because they weren't put into the code. I've emailed them to you now, but they weren't codified. So we can get you all this information, summarize it, go to the committees, get their input, and then bring everything back to you all, and then maybe you want to give us more direction at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's my understanding, which is perfectly fine. And just one more thing in response to Mr. Bagby, we're not taking from Old Destin and throwing them down to your part of town. We're changing the look of them on your part of the town. They're already there, though. They're already there. So, and the city of Destin is one whole, so I get that. But also you have to remember that little portion on your part of town that you're talking about is a very small portion of the $40 million underground project. So, we are spending a lot of money on undergrounding projects, but we're talking about a portion where the Emerald Grand is, where the Destin Commons is, where the Publix is, where the bowling alley is, where the Henderson is. There's a lot going on over there. So the undergrounding, 90% of it probably or more is all the way west of that section. So we're not putting new stuff on your side of town. We're not talking about that, in my opinion. So I look forward to our constituents having more discussion on this in the future, the ones that vote, because I'm sure a little next door apps and all that stuff, it'll be a hot topic. Can't wait. Thank you so much.
I cannot wait to field the notifications. I appreciate you guys making my title more. All right, so with that, I got no further discussion, so I'll call the vote.
can we clarify what the
Mayor?
motion is?
Yeah.
May I clarify something? Okay, so we're bringing this before the 3 committees, and then we'll bring it back to council before the negotiations, right? Okay.
All right. Everyone good with that? All right, so the vote's open. Ayes have it, so moved unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. If the council's okay with this, we never take an hour to get through the public presentations. I was hoping to get our new senior chief and lieutenant up here, and that way I know the beach is going to come into a lot of the public comments as well, so we don't split you up in between what a lot of support is for here today. So thank you guys so much for coming. I appreciate you guys hanging around and your time today. Thank you so much. So take it away.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. Very honored to be here tonight and just get the opportunity to introduce myself and Senior Chief here. So I'm Lieutenant Andres Nealis, and I'm the new supervisor at Coast Guard Marine Safety Detachment, Panama City. We service the area coast from St. Mark's to Navarre Beach and do, among other things, service the entire inspected vessel fleet, do marine casualty investigations, and some bareboat charter enforcement, which I know has been sort of a hot button issue lately. When it comes to that particular issue, I want to stress my commitment to continued partnership with the City of Destin, as well as other government agencies at the state and local level, and other private entities such as the Water Sports Coalition, which I think is a fantastic initiative to combat the illegal charter problem. I really want to help grow and strengthen some of the partnerships as pertain to the six-pack operators and the bareboat charter operators, because unfortunately we don't get a lot of face time with them prior to either a law enforcement boarding or a casualty, and at that point something has already gone wrong. And so one thing that I wanted to pitch out to you tonight is to the people of Destin and these operators, is a resource that I think is unfortunately really underutilized, and that is the Vessel Safety Check Program that is mostly run by the Coast Guard Auxiliary. It's a great program. We're very lucky in this region to have a very active and well-trained and motivated Coast Guard Auxiliary workforce. These are civilian volunteers, and they do a variety of missions for us, and among those is the Vessel Safety Check Program. Now, it is a voluntary program, but it essentially certifies that the boat that gets the safety check done on it complies with all standing federal laws and regulations with regard to safety. And so that is something that I think, like I said, goes underutilized, unfortunately. But when operators, when they get that decal put on their vessel, that gives us a sense that this is an operator that, you know, is trying to do the right thing, that has gone out of their way to enroll in a voluntary program and comply with all the basic boating regulations for safety. And so that's something I kind of wanted to pitch out tonight. And with that, and I can answer any questions afterwards, but I want to introduce the officer in charge of Station Destin, Senior Chief Menges.
Good evening, Mayor Wagner and City Council members. My name is Joshua Mingus. I'm the new officer in charge of Coast Guard Station Destin. As you all know, we are tasked with ensuring applicability with federal laws and regulations and ensuring the safety on the beautiful waters here of Destin. As you all know, and I quickly learned, it's a job we cannot handle by ourselves. It is a job that can only be taken care of with the great partnerships we have with our local, county, federal, and state partners who do this job with us and maintain safety on the waters here. So that's our priority here, is to continue to develop these partnerships that we have with each of the different organizations and with the City of Destin, and do our best to just keep people safe out there. So, thanks for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Appreciate to be there. And I got two up on the board, so Councilwoman Aber.
I just wanted to thank you guys for both being here, Lieutenant and Senior Chief, you know, fellow service member myself, my 20 years in the Navy. So we're really happy to have y'all here. We were glad your predecessors came in, met with us, and also, you know, tried to do the best they could with the resources that you have. And we know that you're stretched thin because you're a Panama City, and then they give you a certain, you know, sublet of folks for Destin. But let us know if there's anything we can do to help you, help our citizens. And we have a lot of our livery owners, you know, they're trying to do the best they can with the people that rent from them. So we appreciate you taking care and looking out and doing what you can to help our visitors and our locals that live here do safe operations. So thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Councilman
Thank you,
Schmidt.
sir. Thank you all both for being here. Thank you for your service. Couple questions. One, you said you're in charge of the inspection, the charter inspection.
Well, the inspected vessel fleet, there are certain charters that are subject to inspection by the Coast Guard, and these are the vessels that carry what's called a certificate of inspection on board. And so they're subject to a whole host of regulations that what are commonly known as six-packs are not subject to. Those are really, they have very minimal regulatory oversight by the Coast Guard, as really we don't inspect the vessel so much as just ensure that they have a licensed captain on board. And then you have your bareboat charters, which we don't inspect the vessel, and they, in order to be a true bareboat charter, do not carry an assigned crew with them. And so there's even less oversight. But those last two categories are able to take advantage of this free voluntary safety check program that's run by the auxiliary. And I know that there are a lot of these six-pack and bareboat charter operators in Destin. And so I kind of wanted to make that more known.
Okay, so the bareboat is not inspected by Coast Guard, that's what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. And then, you might not know this or have an answer, it's okay, but I guess there's recent changes in the Florida law. I guess you'd be federal?
Yeah, I'm federal. I really cannot speak to that.
Okay, no problem at all. I guess I'll save my questions for some later discussion on some other things, but thank you again for coming.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Councilman Destin?
Thank you, Mayor, and we appreciate you guys coming. Destin has a long history with the Coast Guard. My father served, some of my other family members. I was here when we lost the Coast Guard member at the jetties a number of years ago. And I'm reminded of the old saying the Coast Guard had, we have to go out, but we don't have to come back. And I always admired the bravery of folks who go out when everybody else is trying to run and come back. So we appreciate y'all being here, and we'll do anything we can to help you.
Awesome.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your night. Thank you. All right, appreciate that. Good deal. Nice. All right, Jim, thank you for that. And jump on up. Yep.
Well, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thanks so much for allowing me to present to you. My name is Jim Blaine, and I'm one of the owners at the Capri on Crystal Beach. And I worked with your former mayor for several years to try to sell the Capri to the city for a public beach and to increase the visual experience along Scenic 98, right?
Nice.
So the former mayor, fortunately for me, introduced me to the current mayor. And he has suggested a novel approach that we hadn't thought about. And I think this is a significant chance for success. And my hope is that you will allow him to work with your staff to explore his plan for your consideration. That's it.
Easy enough, perfect. All right, and then with that, I just wanted to see, I know we've had several talks in the past about buying back beaches, and we have gone after and acquired low-hanging fruit, and now we're back to one of the previous parcels that were on that original list. And I just really wanted to make sure that, are we in the appetite to buy back beaches, or has it always will be have the county come and tell us what projects they're looking for? So in lieu of the county's request, I decided that we should be open and transparent and see if the city council is open to create a project to bring to the county versus what we've always had, which is the county bringing stuff to us. So to me, I'm hoping this could be an initiative to where we go, not necessarily on offense with our partner, but to see if we are interested in to continue this beach buybacking initiative, and if not this place, if others were interested, that we would pursue. So before we wasted staff time and us getting really into the weeds with it all, I just wanted to see if we had the votes and the temperament to continue this, or is this something that we need to hold off on? So that's kind of where I was at, to just kind of have an open, candid discussion. And then I know a lot of people here in white are going to be here talking about this and at the public comment. So not to push ahead of their comments, but I wanted to hear what the council had to say on this. So up first is Councilwoman Hebert.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, sir, for being here. I've gotten a lot of emails from a lot of the folks that live there in the condos. My question to you is it 100% because it's like, if some people live in this part of it, and some people live in this part, we got 3 or 4 residents that are holdouts.
Yeah.
We've been dealing with that with the Crosstown Connector. It's been a very painful 14 years to get the people to the table so we could get those homes. So looking at where you live, is everybody on board so we don't have to struggle trying to find out what works for everybody there?
Well, that's the rub, isn't it? And that's been the rub all the way along. And I think we would have sold this, redeveloped it, and certainly sold it to the city years ago if it had been 100%. And I will tell you, it's not. But the novel approach is that if you look at the Capri, it's an east side and a west side with a breezeway in between. And on one side, on the west side, there's 13 units, and on the east side, there's 11 units, right? So looking at it from the large view, we have 12 on the west side that have been consistently very strong in wanting to sell to the city. And so there's one that's not. On the other side, we have multiples, and we also have people that have just bought that we don't know about. And so the novel part of this is half a love's better than none. And we have 150 feet on each side of beach, total of 3 acres. And so I've analogized this to if you've got a pink house and you've got a yellow house, and the pink house wants to sell and the yellow house doesn't, do you not buy the pink house? So I think we're very close, and it's going to require some negotiations, and it's going to require some work. But this is something that your mayor came up with, and
Yeah, because that's kind of what I asked him was, so what's different? Are we just going to beat our head against the wall and do insanity with the same thing over and over?
Yeah.
So the idea of potentially, if this council has the appetite for it, doing one creative deal to get 150 feet of beachfront, and maybe we talk to the holdouts and see if they're willing to, probably not even going to be a legal binding thing, but pledge like, hey, can we have the first right of refusal when your time is ready to move on from this parcel? So potentially it could be a now and later project, but that's just kind of the overarching of where this is coming from. So first up is Councilman Guile.
Thank you. Here we go. My question is for Ms. Cobb. Ma'am, if we did this, is there any chance we can make this a local, Destin local-only beach? Because I feel like we are purchasing so many beaches for the LLC area in Crystal Beach, and the locals aren't getting any benefits. Is there anything that could allow us that you would have to have a Destin local sticker in order to park there?
Are you
Not
talking
the
about
beach
the
itself, but
beach
the
or the
park there.
parking lot?
The parking lot.
So a local's parking lot?
Parking lot so that they would have access to the beach.
Yeah, I think there would be a possible way to have a parking lot that would be, for the locals. You would have a pass to get into the parking lot like any other lot that requires a pass.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Would that make you feel better if that was in the contract to?
I
you don't
think
have to
that would
obligate
make
to it?
every citizen in Destin, except for maybe a select few, because I think the citizens of Destin would love to be able to enjoy the beach, and if you leave after 10 o'clock, Henderson turns you away because they're full, and we have no place to enjoy local beaches.
All right, thanks so much. Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you, sir, for coming. Are you the one that put together this slides that we have in our agenda?
Part of it's mine. The graphic one's mine.
Yeah.
The cute photoshopped one's mine. Yeah, that one.
It's yours?
That's the best one.
I guess, I got a lot of emails today, so I imagine this must have been going around somewhere. You can always tell when people are excited to talk about something.
Right.
But what this image shows me is completely opposite of what every single person that talked to me today said.
Really?
Right? Every single person has lived here forever and they want a beach to go to. What this graphic shows is the largest cluster of short-term rentals is going to utilize this beach.
I probably should have
And,
changed the verbiage.
If that was the mayor's intention, it probably
wasn't.
wasn't a very
It
good
wasn't.
graphic.
Yeah.
But to show us that that's the largest cluster of short-term rentals just north of this property, just like Mr. Gall is saying, and just like I've said at the previous beach acquisitions, who are we doing this for, right? Who are we doing this for? What is this money going to benefit?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I'll try.
You can try.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've been here 20 years, and I've observed a lot and talked to lots of people in the area, and you're going to hear from a lot of them tonight, I think. But there's 240 houses that are just north of us, and we're right in the center of the walking distance to them. So what I would anticipate, and because they come down Barracuda Street into Barracuda Trail and go right by our place, and we intermingle, okay? So I think that 95% of the people are not going to need parking unless it's for their golf cart. They walk, and they're right there. So I think this
Yes,
is
sir.
what this is for. You've got lots of
Yes,
other.
sir. I hear you, and that's always the well intentions and the well wishes.
Right.
But the biggest problem on Scenic 98 in that area that we have is, like Mr. Giles said, it's hotel city for a lot of properties. We know that a lot of y'all have problems with that in those neighborhoods. It's horrible. The tourists need somewhere to go to the beach south of 98 or
Right.
south of Scenic 98.
Yes, they do.
And I'm not against buybacks of beaches and parks and land and bayfront properties. So by all means, I mean, our staff has proceeded to pursue things before. This is still an item on our strategic vision and objectives of accessing public land. So, I mean, I think this has always been an ongoing discussion. I think it's just, if we start dealing with numbers, that's a whole different situation. But I know we're also going to be talking about other property tonight. So there's a lot of properties. So I think anytime we have a chance to potentially buy property that first benefits the citizens of Destin first, and then second, the businesses, and third, the tourists, I'm all for it. So thank you for coming. And if this is a possibility in the future, it's awesome to talk about. So thanks for maybe being the spearhead over there at the Capri.
Yeah, some people, okay.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilman Bagby. So, a couple things. The beach parcels are separate, right? So one beach parcel is owned by Flamingo Investment Property. One beach parcel is owned by a bunch of people who I assume are condo owners there. One beach parcel is owned by James Emmons. And one beach parcel is opened by Pasquale and Danielle Russo Trust.
Yes.
So the condo owners, other than that one that has about 13 owners, don't actually own the beach. Is that correct?
They each own a .25, 1/4 of an acre of the people that are on the beachfront. The four that you mentioned, each over. So you've got 4 people out of our 3 acres that own 1 acre. And so the way our HOA reads, and again, I'm just one owner here. I'm not representing the HOA tonight.
Yeah.
But the rest of us, we divide those 20 into 2 acres. So you can see that the large amount, the lion's share, is along that beach, yes. And they own down to the high water line, you know.
Well, actually, they own to the erosion control line.
There we go, sorry.
Yes, they do.
Yes, stand
So-
corrected.
Because my question, I guess what I didn't understand is, what is it you want us to look at buying? Is it the parking lot where the condos are, where we would put a parking lot? Or is it the beach parcels? Because those are not the same thing.
Right.
So I'm,
Well, okay, to clarify, I've got a schematic of the beach if you'd like, and it sounds like you've got it there. But basically, if you look at the 3 acres and you bifurcate it right down the middle, north to south, 50% on each side, likely, what we've been discussing is to buy that west side, which would be 13 units plus, which would include the 2 beachfront units there, and a total of 150 beachfront, all the way from Scenic 98 down to that line.
yeah. Okay, because, and, to the mayor's question, is it, I believe he asked, do we have the votes and the temperament? To me, that's not what's in play tonight. I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
It is, do we have the money? Because we just spent $7 million. We're going to talk about spending another $8 million to buy the harbor. And what I told my wife before I came is, this is actually going to be a pretty important meeting tonight. We're going to figure out what we want Destin to look like in the future. We can have all our strategic planning sessions, and we can have all this other talk and all these workshops and stuff, but we're going to have, you know, a bunch of electronic billboards, or we're not. We're going to get a parcel possibly, or make an offer on a parcel down in the harbor, or not. If we get that parcel, that's say $8 million, which is what I think we've offered so far, then there's no money to do this. So if I have to say, you know, do I want to buy Harbor One, or do I want to buy this? And oh, by the way, not everybody wants to sell today. And oh, by the way, you don't own the beach. That's not because, but if we buy Harbor One, you know what? That's the town center. Because we're not going to have any money to go to Publix and say, we'll give you a bunch of money if you help us put a hockey rink or a government building or whatever. So we're going to make some fairly important decisions tonight about what we see this town look like 20 years from now.
Sure.
And I don't have the appetite, because I don't think we have the money. I'd love to do this. And I would love if you can get the county to make this another county, like another county park like James Lee Park. I'm all on board. I'll go pick up trash or plant sea oats or do whatever for the beachfront parcels. And if, I'm not sure, I understand people with stickers could park there, but that doesn't keep anybody out of the beach. So it's not like it's a locust beach. It just, I was just talking to the attorney. So tonight's about our priorities going forward. And, you know, if we want that harbor lot, and I kind of want the harbor lot, but I may be a minority. Because that's going to tell you, you don't get to have a debate on where the town center is going to be, because you just picked your town center.
Well, I think that most of us are my age. I'm 75, okay? And so that's the reason that we're thinking about selling for the majority of what we're talking about tonight. And so I think the question back to you is, we need to do something. And one possibility would be to redevelop and put some condominiums there. Or put with that. And I guess the question to you is, right back at you, is that you live in Crystal Beach.
I do live in Crystal Beach.
Yes, and I've heard lots of, you know, good things. So, but
you're talking to the wrong people.
No. But do you want an open beach where you can see the ocean, or?
Oh, I'd love that. But we don't have the money. That's why if the county wants to buy it, or if some, you know, if Mr. Destin wants to spend, you know, $5-6 million, we'll name it Dewey Destin Beach. I mean, that's, you know, I'm all on board for that. Mr. Guile, they could probably split it and we'd call it the Destin Guile Beach, but the. Well, because he's Dewey Destin, that's why. Look at the name of the city. No, I want to do it. I would love to do it. I would love to have all the beachfront. But right now, there's 30 to 40 feet on that beach in front of y'all that is public.
Right.
Because it's below the erosion control line.
Yes.
Between the erosion control line and the mean high water line.
Yes.
So it's already public beach down there. Would I like to buy it? Yes, but I'm just going to be honest. If you were here and you had sole ownership and you said, here's my asking price, I would, you know, say, well, go counter him. But you don't, and we don't have unlimited funds. You know,
Right.
we work for the people out here paying taxes.
Well, the mayor, I think, has got more knowledge about this than mine, but it's my understanding it's the TDC funds in the public land trust.
Yeah.
That.
But they always ask for us to go halvesies with them.
Right.
And we don't have the halvesies anymore. We spent the halvesies, and we're going to talk about another lot further down that we already own, you know, doing something with that later this evening.
Your
But
point's
no,
well taken.
I would love to, but I want public beach out on Holiday Isle. You know, I would say that's a higher priority, but if the county wants to buy this and make it James Lee Park 2 or Mel Ponder Park or whatever they want to call it, I'm all on board.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, Matthew Sweetser, Councilman Sweetser.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with Baggerty's sentiments on this. As a 38-year local, I would never drive that far down to use the beach. A lot of us don't. we don't go that way because that's all short-term rental. And that's the only people that's going to use it, whether or not we have parking stickers. We do have bigger fish, let's say the harbor lot. But I do want more beach access, but I don't see how this is going to help the locals that want to go sit at the beach.
All right,
That's all.
Councilman King?
Thank you, sir. I don't want to sound like I'm not the beach acquisition guy. I'm the bay and, harbor and backwater acquisition guy. That's what I like, yeah. Yeah, so I've been involved, I sell real estate for a living. I've been involved with a dozen or more real estate transaction where there was multiple family members involved, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they are impossibly hard. You've got 26 owners here, 7 of which may as well not even be in the picture. I think this is an impossibility. I would be amazed if this ever worked out. And I don't like the fact that it's the southernmost portion of beach. It's on the southernmost side of the most congested short-term rental area. I don't think we need it. I don't think it could ever happen. And that's all I've got. Thanks.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go talk to the county or the TDC, and if they want to buy it outright, but I just think with the limited amount of money that we have left to invest in the future of Destin, we need to figure out that harbor parcel first, and then second would probably be bay access or Holiday Isle beach access, in mind. But if you need me to make a motion authorizing you to go talk to the county or Teresa to talk to TDC, I'll make that motion.
All right, so I do have a motion.
I'll make a second.
All right, and then Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a lovely piece of Gulfront. Bring us a contract to buy it. We've been talking off and on for a couple of years now. And then we'll go look for the money. I had the pleasure of being in Washington with Jennifer from TDC, and she thinks this is a lovely piece of property too. She makes recommendations to people who make the decision. So, it's on their radar, but absent a contract to buy it, I think we're premature to do much of anything.
All right, Councilman Guile.
I have a question for Jeff over there. You with us, brother? Can you think of any grant or anything that you've encountered that would allow us to buy that beach with very little city money and mainly some special cause to purchase a beach over in that area?
I'm unfamiliar with any grant opportunities that would fund a project at that level.
All right. I didn't want to just exclude it without possibly throwing it up there.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'd just like to add to that, of the approximately $32 million of public beach access that we've been investing in, the bulk of the money came from the TDC, and they are the ones who are not allowing us to restrict parking to just locals in those areas.
Crystal, do you know how much?
We don't want there.
Crystal, with the TDC and the 0% financing that we're getting through the TDC with what we've currently purchased, how much money are we liable for right now?
We'll be paying back $700,000 a year for the next 10 years.
Okay, so 7 million? Okay. And then the first one was like 60-40 and Tarpon was 50-50?
Correct.
Okay, so they're a little bit ahead right now. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the council on giving me that direction. And at this point, we'll start the public comments. So
Mayor, I believe that was a motion.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we got a vote still. Sorry about that.
What is the motion?
To allow me to work with the county and staff to bring back a contract if possible. Is that kind of the concept? Yeah, right. I mean, Ray, you want to read off what you got so we got her all clear? Yeah. Mike.
I would expect that motion would be to have you to talk to the county judge their interest in going forward?
Yes. Yes, because I've had some preliminaries with Mel and Coffee, but they've been sidetracked with other issues, so I wanted to come here first to see if we even had the want to go to talk to them.
We'll let you talk to them.
Yeah, I'll go talk to them.
Ray, can you tell me who made the motion and who made the second, please?
And I seconded it to let him go talk.
Okay, so the voting is open. All right, thank you for that. All right, now with the voting over, we'll open up public comments, and I'll start with my left and work my way right. You have 3 minutes, push the lights on. You say your name and address, and I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds left.
Push a button here? Yes. Okay, my name is John Dyer. I live at 71 Barracuda Street, Destin, Florida. I've lived there I've owned the home since 1930, 34 years as of this month. When I bought there, and with me are many members of the Crystal Beach area, we support Jim Blaine's proposal here. But when I bought that house, I had a clear view of the Gulf of Mexico. I was the only house on Barracuda Street, that block. Paid $123,900 for it, brand new. And I've done well, I guess. The point with this beach issue is that the beaches are not free to us. They're not open to us. You've done a great job developing Tarpon further down, but the Barracuda Street area, we've got a 5-foot walkover, which we deeded to the city from Water's Edge subdivision in 1991, I believe. We're having problems there. We do not have 20 feet. The chair people do not give us 20 feet. We fight with it every day of the week. We're homeowners. There's a lot of us that are homeowners that believe in this project of Mr. Blaine's. We need to fix this. The Capri is getting old, it's getting rough. They don't have a lot of money to develop it or repair it, as, you know, from what I know, and I know just that much. We need to try to figure out a way to open up all or part of that place. If you were to buy half of it and you had 150 feet of beach, the other half will come up for sale someday. Otherwise, the developer is going to come, he's going to buy the place, he's going to throw a condo up, and you're going to have exactly the same situation, if not worse. Traffic will be heavier, everything will be heavier. We're not looking for places to park. We're looking for access to the people that rent in our area and ourselves and our kids. In 1989, our kids ran up and played in the beach. We have pictures of the beach was wide open. The only thing that was there was the Capri. If you look further west, it was bare ground. And now, actually the Capri is one of the toughest ones to get in front of, by the way. Now you have a line of umbrellas and chairs that looks like a freight train going from one side of the beach all the way down to the west. And God bless you for what you've done down there on Tarpon and other areas, and Shira Street and all that. But something needs to be done right there in the middle. And that's what we believe in as a community. And if we can find a way to lend our support, we're 100% behind this program. And I don't know what else to tell you. I've got 10 people here with me, and there's a whole lot more of us on board for this project. Let us know how we can help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, 79.
Code question. What is y'all's enforcement of the erosion control line? Not the mean high water line, the erosion control line in Crystal Beach.
We don't use the erosion control line because we can't identify the erosion control line when you're down there on the beach. The sheriff's office policy is that 20 feet in from the high water mark, whatever that high water mark is at when we're standing there, we do not enforce trespassing.
Okay, so you recognize, you do know that there's public beach there.
I do know there's public beach there.
Okay, you just don't enforce trespassing for 20 feet, even though in most places in Crystal Beach, it's 30 to 40 feet from the mean high water line, which I understand, you know, the water is not the mean high water line.
Correct.
It is just the water line, yes.
Right. We have to have something that we can visibly see down there to enforce it.
So we don't allow beach setups by vendors within 20 feet of the water line?
That's a city code issue that, or land development issue that the code enforcement officers have to deal with because it's in the contract that the vendors sign to do business down there, that they're not to set up in that 20-foot.
Okay. So we keep the vendors out, but the public can set up within that 20 feet, is that correct?
Currently, that's the way it is.
Okay.
Not just traversing.
Not just traversing.
Not just traversing, right. Okay. I just want to make sure I understand what the policy is. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I'm excited. Yeah, keep it going, Jay. And that's some interesting information.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Jay Mitchell. I live on Cobia Street in Crystal Beach. I am a person who would use that beach. And I am also the wrong person who was spoken to earlier. We need public beach access. We need enforcement of this 20-foot rule, which I'm just hearing right now. I can tell you today on the beach, the people were set up with chairs between the waves and the tidal pools with wet sand going more than 20 feet on the other side of the beach, of the chairs themselves. So the first thing I would like to see is some code enforcement. But back to the issue here. Right now, we all live in Destin, which is a beautiful place. God gave us 5-star beaches. Our history and our decisions have given us a 2.5-star build-out. That used to be fine, but we have so much crowding that it creates competition for all of our resources on the beach. Any opportunity we have to add to the experience and upgrade the infrastructure for everyone who comes here, I think we should pursue. I don't think we should cut off now just because we might be able to cut a deal somewhere else. Cut off negotiations at the Capri, where you have willing sellers coming in talking with you. You have majority willing sellers coming in with a deal that can probably be made. Go do that. Why would you stop? Why would you not take this opportunity? Please, please move forward. Let our mayor, let all of you do what we all need, which is get us the access and the beach that we should have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone up? Start a line, just kind of one at a time.
We have roughly 14,000 residents. How many local residents live in Crystal Beach area? Do you guys know?
I'll pull my data log.
Because we got, what, 3 beaches, 3 city beaches over there already? Is that correct? We have 3 city beaches in Crystal Beach?
That's part of the problem, Mike. Sorry. That's part of the problem. We have public beach all the way from Henderson Beach State Park to the Walton County line. Even in front of Destiny East, that's public beach, about 40 feet deep. Okay, if you look at the last survey that CDC provided all of us, that's public beach. You're talking about public beach accesses. Each one of those streets used to be a public beach access, okay? Cobia, Barracuda, all of them, they were all public beach accesses. That's the way Crystal Beach was designed. So what we have, what you're talking about are the beach parking that we own.
Right,
And we're
beach
go-
access.
Yeah, so the county owns James Lee Park, the biggest one, and then we've got three lots plus the ones that we just bought and cleared.
Okay, because I'm just trying to understand where the majority of our population live versus what we are trying to accommodate here tonight. That's what I'm trying to get to. Can you tell, does anybody here know where the what the population, local population of Crystal Beach is?
I have it from my campaign. I can pull it and give it to staff. Yeah, I got voter campaign data.
So we're assuming it's less than 20%? How many beaches, public beaches, do we have up here in the, off Holiday Isle or farther?
One.
West, okay, that's what I need to know.
So everybody goes to which is why we started the Henderson Beach Pass program, because nobody had any place to go to the beach, which is why the prior councils set that as a priority, is buying public beach access, because Henderson Beach fills up, and then the residents have no place to go. So that's why we started buying.
No, I got that, but they still have no place to go because Crystal Beach is filled up with the parking lots. You can't find a place to park down there.
All right, point proven. All right, yes, ma'am. Name and address.
Wendy Anderson, 90 Hutchinson Street. I've lived in Crystal Beach for over 20 years, and my husband has for 26 years. My driveway is on Hutchinson Street. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about what's happened since you've expanded the parking there. It has, I mean, it's probably 5 times, maybe 10 times the traffic that we used to have on Hutchinson Street. I have a hard time getting out of my driveway a lot of times to turn, just, I don't leave real early to go somewhere, but I mean, I'll have to wait 20 cars or something. And so I don't have the perfect answer for additional beach access. I know I was thrilled when I found out about tarpon, just hoping that it would take some of the traffic away from where we are. We're glad to have, I like the golf cart parking. I think that helps with the rentals and the locals. But I think that there's people coming from Niceville and Crestview and places like that too. I mean, they want to come to the beach too. So, I mean, I just wanted to make you aware of how intense it's been. In fact, I think it was last summer, maybe the one before, people were walking through my yard. I mean, like 20, 30 at a time, crossing through my yard, which isn't even on Hutchinson. You have to take my driveway back, because these hordes of people were trying to get to the public beach access. Well, thankfully, my neighbor put a block up on his side to stop that. But, build it and they will come, I guess. I mean, I think a lot of the problem is all those little, and excuse me, but they're ugly, new hotels popping up like north of 98. I think those people are crashing Crystal Beach. So, I mean, Henderson is perfect if there was enough room. I hope that tarpon will take some of it, but I also hope that the city can acknowledge that a lot of us do live in Crystal Beach, and there's a lot of wonderful second homeowners that spend the winters or they're going to retire there. So technically they might be short-term rentals now, but we know them. Like, these are our neighbors. We, walk the dogs. We know them. They're lovely, and they all want, the nice family community, and of course the beach. But I think there needs to be some consideration about, are we going to invite more than just the locals? Like, I don't mind if people in Destin, like I have a friend that lives on the bay, if she wants to come to the beach, she can park in my driveway. I mean, I would be fine with having the locals come. But I think that we're starting to get to be, I don't want to turn into Daytona or something if all the Crestview and Niceville and stuff is coming down. And some of them are. I mean, there really is a lot more traffic. And I watched the Henderson go up, all that, and those big giant rental homes next to me. And none of that made the impact that buying some of the beach made as far as the traffic.
Thank you so much.
Can you clarify something real quick? Something I might have misunderstood. You said you're okay with the other residents in Destin, I'm assuming the harbor areas in the main part of Destin, come to your beach in Crystal Beach?
Well, right. For example, say they don't have a beach.
That's gracious of you. Thank you so much.
Though, because Destin only has 20,000 people in it. I don't want all of Northwest Florida, Crystal Beach.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Cherry Clifford. Thank you all for being here tonight and doing what you do to serve Destin. You all got an email from me yesterday. I love your comment. I just want to clarify what you're talking about on that 30 to 40 feet, because I sent you all both graphics. One is from the Okaloosa County Appraisal District. It shows that the property goes all the way to the water line. And then the other, of course, shows that in many cases in the graphic that I sent you, there was the townhomes of Crystal Beach, that one condo sixplex that's there, and of course the Capri. And that, although that line moves, and that's probably due to the erosion control, it goes nowhere near as far as either the property owner's claim and/or the beach vendor's claim. This whole topic came up with us in our neighborhood out of an abundance of frustration because we can't go to our own beach unless we want to pay $60 a day or $5,000 a season for one umbrella and 2 chairs. And just because it's a neighborhood of, a lot of vacation rentals, that doesn't mean, I see they're opportunists, and to some degree there's nothing wrong with that, but they're treating us all like we're vacation rental managers and we make good money off of these properties and we should be able to pay them $5,000. So we just kind of have had it with the treatment that we have there. We knew that this was on the table and had been for many years, so we got with our neighbor John and we're like, what can we do? We got to come up with a plan. We invited the mayor to come, and fortunately he did. But I just want to ask you specifically what you're talking about, because that might resolve a lot of our personal use issues.
Yeah, we have an enforcement problem. That is very clear cut, but we have a new code enforcement manager, and I'll talk to him. I'm trying to think the Reader's Digest version. 2007, we did a beach nourishment project. We did the western 5 miles of Walton County, and we did the 2 miles in Destin between the Walton County line and Henderson Beach State Park. What they did before we did the beach nourishment project, they went down and they surveyed the beach. At that time, it was eroded a lot more than it is now, and they identified the mean high water line. The mean high water line is not a depth from a marker. It is actually a height, and it is, I don't know what it is now. Mr. Destin might know. 2 feet, yeah, something above sea level. So, boom. They did that about every 500 feet for the entire length of that project, and then they connected those dots, and they recorded that, and that's the erosion control line, and that's where those property lines, all those beachfront property line owners' beach ends. Everything seaward of that, the state came in. Don't think we gave any money, but the state and the county TDC paid money to pump in sand on the beach and establish the new beach. The state, because they spent all the lion's share of the money to pump that sand on the beach, owns that. That is public land. As public beach owned by the state, not by any of these property owners, and they're supposed to go out. I think they survey it every couple of years. I asked them for the survey for I think they did it last year. I don't even know what month we're in. Yeah, because we got it late last year. And so there's about 30 to 40 feet of public beach, the entire length of Crystal Beach, from Henderson Beach State Park to the Walton County line.
Well, we never get to use it.
Well, that is the vendors. We need to get the vendors under control, obviously. And we have the right man who's going to help us get those vendors under control. We also need, I'll be honest, we need the sheriff to relook his policy because 20 feet doesn't cut it. And I don't care, we can make it 30 feet. He's got the same surveys, and I will just tell you, when I was the TDC director in Walton County, offered to buy the sheriff the high-end GPS where you can go within 1 foot because they can pull up the ECL on their maps, on their overlays. It's on the county overlays, and you can go, here's where the ECL is, and somebody can go out if they have high-tech enough equipment and go, I'm standing at the ECL, everything seaward at this point is public beach. But those devices cost money, and I don't expect the sheriff to do that. But I will probably ask him to look at making it 30 feet, and he can look at the survey if he says, oh no, that's too close. but 30 feet would be probably closer to where it should be. But again, that's a code enforcement with the vendors. The vendors are our problem.
How valid is that, I sent you the GIS graphic. How valid is that? Because I took some measurements just with the little tool that's on that website. And at the Crystal Beach townhomes, there was 86 feet between the property line that's shown on the GIS and the county line, not to mention what was left between county and federal, or the water, which is federal. So is that valid or is it not? I mean, that would be a lot more than 30 or 40 feet.
I don't know who generated that GIS map, if it was from the property appraiser's office or whoever's office. I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Somewhere at the house, because don't throw anything away. I have all the survey from the last year's ECL survey. I
Okay.
just got to figure out where I put it.
Yeah, and we also thought maybe we could go down to the county and pull some deeds to see what the original deed specifies, but thank you if you
Yeah,
look
you don't
into
need
that.
to pull the deeds, you just, and I will ask Tamara to post on our website, if we can get a hold of the ECL surveys just for Crystal Beach, to post those so people can pull them up and go, oh, and then you can measure it and it's 60 feet from that building, or it's probably further than that, but 120 feet from that building. I've gone out and walked from buildings before to go, okay, move me.
Yeah, well,
But
and now
I'm-
now they have signs up that if you trespass here or there, they will call the authorities, and we know that story, that the sheriff's not going to enforce anything.
Yeah, sheriff's not going to enforce it, so
But
I
it's just very intimidating,
Yeah.
not only for the vacationers, but for us, and we live there. You know, I went down there just today, and the beach vendors were very kind to us, but when I was walking down our Crystal Beach ramp, there were umbrellas set up in front of our walkway that they're not supposed to.
What we have to do is we have to hold the beach vendors accountable to the laws that are in place, and they've been bullying everybody for
Right.
so long, and we haven't had the compliance team that we've got led now to be able to help us go out there and show them, you don't own this, and force them now, this part of the summer, back, so that public beach becomes back what it is, public beach in Crystal Beach, so the residents and those short-term residents that are here for their half a year can enjoy the beach. That's why we live here. It's the sugary beach. We've been everywhere in the world. There's nothing like there is in Destin. So hopefully we can get this figured out and corrected and pull those vendors back.
Thank you so
And if, in worst-case scenario, pull their licenses to be vendors, because if they're going to bully our residents, we don't want them on the beaches.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
If I might interrupt for just a second, I feel for y'all. I do. As a local who lives here, never gets to go to the beach myself. We have to go over into Fort Walton on the island to go to the beach. So I feel you. And the beach chairs, that is, the majority of that are the HOAs. We can tell them what they can and cannot do, but they're getting paid by the HOAs. We got to figure out how we can get through to the HOA of all the condominiums and everything. Then I feel like we could move forward and fix a lot of those problems. Correct.
Anyone else on this left side here?
Just going to make one comment. Mr. Bagby's absolutely correct. The state claims ownership seaward. However, I wish it were that simple. The fact that they claim ownership, to the best of my knowledge, there's not been a single case litigated that says, in fact, you do own it. The sheriff's department is doing their best to try to walk the middle ground with their rule, because if they tried to go to the erosion control line, I have no doubt they'll have the pleasure of spending $5 to $10 million over litigation in the next 20 years. and that's going on in Walton County right now. So unfortunately, it's not a settled issue, and unless Ms. Kopp knows that there have been some cases on point.
There's a case before the Supreme Court that enforced the erosion control law.
Have they ruled on it?
Yes. In fact, it was on our 2007 beach nourishment project.
Well, good. Maybe it'll give us a little more, but it's just a very gray area. And we certainly can, we have a beach vendor ordinance that says you can't go closer than the 20 feet or whatever the sheriff's enforcing. That'd be our first step toward trying to make some progress. And I'm sure we can start doing that. But as a lot of lawyers know, each one of those property owners has a particular set of facts that goes with his particular piece of property. And I know some of them who sent nice letters to the state of Florida when they were doing the beach renourishment that said, thank you very much for the sand, but I still maintain I owned the descriptions within my deed, and that's still my property. So it's, you know, it's a lovely mess.
All right, thank you. All right, come on in.
Right, now you have Holiday Isle. Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. I actually wasn't going to speak, but now that we're talking about beaches, and that's the thing I like to talk about really the most. I know you guys don't believe that, but it really is true. Why don't we have a master plan for beach buyback? It seems like we're in this place where somebody comes up and we have a conversation like, why doesn't the city have a plan that when this parcel decides that they may want to come forward and sell their, that we're already in a position of having those discussions that aren't just here at the podium, that it's the west side or the east side. Like, it seems to me like now we need to like probably have a master plan if that's what we've been planning all along, or at least for the last 7 years. I mean, does that make sense? I mean, I'd really like to see a master plan. Like, that's how most places do things. Y'all have had this crosstown connector, and goodness knows how long has that been going on? And we had change councils every 2 years if people don't get reelected, and then it's just a whole nother process. So that's just a thought. I want to remind everyone that citizens come first in y'all's meetings at the first of the year. So whatever the citizens want, we should probably get, no matter where we live. North Side, Holiday Isle, Crystal Beach, Indian Bayou, North and 98. I'm just trying to include everyone.
We have a master plan, we just have a secret decoder ring
Yes.
that helps us understand it.
I'm waiting for mine. Let's see, I'm really still, I don't know if this is occurring still, the Little Adventures down in Crystal Beach, they still have their building down there taking that parcel. Are they still taking parking? Do they still have their own little special parking spot that the citizens can't use? That would be offensive to me still. I haven't been down there in a while. You mentioned Holiday Isle. I just want to mention the MSBU that Holiday Isle property owners pay, I think, for 7 or 8 years. I haven't read up on it lately, so I don't want to try to speak to it, but I did want to mention that here while we're talking about that. And then last but not least, I'm looking forward to a porta potty at Noriega Point Park.
Thank you so much. All right, anyone else? All right, she turned it off, so hit the button, have the red light come on, name and address.
My name is Darius Arnold. This is my wife, Jane, and we are here to represent our church, Faith Coast, at 726 Legion Drive. We moved here 22 months ago, and so we're excited to be a part of this community, and my wife just leaned over to me back there, and she said, I like being here. She said, it's good to know that there's people like looking out for the good of this city. So that was her way of saying she's
There's
impressed.
always this many people in the audience.
She's impressed with everything y'all are doing, and I am too. We're honored to be here. Thank you for the work that you do. I just want to introduce myself. We're the new pastors of a church that has been here since the mid-90s. We just recently renamed it, so that's probably why you might not recognize the name Faith Coast. It was Destin Life Church for many years prior. We've been blessed to launch a brand new school out of that same campus now, Faith Coast Academy, and we're serving grades K-3 all the way through 10th grade. And I'm also here to say how excited I am that this body is looking at doing something with pickleball in this area. I am an avid pickleball player, and when I moved here, I was like, please let there be pickleball people in this area, and there absolutely were. I was excited. I've got many great relationships as a result of my participation in that sport, and so I am on board. I watched last week's city council meeting, and I saw that there's a lot of goodwill and a lot of great things happening here. So thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to not driving to Fort Walton or to Santa Rosa Beach to play. So thank you. That's all. We just want to introduce ourselves and say thank you.
We'll let our city manager know your information, and then you can do
Invocation.
the
Yeah,
invocation
we'd love to have you
on
do
our
the
next,
invocation.
our next
Oh,
meeting.
that'd be incredible.
We have one meeting in July, so get on the schedule and do the invocation, and you can be part of our
Great.
next meeting.
That's
Okay?
awesome. We have.
Welcome
Thank
to
you.
the area.
Well, we had physical education at the school, and I was able to teach a lot of our students pickleball. They had never played before, but now they love it, and we're going to have a team one day.
Awesome.
Darius, I have a question.
Yeah, hi.
So, little background, Darius kicked my butt in pickleball. It was 11-0, and I felt like an idiot. He taught me at the community center. One of the things we did discuss was the community, what the community needs, since you're active in pickleball, versus what our perception of what the community needs in pickleball. So, while you are very active in pickleball, and I'm going to say you're probably an expert pro because you beat me so handedly, but you've heard the last meeting. In your perspective, or your interpretation, are we on track, or do you feel the pickleball community is looking for something completely different than where we're discussing up here?
Great question. The pickleball community here is passionate about playing pickleball and not particularly choosy about the court or the venue. They just love the game, love the sport. And so I think every suggestion that was made here was great. And I saw several people on this council say, let's just get something to them as quick as we can and let it blossom and grow. And that's, what most people that I talk to are excited about, just having a place here locally where we can come and play. Anything I can do to support and help, like I said, I've created a lot of relationships in the pickleball community here. They've become great friends of mine. So anything I or we can do to help and support with feedback, we'd love to be of assistance.
Do you feel that community is looking for a $1.4 million facility that's supervised, or do you think they're self-serving?
In my experience, the pickleball community very much can manage itself. It's just a bunch of good people. There's very few people that have wrong attitudes and you don't like playing with. Most of the people are just awesome people. They all get along. They're very patient, kind. New people come in. They're teaching one another about the sport. So very low maintenance community. And like I said, I don't think we need a whole lot, just a place to play.
Or 600,000, we do our own.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for being here.
All right, middle of the stage.
Can I double down on the over?
I owe Jim $20.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. If he doesn't have Venmo, I'm not paying him.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for doing all that you're doing. You got a full house today. This is great. I'm not talking about beaches. I'm going to go back to something else that was, by the way, I'm Michelle Sandstead, 337 Calhoun. I'm up here as a citizen and as also a Town Center CRA committee member. What I'm bringing up now is something we talked about for months that's been kind of in back burner for a while, but something that's concerning me. Back on May the, when was it? May the 15th, I guess it was, Council voted to have the Town Center CRA cover $190,000 overage for the design plan that DAG had, probably all remember that. And at the time, it happened so quick, and we questioned city about whether the funds were there. The truth of the matter is that Town Center CRA has very few funds. We have not had any funds for years. We're finally getting some built up, thanks to our financial director, Crystal. And I guess what my question is, this linear park, the proposed linear park, is for the whole city. It's not just for the people in the town center. And there are lots of other parks in Destin that are in the Harbor District. And my question is, and I don't know if y'all can answer it or who can, but the design plans for those other parks, did those CRAs pay for those? Why are we getting taxed for paying this huge amount of money for something that's for everybody else? And we're thrilled to be able to get it, but we're probably not ever going to be able to have a linear park if we're going to be taxed with paying a lot of the funds toward it, because we don't have the funds to do it. We really don't. So that's really my question. I guess it's just, is it fair that the Town Center CRA is having to pay this $190,000? I think Parks and Recreation, the city has probably some other funds out there that maybe can cover some of that. I know it's already been voted on, so it might not be able to be reversed, but that's my concern as a city person. The other thing I'm going to throw out, and Michael Burgess is sitting over there, I see him now. As a committee member, Michael and I are working together on decorations on Main Street. We've never had any for years. We finally have some money to spend. We're also finding out the exorbitant cost for that. We've got $50,000 budgeted. Understand we can't spend any more than that because that is the budget. But what I'm asking for is, are there any other funds out there that the city can maybe help throw our way? Because we've got just some statistics. On Main Street, there's 39 poles, shepherd poles. We're wanting to do some banners on those consistently down it. There's actually 45 slots because some poles are doubles. Those single lit banners, lights that you can order are up to $1,000 a piece. Our $50,000 is going to go really, really quick if we don't have a little bit more. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that the council can do to throw maybe another $25,000 our way. Because I think we would really like to make it spectacular. We have for years not had that, that presence, and our town center really deserves that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 second. I agree with you 100% on that. Is there not a way, I mean, we could make a motion, kind of like what we did with Harbor Lane, to pull money out of our reserves to put towards the Christmas lights? More than 25,000, because it's going to cost a lot more, and we need to do more than just Main Street.
I think she's talking about banners, not Christmas lights, correct?
No.
The lights on the Shepherd's Crook street lights. On both sides of the road. The banners are down the median, and that's been a plus for sure. I mean, it's been a presence. But the other issue too that I'm aware of, and Michael and I have talked about this, is that feature that's up by Regions Bank, the sailfish one that's been there for years. It's literally fallen apart. It's non-existent. Can't be used, and we need to have something there at the very beginning of it. That, we've looked at some real generic ones. I love the sailfish one. That speaks Destin. And we've actually talked about can it be refurbished, or can it be copied and another one made like it, because it's a fabulous thing. But you buy some generic Season's Greetings ones or whatever there are in all these catalogs, those things are $17,000 just for that feature. Then you start putting on any other lights on any poles, $50,000 just does not go very far.
Yeah. I remember as a kid growing up here, we had lighted all the way down Highway 98. We haven't had it in a long time. We've got to do more than just Main Street. We need to do the entrance into Destin all the way down. And 50,000 is not going to touch half of Main Street. and it's been a big topic of discussion, and
I can't see who's asking to go, so whoever wants to jump on.
We've got a budget process that's going to take place in the next month and a half. I suggest we refer this to the staff, and they can bring back some options.
Thank you for the suggestion.
Yeah, because we did talk about this last year, about getting lights down 98 as well as on Main Street, and I did talk to Webb before, whenever Christmas rolled around and that Marlin was off, the sailfish was off, and he said that it was going to look into replacing it. So let's add that to the budget discussion on fixing up Christmas lights and replacing that sailfish.
Kevin, you got anything?
Yeah, two things. One, can we get, Crystal, the first comment question about utilizing other CRAs for this CRA, why we did just the town centers for this project, can you answer that?
Okay, so let me just put the whole town center CRA into perspective here for a moment, if I may. So the town center CRA will be sunsetting in 2037. So we have, it's about 15 years remaining life in it. It does owe it owes $2.3 million to the city of Destin because it had a time period when it was not able to pay the debt service on the debt that it had. So this year I had, the town center CRA has built up enough of a cash balance that it's able to start paying back the city of Destin for all those funds that it borrowed over a number of years. We did the most logical, so you're supposed to use CRA money to reinvest into the CRA. The easement trail is in the CRA's master plan, so it's an allowed use of the CRA funds.
The ones in the harbor CRA, I don't think, like those parks, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that one of them was like federal government, so I don't think we did use, but I do hear what you're saying.
Right, yeah. So the Captain Royal Melvin Park, we had a federal grant of restore money, so we were able to preserve the harbor CRAs, but it has had to make up.
So we couldn't have taken harbor CRA funds and used it over here then, right?
In the town center CRA,
Okay.
no, it's a restricted use. And I am projecting, despite taking this $190,000 this year, from the fund balance to complete the trail design, I'm projecting that by the end of next year, their bank account balance should be up over $1.2 million.
Okay.
And at the end of 2037, we're in the process right now of rewriting the master plans for the CRAs. They are going to need to decide how to responsibly spend just over $12 million.
Okay. That's perfect, thank you. And the second thing, do you know how much we have balance in the council contingency fund?
The council contingency fund, you guys have used a lot, and then we've replenished it.
Who's been spending money up here?
You've used it, and you've replenished it, and if you just give me a second.
Where's the receipts for that? No.
Hold on, that is, let's see, here we are, city council contingency. Looks like we replenished it. But then we used some more for the wrappings. So now we're at $45,000.
Remaining?
Remaining.
Right, and that ends
It's September 30th.
September 30th? When are you guys ordering these supplies? Is that a Michael
and
question?
Also, since you're talking
June?
about Christmas decorations, last summer in the general fund, we did budget to expend up to $75,000 on renting and installing Christmas gear.
Right.
And the town center CRA also budgeted to expend up to $50,000. So between the general fund and the town
So
center CRA.
I'm going to ask Miss, I was about to say Miss Steiner. I'm sorry. I know, Miss Sandstead. If Michael and them, next meeting or whatever, or in a future meeting, if there's still a need for some extra funds, by that time, the fiscal year is almost over, and, we do have some money in the council contingency. There's nearly $50,000 left there. I know Mr. Bagby doesn't like spending it, but, we could potentially throw that out there. So maybe you don't need it tonight, but maybe at the next meeting, if they say, hey, we want to order some extra things, I'd be happy to throw that out there at the next meeting, so thank you.
And I know it is on the agenda for the July meeting. to talk about this. I was just throwing it out there to be thinking about it until then.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, we want Christmas to
I
look
love
like
Christmas in June and
Yes.
Christmas in July. Christmas every day.
Councilman Bagby, anything left on there?
I got a couple of things. Number one, Mr. Desmond was right. We've got a budget process that we are in the middle of. And I know you weren't here for I think the budget workshop, but what we talked about at the budget workshop was, okay, then maybe you remember we talked about waiving
Council
the
contingency
debt.
allows us to spend money, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Allowing, well, thank you. We talked about removing the debt that the town center owes us, okay, which would free up their money. The town center money is for improvements in the town center, whether it's Christmas lights or sidewalks or new Shepherd's Hook or whatever. The same with the Harbor CRA money. So, and we, I believe, are spending this year, have authorized up to $125,000. Yes, I will have a little heartburn spending more than 100, looking, people paying taxes, more than $125,000 for Christmas lights, something that's up for a month. I mean, because then they'll go, well, what are you doing to improve the beach accesses or the harbor access or the bay access or $125,000, that's a lot of dang Christmas lights, folks. And so before we just go running down the road, I want to know exactly what we've done with that $125,000, because that's a lot of money. And if we waive their debt, that pretty much they get the entire $12 million to figure out what they're going to spend it on. So they need to look internally, I would say, to both CRAs before they come and start asking us to spend. Council contingency is for emergencies. This is not an emergency. This is a normal budgeting process. So that would be my view.
All right, Councilman Guile.
Can you put a price on celebrating Jesus Christ's birthday? Really?
All right. Anyone else up here for public comments? I appreciate that, Guile.
Good evening, John Frudiger, live on Holiday Isle. A question for y'all. 14,000 or so residents in Destin. We all know it fluctuates. Google says there's around 4 million tourists that come here a year. But the police presence doesn't fluctuate with those tourist presence, all right? Our sheriff that is designated to our area also patrols the harbor area. And during the summer months, y'all know the Holiday Isle as well as Crystal Beach goes crazy. What is Destin's plan for mitigating traffic, the crime, the just ruckus that comes with the tourism in general, but along with, everyday, policing of the people and everything like that, where we stand as far as creating our own police department, or what is that? Because when I see spending millions of dollars on a park on the harbor, buying the fire department a slip over there by Crab Island or whatever, there's a park over there by Beach Drive and 98 with one parking spot that's a handicap and the gate's always locked. Like, what even is that place? No one's ever gone there. I've never met anybody that's gone there. It's kind of insane, actually. But what are we doing for a police department? Yeah, it's expensive to do, but how do you make your money back? You enforce the law. I called the sheriff's office all the time. I met with the sheriff that patrols our area last week, and our stop signs they're not even a recommendation anymore. People round them at 30 miles an hour. I know y'all wrapped that nice little utility box over there on Holiday Island. I guess that'll be nice when I get hit by a car and that's the last thing I see is some, screen printed sunset versus a utility box. But it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand quick. And I came over here when the prior mayor was here and he kind of said, it is what it is, but I pay taxes and I'm over it. So we need to do something about the police department here. That's all I got.
Well, they have submitted their budget, and it's quite expensive of what it was last year, so we'll be talking to them about what are we getting for the increase that's coming with the new budget for them. So thank you for coming and letting us know your concerns.
And is there any sort of grants or anything like that? I know y'all are getting grants for buying land back and everything like that. There's got to be some sort of state or federal grant that we can get for establishing a police department. You know, they do the same, state helps out with the schools, there's federal funding for schools and evidently for the property buybacks, but what about safety, you know? I mean, maybe I'm noticing it and everybody else is kind of blind to it, but the tourist population that's been coming here has been kind of getting rougher and rougher, and because they can get away with it. They can get away with running stop signs, speeding, drinking and driving, smoking weed up and down the street with no punishments, because there's not the police presence there to enforce anything. And y'all want to make Destin, you mentioned, some places out there in California, nice 38 type situations, but I mean, we're just getting ruckus. It's getting worse and worse. When they're building all these mini hotels, I mean, it's not going to get any better if we don't do anything about it. So,
Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Sheriff, talk to us. We know you have a lot of presence. Can you kind of address the timing of some of what you have in our area?
So if you wanted to talk about the actual traffic enforcement that y'all get, is that what you're asking me for?
I think he's asking police presence overall.
Police presence overall? You've got, as far as numbers, you've got 5 deputies, a shift assigned to the city of Destin that y'all pay for. And we have, we break them down into each district based on the numbers of calls to service that we have there. So you have the 2 that are in zone 25, which is basically everything on the west side of the airport. And you have 2 that are out on the east side, and then 1 that roves around in the city. And then for traffic enforcement, you've got a community resource deputy that focuses on problem areas, not just traffic enforcement, but any other type of issues that come up, retail theft, anything that's spiking. That's where that resource officer goes. He spends a lot of time on traffic also. The traffic question came up a while back, and I did some research on it after that. And between April 17th, 2022 and April 17th, 2023, the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office conducted 8,354 traffic stops. That's countywide. Of that 8,354 traffic stops, 7,681 of the traffic stops were conducted in the East District, which Destin's part of. And of those 7,681, 5,553 of those traffic stops were conducted in the city limits of Destin. So y'all are getting 66% of the traffic enforcement that takes place in Okaloosa County is taking place within the city limits of Destin.
I feel like we're in our
That's
population.
not saying that there's not a traffic problem here. There absolutely is, and that's why we've reached out. We're applying for a grant for speed and aggressive driving, so that we can get a grant from the state to pay for additional enforcement.
What kind of additional enforcement is that going to be provided?
It'll be a $50,000 grant that'll pay overtime for guys to come out and do absolutely nothing but work traffic within the city limits of Destin.
All right, thank you so much.
I believe there's another big part of this we need to look at. Instead of putting butts in beds, we need to put the right people in beds. I think we've been targeting the wrong tourist group.
Timothy Singleton, I also live on Holiday Isle. I just want to reiterate what John Frudiger said. It's getting out of hand over there. I'm certainly not one to come to council meetings and say, hey, people are rolling stop signs. They're not rolling stop signs. They're taking that stop sign in front of Destin Point at 30 miles an hour. I'm certainly worried crossing the street, walking the dog, and I'm an adult. I see on this agenda that we're talking about putting speed bumps in on Main Street. I think we all know why that happened, and it's reactionary. That's where the latest tragedy happened. There will be another tragedy over there. I guarantee it. I walk the dog 2-3 times a day. I see the people that roll that stop sign. It's not 5 miles an hour, it's 30 miles an hour. It's ridiculous. I can't walk the dog without smelling weed from somebody smoking it, driving by going 40 miles an hour down Gulf Shore Drive. So I'm sure the sheriff's office is doing a lot, and they're making stops, they're writing tickets. I would assume most of those are happening on 98. I know Holiday Isle is a no, you just know there's no presence there, police at all, unless there's a call. And people know that. It's not just tourists. A lot of those people that are running that stop sign at 30 miles an hour at 6:30 in the morning when I'm walking the dog, they're residents. So it's not just tourists. But something needs to happen, or in a future meeting, we'll be sitting here talking about speed bumps because somebody's kid got run over. I don't have a kid. I'm thankful that I don't, because I wouldn't feel safe on Holiday Isle with the way the traffic situation is, and it's not enforced. That's really all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
In the short term, can we get the community resource gentleman to maybe make some Holiday Isle presents in the next few days or weeks?
He's sitting next to me, and he's already said that he's going to work on it.
Thank you so.
I've been down there several
Okay.
times.
Okay, thank
so
you.
much.
Several months.
Thank you.
All right.
Numerous times.
And I have noticed a coarseness. I mean, every single time I leave my house and I head west, there's a golf cart on 98 or a golf cart going up toward the bridge on Danny Werfel. And I'm like, I know the golf cart companies have told them. I know people have signs in their house. But it's like this summer, I don't know, and tourism's down. And so that's, you start arresting, it's going to go further down next year probably. And then some of these people who rely on renting their houses are going to lose those houses, and we're going to be back to 2008 all over again. But I have noticed a coarseness of some of our visitors that I haven't seen in the past.
All right. And I saw that our land use attorney was running around, so I'm just going to iterate something I didn't say in the public comments. We have 2 public hearings, and at that point is when we will discuss those issues, but everything else is open for discussion, so anyone else here from the public comments not on the issues of public hearing A or B? Seeing none, at 8:30. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Sorry for the entrance. My name's Carrie Harbarger, 307 Mountain Drive. So I have a little heartburn with something maybe my counsel can help me with. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to compete with my county when it comes to business. So what I'm finding is that our TDCs decided that they wanted to give away free stuff to bring the people here to the community. But if the people are already here, they don't need free stuff. The idea of the TDC is to get them here, isn't to get them here and then give them free stuff. So what my heartburn is on the beaches. We're giving away free ice cream on the beaches, y'all. That's my job. Beaches or the ice cream is my job. I don't understand why the county has decided to do that. Then when I got onto our county and our TDC about purchasing ice cream in Panama City, I got onto her about purchasing, and now she's purchasing it from one of my local officials and giving it away free, and it's killing my business. I don't understand. Let me put it to you like this. Imagine if the county bought a charter boat and we filled it every day down on the dock and gave away free charters and free. Imagine the outrage the fishermen would be up here. Don't minimize us. Don't minimize a 29-year-old grandfathered business. 18 years ago, I was grandfathered in. That's being called undesirable, really, if you want to know the truth. And so every day I'm fighting with my city officials or just to exist, just to do business. Now I go out there and my county's giving away free ice cream. I'm 3 seasons fussing with Jennifer about this. Come on, we can do better. You want to talk about a flag system? Make you a wrapper with a flag system and have her give them out. That was my idea. You'll get people's attention. Put it on the wrapper. But to come into the areas, and even if it's 2 days a week, you shouldn't do that to local businesses. I can't compete with the county. She's got endless coffers. I've asked it to stop. We get the people here. We don't need to give them free. Let's not forget, guys, these local businesses, we have 5 months to make 12 months worth of bills. And I got my county out there giving away free ice cream that they're purchasing from one of my sitting city council members. It stinks. And I think we should do some, so I'm asking this council to get involved with Jennifer Adams on this. I don't want to have to feel like I need to negotiate with her to get my product in there. It's hard enough to get the product. It shouldn't be happening. I mean, like I said, think about if we bought a charter boat and you lined them up down on the dock for free charters. You think them fishermen gonna put up with that? I'm no different. I've been here my whole life. It doesn't matter what business it is. Our county shouldn't be infringing on my sales. It's getting to the point when I have put it on the back where I've tried to work with them. There's no common sense there at all. Nonetheless, my drivers get to where they're walking off. I videoed it. It's ridiculous. She sits at the county accesses and people accessing and I can't even do that. I'm not allowed to hawk on the beach, which brings me to the vending on the beach. Where is my code compliance where I've got people hawking on the beach, not even legal businesses? I wish 30 years ago I could walk an ice cream up to somebody's blanket, but I was told no 30 years ago and told no every year, but now we have it going on. It's like the constant illegal businesses, and then if you don't have to fight with illegal businesses, I got to fight with my county. You know, come on, no more. We need to get with Jennifer and Adams, and let's come up with a better plan besides giving away free product when somebody, a local business has 5 months to make it. And furthermore, put the flag on those wrappers. Put that flag on those wrappers, whoever's selling them to the TDC. Put a flag system on it. That's the best way to get a kid's attention.
Thank you so much. All right, anyone else? Now seeing none, I am going to close the public comments, and we will go to the consent agenda at 8:41.
I'll make a motion to approve as is.
Mayor, if you would remove B for discussion, I would appreciate it.
All right, so consent with B.
The consent agenda minus B. Move to approve.
The second, all right, going to cast the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. City Manager, do you have anything on B before we push towards?
Okay, Mayor, thank you. B has to do with paving the lots down at Zerby and Seibert. And I noticed it, and I tried to add up what we're going to spend and you know, Finance Director can give us a final number, but it looked like close to 500,000. How much is it exactly?
I happen to have it in front of me. So the estimated total is, gosh, I just had it, $475,000.
Okay, so pretty close. I think we're a little premature on spending this money. At the moment, those parking lots are being utilized quite efficiently. I noticed in the design, we're not going to add any spaces. It'll be relatively the same amount of spaces. I know we made a motion, several months ago to look at parking garages. That site is one of the sites we're supposed to be considering along with the others. I just think it would be foolish to spend $500,000 on something that we may be changing in a few years. And so on that note, I will make a motion to delay this project until the next fiscal year.
Second.
All right, motion is second. See no further discussion. Call the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. And that is the consent agenda, so. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, so at that point, do I have a motion for the remaining consent?
Yeah, I'll vote to approve the remaining consent agenda items.
I'll second it.
Yep, I thought so. I think so, but I'm listening to heckling now, so we're going to double vote on it. We did? Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right, just cross it. All right, see?
Johnny just hit lock.
All right, we double voted. Congratulations.
You're in.
Just in case. All right, so up next, public hearing. Kyle?
City manager.
City manager, I'm sorry. Oh, I see it at the very bottom.
That's all right.
Up first, 4A, back on May the 15th, there was a motion made to direct city manager to bring back a budget amendment to defund the deputy city manager's position, passed 5-2, and we've brought that before you for your consideration.
Yep. All right, so do I have any discussion, or does anyone have anything further to say on this? All right, seeing none?
So are we approving what's before us, because that basically funds the assistant city manager?
Does anyone have a page number from the packet?
There's no recommendation.
Well, it's 389, and whatever this item does is it basically swaps two positions' salaries with a net difference of $3,476. But I believe the intent of the motion was to amend the budget to remove the deputy city manager's fund dollar amount from that line item on the budget, right? Not just to update and edit the two numbers. So I don't know if this is exactly what we're expecting, but I don't think so.
All right, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, this is probably another example of we gave bad guidance, because a budget amendment, normally, when you direct a budget amendment, you have a donor line account. So in this instance, it would be the city manager's personnel account. You have a target account, put it in council contingency, or you put it toward buying light bulbs, whatever that account number is. You have an amount, 5,000, the whole thing, whatever, and then you have the council vote. Basically, my memory is we told just defund the deputy city manager, and we had a vote, and then we had a conversation, I think at a subsequent meeting, if I remember correctly, about, well, let's do the assistant city manager, and he brought us all the job descriptions from 1998 till 2023 on either the assistant city manager job title or job description, I'm sorry, or the deputy city manager, because it kind of fluctuated. It started out, I don't even remember how it started out, but so then we said, yeah, we'll look at an assistant city manager. So I think we were probably unclear, although we did take a vote, but we didn't say where we wanted to send that money, which is part of a requirement of a budget amendment. Because if you're just taking it, and I had this conversation with Lance today, if you're just taking it from the city manager personnel account and putting it in the city manager personnel account, that's not a budget amendment. That doesn't require a vote of the council. So we didn't say, bring us a budget amendment for whatever money's left over and put it in X. We just said, defund the deputy city manager position. So that's on us. And as the guy who tries to keep track of what we're doing with the budget, that I probably should have caught that. I caught it, but it was after the meeting, because I was like, because it was so late, where did we send that money? And we didn't send that money anywhere. So, if we want to defund the debt, and this is one of the reasons I think we're going to have this is going to be an important meeting. If we're going to defund the deputy city manager, that's fine. We can vote to put it in council contingency, and Crystal can bring that back where it actually sends it. It's actually a budget amendment, not just some numbers on a form. But then we need to have the conversation, and I know it's late, and I didn't think it'd take us 3 hours to get through the consent agenda, but we need to have the conversation about the assistant city manager. We need to figure this out tonight and figure out what our staff's going to look like. And we're either going to support the city manager who's told us he needs a deputy or an assistant or whatever, or we're not. And then we just need to move on. But we got to quit having this, bringing it up every 2 weeks or every month where, you know, I want to have the city manager explain this to me or that to me, or why do we have a deputy, or why didn't we have an assistant? Let's go ahead and have that conversation tonight and figure it out and move on. So if you want to make we should have a budget amendment. If you want to modify what's on this and say, you know, make the motion to move this money to the council contingency from the deputy city manager position, that's fine, because I'll probably make a motion to move it from council contingency to the assistant city manager position, but we need to have that conversation and get resolution on the leadership of our staff. That's the thing that bothers me the most. We keep yanking 20 different ways. Let's just get some resolution. And I'm at the point, I don't even care. I just want the city manager to know where we all stand.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Sure, just a couple quick follow-ups, if you don't mind, Mr. Bagby. At the last meeting, and Ray can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there was a motion or a vote to bring back a budget amendment for the assistant city manager position. It was for information-only presentation. So did anybody make a vote or motion at the last meeting? Because I wasn't here. I haven't read the minutes. Was there a motion made to bring a budget amendment for that particular position that was presented that night? So the only thing that no, there wasn't, okay? So it's not our fault. The only thing that we have made a motion for multiple times is to remove the funding from the deputy city manager's position. And here we are tonight with the presented amendment that still doesn't really do that, and it does something that nobody was even asking for. Nobody asked to do this. So again, there's something being presented to us tonight that nobody asked for. So again, you're saying it's our fault. I don't think it's our fault. I mean, please don't speak for me, because I think we've made it pretty clear over the past month and a half about this particular issue. So I'll make the motion then to can we amend the proposed budget amendment?
Just amend the resolution however y'all want it.
Sure, let's amend the resolution to remove the deputy city manager funding and leave it in the overall city manager fund account. Does that do your debits and credits? Well, I've been asking staff to bring it for two months, so I'm sorry if that's not a budget amendment. But please, if there's a substitute motion or a different idea, I'm happy to hear it.
Where did we leave it last time? Didn't Mr. Destin ask to bring it to our July meeting? Is that correct?
And if we want to fund an assistant manager, we can do that right afterwards.
Yeah.
And whether we have to transfer it to some other budget, I'm not sure about that. Kyle, you're the city attorney. Do you have an opinion on that?
I mean, I think it's appropriate to transfer the difference in what the salaries would be to a different account, because the money has to go somewhere, as Kevin said, to get your credits and your debits,
Okay.
correct?
Okay, well,
So I think that would be probably the appropriate thing to do. My understanding from council, and I will say, we spent a great deal of time watching the video, trying to discern what the council's intent was. And this is the best we could do. We're doing our best here. We're not trying to subvert the intent of council. But if y'all want to direct that difference in the money to go to a different account, I think that would make it a true budget amendment. This was just the best we could do with what we were watching the videos that night. We're just trying to get the council's intent right. There was no intent from staff to bring something that was not directed.
Did anybody direct y'all to do this, though? You said that
Yeah.
you took the best you could, but was there a directive given to do this?
There was extensive discussion as part of the motions that were made at the last two council meetings that the city manager's office should have an assistant city manager if there wasn't going to be a deputy city manager. And there's multiple ways to accomplish that. You could I mean, we could just completely leave off assistant city manager here, because as long as the money's in the city manager's account for the city manager office, the city manager can hire whoever he wants. We were just trying to do our best to make it look like exactly what y'all wanted, so.
Yeah, 'cause I remember that the discussion was, we just didn't want two city managers, regardless of the title. That was what I felt was the frustration of, there was two heads to the dragon, and we wanted one, and someone to assist that head.
Right.
And so that's kind of, we probably didn't make a motion on that, but that's kind of what I felt like we eventually kind of came to a consensus of, yes, we wanted one leader with assistants underneath it.
Well, it might just be my opinion, but I feel it's something of this importance that we've been talking about for so long. A direct motion should probably be, put a little bit more weight into what's being asked and what's being directed, rather than just taking discussions and the intent and overall thoughts from council. I would think that a motion would be more necessary, and we have made motions on this particular item. So I'm not gonna argue about it, but
I just want to make sure y'all understand that the issue is that the city manager office has the money in it. So defunding the city manager's office, that motion by itself does not make sense. You have to have somewhere to put the money. And then if you have an assistant city manager position that's coming in, which the council seemed to, yeah, exactly. So that was why. We were trying to just put the pieces together as best we could. We brought it fully transparent. Y'all can amend it however you want. We can send the money wherever. We can take it all out. But you can remove the city manager's money. It doesn't matter. Whatever y'all want, we will do it. We're trying our best here, and the direction is frankly unclear.
Right. Councilman Guile.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I do have a couple questions. One, I'm starting to see this in a couple of things, and it's becoming very frustrating on this end, where I have to agree with Councilman Schmidt on this. If there's a motion, whatever that motion is, it should carry the weight regardless of what discussion happens after that. If there's a discussion with variation, then it should be a separate motion and there needs to be a vote. But if this council votes on something, that becomes the agenda, the item, the motion, that becomes what we have to deal with. I don't care who's happy about it, who's upset about it, who doesn't like the way it's moving. Nobody, not one person on this council has the right or the authority to adjust what we voted on. What we voted on is it, period. And if I have a question, if somebody felt like, okay, well, you couldn't do that, why didn't somebody speak up then? Why are we waiting till now to have that discussion? If during that time somebody said, okay, you're not allowed to do that because that money has to be, somebody should have said, hey, you're not allowed to do that now. Let's have that discussion so that you can fix the motion before you vote on it. Because I feel like, one, we're kind of being dragged by our tails after the fact. And I don't appreciate that at all. But there's been more than one case where we've made a motion, we've voted on that motion, and then somehow it gets a little quirk or a little change or a little something because somebody had a discussion after the fact. And that's not how this is supposed to operate. Whatever we vote on, whether we agree, disagree, that's it, period. And I don't feel that there should be any substitutions in any shape, form, unless we vote for that substitution, period.
Just to clarify, if we had adhered strictly to council's motion, there would be nothing coming back to you tonight because it's an impossible motion to fulfill.
Then
And
you
I
should have spoke
understand,
up.
I understand that it should have been spoken up at the time, but sometimes things slip through the cracks at 9 p.m. at night on a Monday night. I'm sorry. And we can bring corrections back to y'all, but sometimes things aren't going to be perfect. So that's just the answer.
Mayor?
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I agree with Tori. And I already took responsibility as a guy who, other than Mr. Destin, probably understands budget amendments as well as anybody up here, to include even the city manager, and I didn't catch it. You got a budget amendment is a specific act, and everybody up here, whether you've been to emo training or not been to emo training or talked with the financial director or not talked to the financial director, I don't know what the components of a budget amendment are. And I missed it, and I apologized, okay? but guess what? 6 other people missed it too, or how many ever were here that night, who were elected to know that also. So I will make the motion to eliminate the deputy city manager position and leave that money in the city manager's personnel account.
Second.
All right, motion is second. Councilwoman Aber?
That's what I was going to suggest, or make the motion, so thank you, Mr. Bagby. Let's just vote on that now.
Councilman Schweitzer?
Words out of my mouth.
All
So,
right,
yeah.
Councilman Destin? Button?
We're going to do a budget amendment that leaves the,
We're not doing a budget amendment. We're just eliminating the deputy city manager position. I'll have a motion right after this.
okay, of course, that's not subject to a budget amendment, is it, Kyle?
No, I think that there's just
Okay.
going to be excess money in the city manager office account to hire an assistant city manager.
I
is
think
what would
I
happen.
understand and the direction we're going in, hopefully.
All right, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. I'll entertain any other motions at this time.
I'll make a motion to authorize the city manager to hire an assistant city manager based on job description presented at the last meeting, and to use the money that is in his personnel account to make that hire.
Second.
All right, motion is second. Councilwoman Aber?
I feel like we're missing the point here. We did away with the deputy position because we didn't need 2 people in charge, and that's kind of what the deputy position was. I think we justified, we talked about how other cities have fire departments, water departments, police departments. They have a city manager and a deputy or whatever. But this week I looked into it. Fort Walton Beach has all of that and doesn't have but a city manager. No assistant, no deputy. So I don't agree that we need to have a deputy or an assistant. Sherry is Lance's assistant, and we don't have all the different entities that other cities have. So that's my thoughts on hiring an assistant.
We don't have all the other entities that other
We don't
cities
have
have?
the fire department. He doesn't run
Oh,
the fire
yeah,
department.
yeah, I
He
got
doesn't
you.
run the police
I understand
or
what
the
you're
water
saying.
department.
All right, Councilman Destin?
Yeah, the one problem I have with this is, we're just playing with semantics here. The assistant, I don't have a terrible problem, but we can't pay an assistant or shouldn't pay an assistant what we would pay for a deputy. And the job description that we looked at, that we never approved at the last meeting, I wasn't completely satisfied with that, so, just transferring the amount for the deputy over and calling it an assistant doesn't accomplish anything. What we need to do is reduce the amount so that we hire an assistant, not another deputy, and just call it an assistant. I would say, we need to cap the amount of money we can pay for the assistant. And that is the key, that is the important part, isn't it? How much do we have allocated at the moment in the budget for a deputy?
So for the deputy, the remainder of the year after paying out our previous deputy city manager, adding up all of the remaining amounts for salary and benefits came to approximately $36,000. And this budget amendment that we brought before you removed that $36,000, and it added, we took the midpoint, just slightly above the midpoint for a lower grade, because the deputy city manager was at a 115 salary pay grade. The rest of the city leaders are at a 113, so we took slightly above the 113 mid-grade point, and assuming we could get somebody in by July, we calculated that benefits and salary would come out to about $32,500 for to get us through the end of September.
Okay, now you're not telling me what we're going to pay the assistant manager per year, Crystal, which is what I'm looking for. Well, I understand. We're talking about how much
Yeah,
more money.
what's an annual fee?
What's
Right,
annual?
so the annual fee just for the salary alone, I gotta pull open the, do you have the salary pay grade, Mandy? Our HR director is pulling up the salary grade levels.
Let me help you.
Not starting at me.
Good thing you know both.
Yeah. What is the midpoint on a 113? I think that's what we're really asking.
113 and 115.
No, 113. We agree we're not doing 115.
I thought you wanted to compare. Never mind.
I'm sorry, my spreadsheet is still loading.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm willing to amend my motion to cap it at the 113 midpoint level. I don't even know what that is, but just so we're not sitting here for another 30 minutes.
I'll second it.
Like 90.
Buttons,
No,
everyone's.
113 personnel level.
Oh, the 113, not 113,000? Okay.
The midpoint for 113 is 111,000 is the midpoint.
So it's pretty close to that. So we're looking at lower than that if we're doing an assistant like 90,000 a year.
The minimum is 82.
Okay, that should be the start, yeah.
What
So
is
the
it?
range is
The minimum?
82 to what?
It's
minimum
the
is what?
full range is 82,000 to 139, but that's the high end of the scale. The midpoint is 111.
For a 113?
Yes. That's the very high end of the scale, though. I mean, it's a pretty broad range.
Okay, taking out any time, just an initial hire, what is the scale for a level 113, which is what the managers are?
The minimum is 82,000 annually.
And what's the maximum?
139.
50, okay.
Where do these numbers come from?
how does that happen?
That's for our paying class study from last year. That's a pretty standard pay range. Typically, you don't max out at it.
That shouldn't even be part of the offering at
I
that
think that's an
level.
opinion, Teresa. I don't mean to be ugly, but we have these positions for a reason. We have these numbers on purpose.
But if we
And I
paid
think that if we
139,
are-
he'd make more than the manager.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think that the kind of standard that we're gonna hold, that we hold our employees to, I think that it's neither here nor there what you wanna, I think that you pay someone based on their qualifications, not based on what you feel like is too much money for an assistant city manager to make.
All right. Councilman Bagby, anything else? on
Yeah,
that?
so, well, if I read this budget amendment right, there's only $23,487.20 left for a full quarter, right? July, August, September. So he can't offer somebody more than that. And if you multiply that times 4, that's 92,000. So he would have to bring them in at less than 92,000 a year, correct? If I'm reading what you sent us in our email. So is that based on a 113 level, or what, is that based on a 115 level? This shouldn't be this hard.
Okay, sorry. So I'm going to go to the budget amendment form, Councilman Bagby, that should be in your packet. It kind of looks like this. Right, and so $29,088 was the amount remaining in the deputy city manager's salary. that did not get paid out when he left.
Right, but in the budget amendment, that really wasn't a budget amendment, you were gonna add back in 23,487.
Right,
So my question is, was that based on a 113?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll amend my motion to hire the assistant city manager for a salary not to exceed whatever 4 times $23,487.20 is per year.
You good with that second?
Yeah, second.
Which is near the bottom of the 113 level.
Okay, Councilman, okay, so we got a motion and a second. Further discussion be Councilman Guile?
Are the job descriptions for these two positions the same, or is there a difference? It's substantially different, or are they the same?
No, I think there's differences. We went back to the original job description back in the 90s.
Back in the 90s?
We went back to the original assistant city manager.
Okay. So in that position, if I remember right, the entire intent of that motion was Councilman Destin, rather, I apologize, stated that he didn't like two heads dictating what was moving or operating or making these decisions moving forward. Does this still allow that person that authority?
It clearly puts me at the top, or the city manager at the top. This revised one does.
And it does not give this assistant position the authority to make decisions without you?
As a general rule, it's my responsibility if they make a decision without bringing it to me. Yeah, that's right. They should not make a decision without running it by me.
Okay. Councilman Destin, can I ask you, does that fulfill what you were your initial intent on that first motion?
The only heartburn I have is I was not completely satisfied with that description, and we did not approve that description at the time. And so by going forward with it tonight, we are accepting the description, which I'm not completely satisfied. Mr. Bagby, your motion is to transfer the roughly 90,000 or leave 23,000, and then to authorize the hiring it not to exceed 4 quarters of that. Right. The only issue I have is I'm still not completely satisfied with that description. If we went forward with a budget amendment and asked the city manager not to hire until we had come to satisfaction with the job description, is that acceptable to you?
As long as we approve the job, I'm sorry. As long as we approve the job description at the next meeting. This is just,
Yeah.
I mean, we've been beating this horse for a year.
I don't have a problem with the next meeting.
Okay. So, if there's some changes, it looked like I said last time, Jill's old job description, which I think is where he got it. But, yeah, if y'all want to make some changes to that job description, that's fine.
City manager, would you understand that direction if we do it tonight?
Understood.
Okay, in that case, if you will amend your motion to include that direction of the manager to wait till we have gotten a thorough understanding of the description.
When is our next meeting?
July 17th.
Of July.
Yeah, there's only one in July.
And this is still my time, right? So I have another question. Now we understand Councilman I don't know why I keep saying that, Councilman Destin's initial intent. Yeah. But is there something here that's not being made clear that we need to discuss an intent here or something that needs to come out on this table while we're all up here before we make this vote? Is there anything anybody wants to say or feels they need to get off their chest?
My notes say that everyone wants one manager.
Everybody wants one manager? Okay.
That's what everyone's saying here. Up on in.
No, I understand Teresa's point, but I also know that our budget is double some of those cities that don't have an assistant city, they may have a police force, or they may have a fire department, or a water and sewer department, or whatever, but their budget is, I think Fort Walton Beach is 29 or 39 million dollars, I can't remember, and ours this year is 72 or something. So it's not just the number of people or the number of departments you manage, it's the grants and the planning and all the other stuff that you manage. But I understand that. We just need the resolution, because it seems like we bring this topic up every month. And at some point, we just need to stop bringing it up. So I'm fine going to July 17th with the job description, with authorization to hire not to exceed whatever 4 times $23,000 in salary. Obviously, their benefits is calculated separately. Was there anything else on this? Okay.
All right.
Just to put it in perspective for the council, and I just want you to know that at that number, this will put this position below, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy, but it will put this position below all the current department heads, and that's fine if that's where you want it.
I think that's coming from, you're the department head, and you definitely need assistance, but I think that's where the will of the council's pushing is, you are the head of that department.
Is that the will of the council? I mean, we're going to see that in a vote, but I think that we're making light of what this position is, and I don't want to do that. Maybe I'm wrong. But this person has a good bit of responsibility as well. I mean, Lance's job is to manage the entire city staff. He's got lots of things on his plate, and I want him to know, I think that he should have our full and undivided support. And if that means bringing in a highly qualified assistant city manager, I think that we need to do that. We need to make it worthwhile for them and give them some incentive to come on board with us.
Councilman Bagby?
No, I agree 100% with you, 100%. And I would make it more, but I also know we got to get 4 votes up here tonight. And when we go through the budget process, we can talk about increases or whatever we want to for that position, because I see this position, and I know people that have served in the military will understand, and people in business, there's a CO and there's an XO, and the CO builds the team. Okay, Lance is building a team. These are his managers, this is his staff, this is his team. The XO, having been both those guys, not at the same time, makes sure the trains run on time, okay? They run the staff, not lead the staff, they run the staff. So where's the do-outs, you owe me this, you've got to get this for the agenda, this is this time. He leads the staff, trains the staff, develops the staff, builds the team. That's the city manager, and they're not the same person. And if you, especially how many people do we have, 130? 130 people. I've never seen an organization with 130 people that had just one person. They always had an XO or a deputy or an assistant or a whatever. I mean, heck, I got 9 and I have a deputy, in my current job. So I agree with you 100%, but we got to find 4. And if we find 4 at 92,000 or whatever that number is, then maybe we can figure out during the budget process, based on the job description, maybe it should be more. But more important is filling that position right now, in my mind.
Councilman Gao?
I agree with part of what you just said, but the 136 don't report directly to the city manager. There's directors that they report to. He deals with the directors and the division heads. So there's a chain of command, and it's digressed. So it's not 136 people reporting directly to one position. That's the only thing I'll add.
Councilman Schmidt?
Appreciate it. Sorry, I know it's getting late, but I'm not going to support this right now. I'm going to say solely for the fact that, you know, Mr. Bagby can say that we've been beating his horse and beating his horse, but whatever whatever Kyle and staff's intentions were, I still think it deflates the purpose that we are serving up here, because there's very clear and precise directions given. And here we are about to vote on something that is not even on the agenda. We are now about to vote on a new position that's not even on the agenda. So we've been beating it for a couple months because we haven't gotten what we've asked to being brought. And now we've been brought something, and we're voting on something completely different. So for tonight, I'm not going to support this motion, because here we are again, deflating what the true purpose and some of the intentions that we should be fulfilling up here on these seats. So I'm not supporting it.
All right. Seeing no further discussion, I will call the vote.
Mayor,
Yes, please read it.
may I repeat what I have?
Please read it.
Authorize the city manager to hire an assistant city manager position and use the money from his personal account for a base salary not to exceed $93,148.80. But after the council approves the job description on July 17th. Yeah, I did the math on that one. Right. Okay. July 17th.
All right. I got Destin and Sweetser and King confirming. Sweetser voting. I gotcha. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Ayes have it, so moved. There's your 4.
Does that require a supermajority vote since it's not an agenda item?
Yeah, I would say it's under the,
How is this on the agenda packet to hire an assistant city manager position? Because I don't think that's on the agenda packet. So that would require a supermajority vote. Do we have a? Do we need Kyle
It was
for
a
that?
resolution
Yeah,
to
for
item
sure.
A with a different motion.
Kyle, you got anything?
But in the meantime, we're gonna go a whole nother month, and Lance desperately needs help.
Right, I'm just trying to follow the charter and
Right.
everything we have in place.
Kyle, did we break anything?
I was asking if a supermajority is required, but this is not an agenda item to hire, to put this particular position, that the motion that was set is not an agenda item. So by charter, we require a supermajority, which is 5 votes, I believe.
So it's only a direction to bring it back on the agenda.
Well, it's a motion in general for an unagended item. I don't want to fight I'm not trying to fight, but legal opinion, I guess, would be my only request at this time.
Sorry, what was the motion exactly? I'm sorry.
Bring back at July 17th, a job description for assistant city manager for approval and funding at 92,000 whatever amount.
$93,148.80.
So you didn't approve the position.
I mean,
It's
listen.
just like if you ask us to bring back a motion during your time.
Listen, I mean, the bottom line is it's an assistant city manager position that it's already funded. So Lance could go out tomorrow and hire somebody, and there's nothing that this council could do about it. That's the bottom line. But he's not going to do that because he's trying to listen to y'all's direction. So he'll bring back whatever y'all want at the July 17th meeting. You know, that's the gist of it.
Kyle, the legal aspect of it. This is a non-agenda item, right?
It is, but
And
this
it's
is.
a non-agenda item. What's the required
But
votes?
my point is that there is no required direction for council on this because this is an administrative
motion.
function. Sure, the motion can fail, but Lance can still bring it back because this is an administrative function of the city manager's office that's already budgeted.
But in the past, we've had this rule where
a supermajority has been enforced in previous discussions, in previous meetings, and previous council members had something to say. But tonight, we're not going to do it for some reason. So.
We can do it.
I would like to either
We can do
follow the rules of the charter or not. That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to argue with anybody. I'm just trying to do what's been done to other people on this council.
It's not a charter question, it's a question of the rules of procedure.
Please then
Council
answer
can. I mean, I think what I'm saying is regardless of whether we consider this to pass or fail, like, the same practical effect is gonna happen, so.
All right. Well, with that, I'll say that the motion passes and we're moving on.
Are you serious?
I mean, regardless.
Regardless of what the city manager can do, that motion is going to pass, regardless of the procedures. So we're throwing them out the window?
No,
Is that the attorney's?
that's not my opinion.
So what is your opinion, please?
I would assert that it was in fact part of the agenda motion because it was a corollary of the transfer of the money.
Well, thanks
out of
for
the
adding that, Mr.
deputy
Desson.
manager. So, I mean, and it is a procedure, it is not part of the charter. And if, 4 votes were all it took to vote to pass it, because I think it was on the agenda.
Thank you. I was unsure of that, and so if somebody wanted to, it's fine. Thank you.
All right, Lance, B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, up next, we have the agent broker of record for health and ancillary benefits. Every 5 years, we go back out to bid for these folks to submit their best package. We had 4 companies submit to our request, and Accentria, who is our current provider, came out on top again with the best rates, the best service, best qualifications. So staff is recommending we move forward with negotiating the agreement with Accentria, and I'm asking council to authorize me to sign that. Our renewal date is September the 1st, which is going to come up very quickly, which means our open enrollment comes up even quicker than that. So the quicker we can get this signed, sealed, and delivered, the quicker they can get to work on getting us the best rate for the next fiscal year. And we have Mr. Mike Caraway, Vice President of Accentria, here if you have any questions for him.
I move to authorize city manager to develop and execute an agreement for agent broker of record with Accentria as recommended by the bid committee.
Second. Motion and second. Councilmember Guile.
Just a question. Can we ask, and I'm asking the council this, can we ask that they bring potentially back 2 packages, one that includes council members, one that does not? We pay our own, the one that does, where we pay our own dues. I realize that there is something in the charter that states we can't accept salary or compensation, but this has been debatable. And Ms. Kopp, I have a question. Would this, if we paid our own insurance premium so that we could be part of a group and potentially get that discount, does it fall outside of that charter?
The charter says you can't be paid a salary. I don't know if there was a previous legal opinion on that, so maybe we need to check with council members that are nodding and were here longer.
In fact, we did include the council in the insurance policy for probably 10 or 15 years. And then the council made a decision that they didn't want to do it anymore. So it's certainly a decision that this council can make to put it back in again. Personally, I think it would be a good idea because we have a number of young members on this council. I know us older folks who have Medicare or military health care. We don't need it. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that would certainly fall in. And I would like to see a proposal to include them and see what it would cost us. And so if that's a motion by Mr. Giles, I will second it to have them bring back and tell us what that might cost.
Can we do that while still honoring your guys' expedition or like expedition?
And I'm not sure that's tangled into the approval.
Exactly, yeah. I was just making sure that we're not convoluting something that we should be pushing on. All right.
So we can still vote.
Yep, so I got a motion, the second cover that. All right. Councilmember King?
I just was going to ask Mr. Destin and Mr. Bagby, y'all were here. What was the reason for getting rid of it? I'm not advocating, I think, I've talked about this before, I'm not by any means advocating for myself to get paid to be up here, but in order to get more young people and more influential members of society to come do this job, we got to give them something. Nobody wants to do this job for good reason. How do we, what is it that, I mean, let's look at the facts. What was the reason we got rid of the compensation in the first place?
So it doesn't say salary, it says paid compensation, or I can't remember the exact word, I believe it's paid.
It really does say salary. I just
says
pulled it up.
paid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
used to say paid. And so how, the feeling at that time was that it was compensation. So we had a conversation of, because at that time we had Jim Wood, there was like 4 retired military guys and then 2 guys that were getting Medicare.
Karen Myler.
Yeah.
Spend the money, basically.
Yeah, we did, and so I think it was just you and Sam that were
I was
getting.
gone when you did that. You didn't
Okay.
get away with that while I was
Okay, but it was compensation, and so we had a conversation about, well, we'll just put a bucket and, $5,000, and if Jim Wood wanted to build speed humps in Misty Way, and I wanted to donate it to the Little League teams, and then, the mayor could use it for her health care benefits or whatever, and then it just got convoluted, and we said, no, it's compensation is part of, go ahead, Ms. Kim, you look like you were going to say something.
No, only was going to read it to you if you guys needed me to, but I don't want to interrupt
Yeah.
you.
It was, we just decided compensation was compensation, and so we didn't want anybody to get any compensation. I mean, I understand, I don't have a problem doing, if you're paying for your own health care, that's fine, we'd probably have a different conversation if we were spending $30,000 a year for council health care, but, I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I would want to see the numbers and what we were talking about first.
And we will.
Yeah.
An observation, I don't know how in the world legally we're getting away without covering the council. Under the law, we are employees. We can submit vouchers for expenses and be reimbursed. In the past, we have plenty of council members. You can't do that if you're not an employee. I don't know, most of you understand, you can't.
Kyle, I'm writing a letter tomorrow.
You
on my
can't
grievances.
offer health insurance to some of your employees and not all of them. I don't even know how we're getting away with not allowing the council to be on the city insurance. So we
got a
do need
motion,
to
a
see what
second.
they tell us we can do. And we can look into that issue too, because I know if I only gave insurance to some of my employees that work for me, they'd put me under the jail after a little while. I have to report to everybody.
Councilman Guile, anything left?
I would just like to give Ms. Kopp the opportunity to read that charter.
Okay. It's, it's section 3.04 of the charter, which is entitled Compensation and Expenses. And it says, council members shall serve without salary, but shall be reimbursed for any expenses incurred while traveling on or performing city business. However, for such expense reimbursement shall be line item and shall be submitted to and approved by the council. So it's no salary, but not no compensation, plus reimbursements.
And it can be a line item. Okay. All right. I think everyone's pretty much in agreement. Call the vote. No, the current motion. All right, congratulations.
Yeah, I had to reread.
We had a substitute, you have a second, yeah.
So that was the Essentia one, right?
Yes.
And then
Yes.
now Mr. Guile and then new motion now? We're voting on that one?
Do you want a second motion so we're very specific and clear in our motions? For Councilman Giles' recommendation?
Motion to bring back a proposal for the council.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, vote.
And if it helps to not include some of the older folks on that proposal, just leave them off. Okay, appreciate it.
Yeah, please, yeah, you've been here all night.
They don't get paid.
So Mayor Wagner, council members, appreciate the continued relationship with Essentia. We've been a partner with you all for 15 years, I think was the number we looked at last time. I've just moved into this role. David Barton retired last year, as most of you know. So let me address the council side, because we do have other accounts where there's council members that are not a part of the health plan and or the benefits package. And I'm here representing you all, not the insurance carrier, but from putting their hat on, what they look at is if we want to do that, and I will request a proposal, both including the council and not including the council during this renewal. But what they're going to be looking for is that you all be treated just like any other employee with regards to paying the premium. And the reason why they do that is because of adverse selection, right? The people that, from an underwriting's perspective, so they're going to take a cautionary move when they make their rates. Because if you're paying your own premium where the other employees are getting the contribution that they're receiving from the city, then they're going to look at it and say, well, only the folks that have health issues want to participate in the plan, and that's going to drive claim cost. So what I would encourage you to do, if we can do this, is for the council members that want to join the plan, that the city contribute the same amount towards the premium of that medical plan that you do for the other employees, if that's doable. Okay. Good.
Thank you so much.
That's great, but I also checked, I think Fort Walton specifically, it's 100%. So if you don't mind, at least looking, if you haven't already talked to those people.
I will, absolutely, yeah. So I handle Auburn Water Systems, and they do that for their council members as well. Yep. So it's not an uncommon practice.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you so much for that.
One question. Do we have the ability to decline taking this?
You do, yes. Because the city does not pay 100% of the employee's premium. They pay the lion's share. So by doing that, and you have coverage elsewhere, spousal coverage, TRICARE, Medicare,
right,
you can waive off the plan and it will not affect the other members of the council.
Say someone that's on SSID.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it. Absolutely. So let's say you're TRICARE, you're Medicare, and you enroll in this plan, then this plan becomes primary. Medicare, TRICARE would become secondary. Yeah. Okay, good?
All right. Hey, I'm ready. I got a paycheck now. All right, appreciate you. All right. Wherever we are at, let's do that.
We'll keep going.
All right.
One thing I
Announcements.
would ask from the council, if they would so desire, is see if maybe Mr. Destin, if he's willing to do this, or someone else, if Mr. Destin's not, but would be willing to be like an advisor as I'm putting together the final version of this job description, so I can bring back something that y'all want. I mean, just on the fine points of it.
Mike's.
I nominate Dewey Destin as legislative sponsor.
Of the admin assistant position write-up. I second that.
Are you good with that, just so we're legal? Are you good with, all right. Call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
All right, a few quick announcements. The annual Family Independence Day celebration and bike parade will begin at 5:30 on June the 29th. That's at the Destin Elementary School football field. Pre-registration is required, so please check in at the community center for more details, and that is open to kids 12 and under. Is that right, Lisa? 12 and under. So please come out, decorate your wagons, your bicycles, your strollers, whatever you've got for your kids. It's a fun event, and Lisa and company will have all kinds of other activities out there, including bounce houses and face painting, I'm sure, as well as refreshments. They do a great job every year. 4th of July, our fireworks will shoot at 9 p.m. as normal over the East Pass, and the simulcast will be on Z96. And mark your calendar for Tuesday, July the 18th at 9 a.m. for the Captain Royal Melvin Heritage Park ribbon cutting with the two sons. So we will officially christen the park.
And Lance, also, I don't know if they reached out to you from Harbor Walk. They are going to do fireworks at 9 o'clock on Monday nights now, as well as Thursday nights at 9 o'clock. So for people that are not aware, especially our residents, if they start hearing the loud booms at 9 o'clock on a Monday night, it's the Harbor. They're going to do fireworks twice a week now. So just know that is going to be part of the summer celebration throughout Labor Day.
The next regular city council meeting is on Monday, July 17th, and there will only be one regular city council meeting as of right now scheduled for July due to the 4th of July holiday. And finally, I'll be leaving the state in the morning. So while I am out, Mr. Michael Burgess will be acting city manager. Of course, I will have my phone as always.
No, he won't. He will not have his phone.
I will have my phone if you need me, so just call me. But Michael will take good care of you. So, and that is all I have.
All right, with that, we'll get to the public hearing. So Kyle, take it away.
Thanks, Bobby. This is the second reading of ordinance number 2307CN, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida relating to livery vessels, providing for findings of fact, recognizing the Destin Harbor Carrying Capacity Study final report prepared by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, authorizing additional studies and evaluation of the Destin Harbor, providing for a 5-year temporary moratorium of livery vessel permits, directing staff to develop recommendations for regulation of livery vessels, modifying the definition of livery vessels for compliance with state law, providing for severability, providing for expiration of moratorium on June 30th, 2028, and providing for an effective date, and this is a public hearing.
All right, thank you. Seeing that this is a public hearing, at this time I will take public comments on this specific issue. Do I have any from the audience? I figured you guys were here about the drinking at the park. Oh, yeah, where at?
Right. Chuck Hires, 316 Harbor Boulevard. As this moratorium with delivery, the state has now considered bareboat charters livery vessels. So is this moratorium that you guys are voting on, does it include bareboat charters? Is that going to be under your definition? And any other vessels? Are you going to mirror what the state is doing as far as livery?
I mean, I'll ask that to our attorney.
Our definition is different from the state, but both definitions include bareboat charters. So yes, in the city of Destin, a bareboat charter is a livery vessel.
Well, right now it's not, because the bareboats are getting livery licenses from the state, and then they're getting charter licensing from the city.
Shouldn't be any bareboats getting livery licenses, so if they are...
They're not. They're getting charter licenses from you guys, not livery, because there's a moratorium already. They can't get livery, so they're getting charter licenses. So those bareboats that are getting those charter licenses, those are actually liveries. Are they going to be able to continue that?
So for us, our definition, again, is different from the state. For us, a livery vessel is any vessel that has a motor that is rented out for compensation. And then we have an exception for when they have a U.S. Coast Guard licensed captain. So if any kind of boat that meets that definition has that captain on it, then they're going to be exempt from the moratorium. But by definition, a bareboat doesn't always have a captain in control. You get like a...
It does not. Yeah, that's right. There is no
which
licensed
is why I'm
captain.
saying they're livery vessels. So if somebody is coming in with a charter application, staff has started to require proof that they have a U.S. Coast Guard captain assigned to each vessel. I mean, Noel can speak more to that if you need to, but so we are distinguishing them. They shouldn't be getting permits as charter vessels if they don't have a captain on the boat.
Okay, so you're stopping that. So I'm just saying that's what they do now, because they file with the state as a livery, and then they're getting charters from you guys. So that's
If they
stopping.
apply for a charter
business tax receipt license, as you call it, then they must provide us a copy of their United States Coast Guard license, captain's license, for each vessel.
Per vessel.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you find out somebody's not doing that, you need to help us capture them. We need you to help us report them. Capture them. Chain them up. We'll come get them. We have a great code guy. If we can definitely start helping you help.
All right. Thank you. Yep. I think we're good. Yep. All right. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Maya Schilder, 45 Ferry Road, Northeast Fort Walton Beach. Couple of things. One, if you're going to do, the moratorium, we're exhausted with fighting it at this point. The bareboats are one issue. The Get My Boat and, what's the other one? Boat Setter, that is another massive problem. That is a corporate entity that is basically acting as a livery, a conduit for liveries that is individuals renting off their docks. And the city's not monitoring that at all. All they have to do is get it together with Boat Setter and rent through them, and they're not being monitored. There's no way you guys are monitoring every person that's renting off of their dock. There's no way it's happening. And then we're all laughing, take a picture, tell us, well, we're not the cops, we're not code. It shouldn't be our job to do that. We've been doing it for years. We've been doing our job for years of operating safely, following the rules, and now we have another 5 years of a temporary moratorium that sure doesn't feel temporary after 6 years. So if you want us to, we want to be treated fairly, and that's fine, but we need boots on the ground to help us. We don't need the whole council to laugh and say, take pictures. We need code, we need law enforcement to help us do this. They are all out there renting from your launches, from your beaches, from their docks. We need assistance to stop it. We don't need people laughing and making it a joke. It's not a joke to us. And the safety issue is not a joke to this community. Those people are not operating safely. We are. And we need your assistance.
I don't think the laughing was meant to be rude in any way. It was, I guess you took it that way. But all of us, we all work and we're all out there and we're shorthanded enough with the city as it is. What we were gearing towards with that was, you have to let us know.
We do, but I mean, we're running
Right,
businesses.
but there's only so many people available, and if code enforcement can speak on that.
I appreciate all the comments tonight, and I'm a big believer in, if there's a problem, we're gonna try to fix it. My philosophy is, don't tell me how we can't do something, tell me how we can. Obviously, we've got a lot of priorities, especially for code. I mean, just tonight, we talked about the beach vendor, bareboat charters, short-term rental impact. So these are all top priorities for us. You'll be getting our budget requests for next year. I would ask for some increased staff so we can do that. The commentary from the councilman is, again, there has to be a reporting mechanism, whether it's somebody calling in, somebody, contacting us through the website, or sending a picture to our email. If we don't know about it, we can't fix it. Now, we can talk about it, and we're gonna address it, but we have to also see, and I am aware of I just was recently made aware of the Boat Setter and the Get My Boat thing, so we're going to delve into these things. You have my 100% commitment to make this an effort to make a difference.
For several years, I have asked for a consistent mechanism for us to report. And because there's different jurisdictions between Fort Walton and Destin and county and city, it's complicated, I understand that. And there's, we have Coast Guard issues, we have FWC. It's complicated, I understand that. But at some point, we have to have one mechanism for us to report these problems to and these operators to. we can't be here in desk, I'm supposed to say, I tell code here, and then at another launch, I have to report it to the sheriff, and at another place, I have to report it to the Coast Guard. It's too complicated for those of us who are actually doing the right thing, operating legally. We need a consistent mechanism for us to report. If you're going to put that onus on us, we need your help in having a simplified way to do that.
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. I've never heard of boat setter, so you taught me something tonight. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. All right, anyone else? Oh, no.
Can I come back again?
There you go, all right. Yep.
Just 30 seconds. A clarification on with the charter and having, you have to have one boat, one captain for one boat. Well, I'm a boat captain, have been all my life. I run a bunch of different boats. You know, I run Boogie's glass bottom boat and things like, so how can you assign one captain if you're a licensed captain, I'm a Coast Guard, to a charter? That's just not.
If you have 10 boats, you have to have 10 licensed captains, right?
Do what?
Isn't that what you're saying? So if you have 10 boats, you have to have 10 licensed captains.
So it's just a number. It doesn't have to be the same person assigned to that boat, and that's the only boat they can drive, because that's just not what we do.
Keep the clock running. How about that? Keep the clock running.
Hit it, Ray.
Charles Duplantis, 3810 Indian Trail, Boogie's Water Sports. I run parasail boats, I run a glass bottom boat, I run snorkeling boats. Excuse me, every day I run a different boat. You can't assign me to one boat. Just like her husband runs the Emerald Grand boat. He can't be assigned to one boat because, you know, he's got the right to run whatever he's needed to run that day. And so that thing where I'm gonna put one captain per one boat. Tell a fishing captain, he can only run one boat, and see if your doors ain't busted in. So that was just a comment I was gonna make. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I know y'all having a hard time with it.
Just like that button. All right, anyone else for the public comments on this public hearing? Seeing. All right, seeing so, I will entertain a motion at this time.
I move to adopt ordinance 2307CN on second reading.
Motion a second. Discussion, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, thank you, and bear with me. A few questions. If we were to make any changes tonight to this ordinance, are we still able to, is there some type of ordinance, I forget what the terminology is, you can still like keep it going and we wouldn't expire?
I think you should pass it, and if you need to talk about changes, you can amend it.
Right, so I hear what you're saying, you think we should, but is there some type of legal term about
Thinking about pending ordinance doctrine,
Right.
but that's not really, I don't think, very appropriate for a moratorium.
So like we couldn't do that doctrine?
I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay. Is there a reason why we can't include the bareboat vessel under control at all times? Is there a reason why we can't remove that? I guess we can, it's just council's discretion. The delivery vessel definition, number 1, a vessel under the control at all times by U.S. Coast Guard. I believe that would be a bareboat, or not a bareboat. That's another one.
That's an exception to our definition. Our definition is basically a vessel that is rented out for compensation with a motor, because we don't include like a sailboat or a paddleboard. So that's what our livery vessel definition is, and then we exempt them if they have a U.S. Coast Guard captain in control at all times.
So are bareboats part of the moratorium?
Yeah.
They are?
Yes.
Okay. And then, does it say in the I was trying to find a moratorium about selling and transferring of licenses, medallions. I don't think I can find that, so.
It's not spelled out in the moratorium, but in past council meetings, and I can't remember if it was when you were on council or not, but at past council meetings, we talked about that issue, and members of the livery vessel stakeholders had come, and we talked about the fact that if they wanted to be able to transfer or sell their medallions, as they call them, or decals, registrations, as we call them, if they wanted to transfer that, sell those, we allowed them to as a business asset, because they became very valuable when the moratorium went in place, and we didn't want to take away valuable assets from them. We interpret it as if they were going to go out of business, at that point, they were going to lose them, so they would have to transfer them first. But as long as they were legally operating, we allowed them to transfer them. Then we also have an exception in the moratorium that says council can approve any agreements when they find that it's appropriate under the circumstances. You know, we've talked about that language, so. Let's say somebody did go out of business and they wanted to transfer their medallions, it would require a council approval.
Right. I'm curious for the other council members about the selling aspect of permits and medallions, and if it doesn't need to be in this particular moratorium ordinance, I mean, part of me feels like it should be, and if we can do that without actually delaying the, without it expiring, then I think we might need to look at it if others agree, because I think we might need to put in writing what the intentions are about selling, right? So there's been a lot of talk over the past 2.5 years, at least since we've been here, starting from night one, about this moratorium, and I've heard from owners and operators a bunch of different thoughts and ideas about this, right? The medallion presents an opportunity to make money, right? The medallion itself gives me the ability to make money, so it is valuable. The city gives you a medallion for $100. I'm just using that number. Should the holder of that 1-year medallion have the ability to sell that medallion for $25,000? Part of me feels like, if so, should the city not be getting some type of benefit back from that, since we allowed them to sell that thing for $25,000? If they're not allowed to sell it for $25,000, how are we managing that and controlling that? So I'm wanting some further, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I wanted to find out if somebody has, say, 10 boats, 10 medallions, a couple years goes by, they haven't upgraded or renewed them every year, then all of a sudden they want to sell them, but yet they haven't paid for the 2 years, so they're like, aren't they supposed to pay every year to maintain those medallions? Like, it's like they're paying the city-required fees for them to keep that year after year after year.
Yeah.
If they have 2 years' worth of, they haven't done anything for 2 years, but they still have their medallions, should they be allowed to turn around and sell those medallions? Because I'd say they were expired if they haven't used them.
That's why I'm saying when they were active, legally registered and operating, they could transfer them, they could sell them. But if their business lapsed, then we would say, well, you're out of the moratorium now, because you were basically grandfathered in. When we passed this in 2018, if you had 30 vessels, then you got 30 medallions. And so you're entitled to 30 every year, because people would transfer out their vessels. They'd replace them. One got trashed this year, so they bought a new one, but they still needed to be able to have that medallion. And that's why they became transferable, sellable. But yeah, to your point, if the business stopped being registered and stopped being legal, we would no longer allow that transfer from the city's perspective. But then I'm just saying there is an allowance in the ordinance for council to approve an agreement if they find there are special circumstances. I mean, obviously at the end of this meeting, we do have a request from an individual that is going to explain her circumstances, or her entity, I'll wait till we get to it, but her entity was out of business and she wants to reserve those medallions, but she was working with the city during that time. She was pending a sale to another entity at that time. So when she first entered into that sale, she was operating, and now the sale falls through and she's not. But we'll get to that.
I was trying to keep it separate.
I'm just saying there is an exception, there is an allowance in the ordinance when council wants to approve special circumstances.
But it's up to council, and is it a 4-3 vote, or is it a majority?
It's a majority vote, which would be a 4-3 vote, or any majority. Could be.
Councilman Gao.
your tag expired, you're done.
Councilman
Oh, I'm
Guile.
sorry.
I would support Councilman Schmidt, but one thing I'm worried about is I would support an amendment. I don't want this to expire. I don't want to risk this expiring. If, I would prefer personally to vote on this and then make the amendment, and I will support the amendment.
All right, good deal. Anyone else wants to waive their support before we vote? All right. Everyone good with the motion? All right, call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved. I'll entertain any other motion at this time.
Sure, when we made a motion now to bring back an amendment to put in writing verbiage about the process for selling and transferring licenses.
Second. Got a motion, got a second? Further discussion? Seeing none? Yeah? Okay.
Because the policy now is it just comes before council and we decide.
Only if they're out of business. If they're still in business, we've never taken that to council. They can transfer among themselves. We just track it internally.
My only concern, Mr. Babby, is, and this is the first time this has come up because we've never had something like this, I mean, in the city of Dustin's, where we have a certain number of things that we give out. So we're potentially going to experience it, not only with this evening, but the next business owner, and should they profit off of the sale of these things? Right, I just think we should put, okay, all right, appreciate it.
You got anything else?
We're on it.
Okay. All right, call the vote.
Will you repeat this motion, Ray?
Direct staff to bring back an amendment.
Sorry.
To the ordinance for process or transferring the medallion.
Process for selling or transferring, he said?
Okay.
All right. All right, all right, ayes have it, so moved.
Just to let everyone in the public know, that's going to have 2 public hearings before council, so you're going to get another ordinance. Just letting everybody know. Perfect.
All right, public hearing number 2.
Thanks, Bobby. This is the second reading of ordinance number 2308 CC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, providing for amendment to section 15-66 of the city's Code of Ordinances, exception to alcoholic beverages in public places at Captain Royal Melvin Heritage Park, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for conflicting provisions, and providing for an effective date. This is a public hearing.
Seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if there's anyone from the public that wants to speak on this matter specifically, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, I will close the public comments at this time and entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt ordinance 2308 CC on second reading.
Second.
Got a first and a second. Any further discussions? Seeing none, open the vote. Ayes have it, so moved. Thank you so much. All right, moving right along. Councilman Sweetser. None.
I've got nothing now.
Fair enough. All right, Councilman Guile.
If anybody needs to get a drink, this is going to take a while. I'm going for 2 a.m. No, I'm just playing. First, I wanted to congratulate Kim on your position with Fort Walton Beach, his new city attorney. Congratulations. Second, I wanted to congratulate Kevin for his haircut. Thank you so much. I will never have to see that man bun again, or at least hopefully not for a while.
We got room now. I'm ahead of him now.
But it looks good. It looks really good. I think it was a good move. Next, I'm curious, council voted on bring back something about the emergency dredge. I'm just curious on the status for the emergency dredge information.
The engineer.
So I did some permit research, and our permits that we've previously had are expired now. So I reached out to the Army Corps of Engineers because there is the Army Corps channel in the Destin Harbor, and they are still, I'm waiting for them to get back to me to go through the next process of when their next scheduled maintenance is for the channel. And then when that is, can we do an emergency dredge with them? So I'm waiting to hear back from them on that.
So
Thank you.
another update in July.
Yes.
Deja, thank you very much. Finally, this is just a quick add-on. I did agree with Councilman Bagby about one thing, us deciding the future of Destin. One thing that my vision of the future is less multifamily dwellings and more single-family dwellings, so that the residents of Destin have the American dream. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Councilman Destin. Oh, all right, that's a pass. He didn't push his button again.
I got three quick things. Independence Day, July 4th falls on a Tuesday. I'll make a motion that we grant the city staff July 3rd as a paid holiday.
Thank you for that.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, calling the vote for a 4-day weekend. All right, well deserved. All right, motion passes.
Okay. In the consent agenda, I was going to have it pulled, but I was afraid we were going to be here till 11 o'clock at night. 3TP, we did a fourth renewal on them. As I just discussed with staff earlier today, we do a contract that allows for 3 renewals. That's what the contract is. I've supported the fourth renewal, but I won't support a 5th renewal. The LDC needs to get finished before this time next year. It has taken way too long, and I know they've worked on other projects, but they got paid to work on those other projects. So Lance is going to talk with Lewis and the 3TP folks, but I won't support another renewal. I don't care where they are on the LDC.
Well, the only reason I support it is I see we have a 90-day bailout.
Yeah.
Well, that gives them 90 days, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then I believe right before we met, the city manager may have had a discussion, because I had a discussion earlier today with him on the lots in Crystal Beach that I'm the legislative sponsor for. You want to share that?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I did speak with the representative of the property owner of the western lot, the lot that is adjacent to our westernmost lot at Crystal Beach. And we've had some preliminary talks before that about a swap where we
At the
would
shores of Crystal Beach?
Shores of Crystal Beach, yeah. Thank you. And we've had some preliminary talks about a potential swap of land for their westernmost parcel for the one we own all the way to the east of the White House. And they've come back now at this point saying that they recognize that the lot that the city currently owns is a larger lot, and that they would have to, or they would be willing to put some extra in on their side, so it wouldn't be an even up swap. And the initial volley from them was they would be interested in making a $50,000 donation, and I still have to work it out if with Kyle and Kim and Crystal, if we can do that to give them the tax advantage they want, because I'm not a tax lawyer like that. So I don't know if it can be done, but if it can, I was just hoping to get some direction and potential counter information or
All right.
And I will make a motion to authorize the city manager and the city land use attorney, I don't know which, probably city land use attorney, to enter into negotiations for the swap of the lots with the contribution on the differential. And I understand why they want to do the contribution as opposed to pay us more for our lot for the transaction. And that's my motion. Before, and if I get a second,
A second.
Okay, I will give you a couple of facts based on initial analysis. The square footage of our lot is 19,166 square feet about. The square footage of their lot is 13,939. So Theirs is about 72%, 72.7% the size of ours. Now, I'm not saying we should get 27.3% more of the value, but also on the property appraiser's website, which I understand the problems with it, but our lot's appraised at 2.241342 million, and theirs is appraised at 1.915936. So you can see there's about a $300,000 difference there. So I would just ask you bring back an offer for us to consider and either counter or whatever. Obviously, we should be getting something in the donation bucket. Probably won't pay for the Christmas lights, but no. But that's my motion, to ask them to bring us back a contract.
All right. Seeing no further discussion.
Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a second, yep. All right, calling the vote. All right, good deal. Thank you. All right, Councilwoman Hebert.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is, and I'm pretty sure Michael, Mr. Burgess already has the answer, Main Street speed tables. I've got some residents that have been asking about it, so if you could give us the update, please.
Absolutely. It has been through the purchase order process. That has been provided to H&T. We're waiting to get it on the schedule. And jokingly, when I asked him about it today, he said, we need a couple of days without these torrential rains.
Got it.
So as soon as we can get it on the schedule, we'll have it put down.
All right, great, thank you. And then my second item is, and I'm pretty sure everybody on council got this because Ray made copies and put it in our basket. It was the City of Niceville with representatives of Okaloosa County and support areas for aquatic sports and training professionals are pursuing a development of state-of-the-art regional aquatic facility to serve Okaloosa Walton County region. I'm asking everyone here, because we can't talk unless we're together, your thoughts on supporting this regional, because it gives Niceville one and Fort Walton's got one, and you know, we've got our aquatic center and could probably turn it into regional like sports activities with each city. They're looking for us to agree to the development of a regional aquatic facility to serve all the community needs. So did everybody see this, read through this little
Yeah, and I'm part of their action committee for that, so I've been going to their meetings and everything.
So do you want to tell everybody the bottom line?
Yes, so the bottom line being that the aquatic center that is in Fort Walton, that's also in Destin, has tried to find a dive area. There's no diving in-house pool and dive facility, and they're hoping that, one, it could bring a tourism development arm, two, there's a military component, it could help our military train as a facility, and three, it would just be an open mid-center of the county where anyone could access this higher level dive aquatic center area. So there's nothing in the county like this. Quite frankly, there's nothing in the Panhandle. Even if you look at Panama City Beach or some of these other major sports complexes, no one has this specific thing. And so they were going after something that's not even in the Florida Panhandle as a new attraction, a new commodity, a new sports fitness for the military. So that's where they're coming from, and they're hoping to get multi-city support so they can go after grants with more backing behind it.
So as the City of Destin's council, can we give our mayor, since he's part of the committee, can we give him our community support for them to go forward with this as a regional option?
Yeah, we don't have any financial obligation, it's just their support.
I'd like to make a motion that we support this aquatic center development as the City of Destin.
Motion is second. Okay, any further discussions on that? All right, seeing none. Awesome, good deal. Thank you, guys.
So please let Mayor Hinkle know that we are supporting him.
I will do. Thank you so much. Okay. Councilmember King.
Nothing for me tonight, thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Bear with me, everybody. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
A few items on the agenda and a few other things I wanted to mention, since I wasn't here last meeting as well. The first city manager evaluation schedule, Mr. Bagby presented an update and kind of clear timeline not too long ago. And I just kind of wanted to make sure we're all under the same understanding currently and what is happening. Because I know in the past, we missed it, gotten not sure what schedule was or whatever. So next 2 months, we have opportunity to have city manager evaluations, however you individually decide to do that. And then I believe in August, we are having results and discussions on the agenda for the city manager evaluation. I just wanted to kind of confirm that, I'm not sure if that's with Kyle or who, but that's what we're planning on doing and how it works. Mr. Babby, I know you championed the updated timeline, but is that kind of a good summary there?
I still believe we probably should give it to the mayor, but I know that lost last year because somebody's got to pull it
Sure.
together. Otherwise, we get what we got
That's why I
last
said
year,
on your own
which was
accord.
2 people talked to the city manager and everybody else didn't want to fill out a form because it's a public record. And then,
Do we need to put it on the agenda ourselves in August, Mr. Bagby, or is that a city attorney thing, or is it just happening?
No, that should be, the city manager should put that on
Gotcha.
there.
Okay.
Because that has to be before the September, for the budget approval. Because that's where we determine any increase or, we do the staff's increase separate from any increase we might give him.
Okay, I appreciate it. The next thing, terminated inactive employee policy. I got some documents, council, I think you guys got some documents about out processing and whatnot. And I think Jamie's here. Thank you all for being here still. So it looks like we have a process kind of already that we're following in departments, IT, all that type of thing. So I just wanted to confer, based on that, it would be expected that an employee is terminated, keys, computers, phones, emails, all these things are returned, shut down, cut off. That'd be like that would be expectation, I guess. Jamie, I apologize, Jamie, but.
Yes, of course. So when we have some employees leave, that is, or most employees leave, that is the standard.
Gotcha.
I think it's pretty typical, for employees after they leave too, to be accessible, just for that
Right.
institutional
Reach out
knowledge.
to 'em.
Yeah.
So the reason why I'm asking about this and was looking into it was because we got some emails from a terminated employee in the city of Destin. It's no longer an employee. And so I'm curious why that email, things like that are still active, phones still there, if he's no longer employed with the city of Destin. I got one from Webb Warren.
And I did too, and that was like a week
So
ago.
it just led me to kind of ask some of these questions. I'm trying to understand the process.
Lance, you have anything about that?
Lance, Jamie, anybody?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm happy to. If it was a meeting request, was it an email or a meeting request?
It was a meeting, but his email was active, right?
Sure. But, so with meeting requests, if he originally, or that position originally scheduled that meeting, if someone goes in and changes the date or time or location on it, then it will appear to be coming from him. So
was Mr. Warren's email address turned off when he was terminated?
no, not in Mr. Warren's case, it was not.
What did we do with it?
It's active. What we have done with several of the higher level department heads is help keep them active for a period to help us out in the transition period, and that's normal.
I'm sorry, can you state that? Can you state that again? We keep it active so they can help us during the transition? Is that what you're saying?
There are some employees where we have kept them active during the transition, yes.
So Webb still had his cell phone.
Access to it? Like access to the email and the phone? Like we allow them to have that? Or you just mean the email address? I'm sorry.
I think what Lance is trying to say is that it's a complicated situation to move, to transition from the position Webb was in, and we may need to correspond with him for information, or, does that make sense? Is that right? Is that what you're saying, Lance?
Absolutely, and specifically in Webb's case, we wanted to wait until Andy, who's our new IT director, got in place fully, and they're communicating. I mean, Webb put 18 years in with
Right.
the IT of this city, so
Right,
nobody knows it better.
Sure, I'm not disagreeing with that. I guess I'm just still not clear. The email address is active, or the individual has access to the email? 'Cause those are two different things. I just don't know which one maybe I'm not hearing it correctly.
His email, to my knowledge, is active, and he could access it remotely.
Right, so then I guess that point right there leads me to have some concern, whether it's Webb Warren, whether it's city manager, whether it's Troy, whether it's Noel, whether it's Ryan, whether it's anybody. I feel like for the sake of the security and confidential information that the city of Destin has, if you're no longer an employee of the city, should you not have access to these informations? I mean, you're saying that you should, I guess, but maybe it's just me, but I feel like we have a policy, but I'm worried about it, I guess, is my concern.
So when someone leaves the city, wouldn't you just take away their phone, and you would take away their computer, and then you would just call them on their personal phone if you had to talk to them? I mean, are you saying you let him keep his phone and his email and cell phone and computers because there wasn't a new IT person here yet? So he still had
In
city
Webb's case,
stuff.
that's right. We were waiting for Andy to get on board physically. To my knowledge, he has not, he's not been called to exercise any of this. It was a courtesy on his part to do that. So Matt, our previous IT director too, and Matt has federal security clearance that goes beyond anything that anyone in this room, I believe, has probably ever had. So, it's not we're protecting the organization.
I hear you.
That stuff makes me somewhat uneasy that there seems to be no end time to this. It remains active for how long?
I think he was saying
Years, months?
when the new IT director comes on, that would cease.
And when is the new IT director coming on?
It's 26, 27 of this month.
Okay, and at that point, the email and the phones and the things are turned off?
That was our intention.
Is there not an overlap between them for like, I get.
Forwarding emails to a different person in the city is one thing, like forwarding emails,
Yeah.
so we don't miss anything. But a terminated employee having access, regardless of the employee, I just feel like there's an issue with that.
Well, I would differentiate between a terminated employee and an employee that
Voluntary versus
voluntarily
non-voluntary.
resign. If we terminate somebody, we better get everything that day, their keys, everything. But somebody, that.
Honorable discharge.
A manager that went on to another city because they got more pay or better, bigger house or something, and we need their information. They have something we need. I would say, 3 months after their replacement got hired, then, they should probably give everything up. But there ought to be some type of period on
I've been in a lot of, I know y'all have been in probably more organizations than I have, based on your experience and everything, but I've never been a part of an organization where, voluntary or not, you're allowed to still have access to your work stuff. There's a process of, here's how you can reach me. I think it even, on one of these forms, it asks you to provide a personal email address. That's for the direct deposit device, I think. But me personally, I'm not comfortable. I'll throw a motion out there for the staff, city manager to work with HR to bring back maybe some comparisons of what other cities do, municipalities, into this practice, because it sounds like we're just doing something that we feel like is okay. And it's concerning to me and to the city.
This open discussion, or are we doing?
Oh, sure.
He's got a motion now, so if I get a second, we'll keep the discussion going, or if it dies, we can keep talking too.
I'll second so we can talk about it.
To have the city staff manager work with staff to bring us back other municipal policies in regards to terminated employees' access. Sure.
At the next meeting, my only question is, we're paying for a cell phone for someone that doesn't work here. I don't even get that. So bring back what the typical policy is in our surrounding cities.
Motion second, okay, so Councilman Guile?
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I think we need something in black and white versus, well, if they've resigned, because maybe they resigned because we were about to terminate them. So I think there's too many what-ifs to say that it's acceptable or non-acceptable. I think it needs to be in black and white, no gray area. Additionally, I do agree, as far as anybody else is concerned in the outside world that doesn't know Webb has left, he could send an email and it represents the city of Destin because of his title. Somebody, I can understand somebody monitoring his email, we keep it alive, and somebody monitoring his phone, but if he's no longer an employee of the city of Destin, he's no longer a representative of the city of Destin, he shouldn't be afforded that ability, in my opinion. I believe somebody should just be monitoring his email, somebody should be monitoring until it dwindles down, just like any one of us that have ever worked in a corporate American position that has had to fire a key person, and we monitor until the emails dwindle down and everybody has the new contact, whether that would be the city manager or whoever he assigned until that position was filled. But I will agree with Kevin. I don't agree that he should have the capability of representing the city of Destin after he's no longer in that role.
Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I agree with part of, I mean, if they're fired, I've got two that we terminated in February. Their email's still active. We still monitor it, you know, because they were caseworkers and they get requests from the VA or IRS or whatever. You know, part of me thinks we're getting the city manager and the staff's business. I'll be honest with you. It just kind of seems like we're good. Do we want a policy? You know, the policy is if they voluntarily, because let's remember, he's helping us, okay? That's the first. This isn't a guy that we kicked out and said, don't ever come back. This is a guy we probably have called, I would guess, every week, because he had a lot of institutional knowledge after 18 years. So, you know, if we're calling him every week and saying, hey, where's the doohickey switch that turns on the, you know, Facebook account, which he probably knows better than anybody, or used to know, but, you know, then he ought to be able to keep that. And if we want to say 3 months after his replacement is hired or 2 months after his replacement is hired and kind of on board, but that's really the city manager's call. I just think we're getting so far down in the weeds, but
we do have a policy, Mr. Bagby. There's
Yeah,
an HR
but-
policy,
yeah,
and so
that-
we're not getting in the weeds. The
Well, we
policy
are.
is you turn off this, and this, you turn in keys, you turn, that's the policy. So we're allowing a little flexibility. And again, it doesn't matter
Right.
the name of the employee. Well,
Well,
it's not
hang
a policy,
on.
it's a handbook.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you, Kevin.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The,
But we're not getting
I
into
know.
the weeds here.
Well, we are getting in the weeds because
He's representing
just
the city
like-
of Destin. He's not
excuse me,
working for us anymore.
I believe I have the floor. Thank you. You're welcome. Just like the council has the ability to decide a bunch of different things, even though we have written rules, we have written policies, we have resolutions, we even have, you know, ordinances that we can say, yep, that's not where, you know, the city manager ought to have that ability on, I agree, we have a written policy, but in his discretion, just like we have discretion with all our ordinances and everything else, he ought to have some discretion and say, really valuable person, you know, Crystal's going to be gone for a month. I need her to take her phone with her or something. And I'm just, hopefully you're not leaving or planning on leaving, but I'm just saying, you know, we need, and that's his discretion. He's our city manager. He ought to have some discretion on our staff and how he treats them. That's the only point I'm trying to make. We have discretion.
Councilwoman Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with, you know, some of what Mr. Bagby says, but I strongly agree with the fact that we can call Webb. He has a phone that you know, when you leave somewhere, when I left my commands, they didn't give me my cell phone and my computer to take with me, but I got called for almost 60 days because of the return over, the people coming in behind you. You leave a command, you leave a job, whether you leave or you have been fired, you turn in everything. And you're still available to answer questions, concerns, but not with the city's equipment. So I just feel like when they leave, they're still, if they care and they want to help out, great. Call them on their cell phone, call them on their other, or work with them on their other email. But when they leave the city, they turn in everything for the city. So they're not physically accessing stuff. Let someone else monitor their emails and work case plans like Jim was saying at his previous job.
Councilman King.
Yeah, I'd just like to, thank you, sir. I'd like to just say, I think we're making something, we're trying to make something black and white that is very gray. Webb is doing something out of the kindness of his heart to help us and assist us. And frankly, if a guy like Webb wanted to access our system without our equipment, he could do it. You know, like, who cares? Yeah, he already knows how to get into that stuff. I think we are splitting hairs here. I think it's a ridiculous conversation.
All right, with that, there was a motion and a second. Do we all know what we're voting on? Kevin, you got it, or do you want to get ready to?
Yes, for have city manager and Ms. Jamie bring us back what the local municipalities near us are doing in regards to terminated employees' policies.
All right, calling the vote.
Right? Does that sound about right, Ray? That's fine.
All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Appreciate it. Next thing is, I would like to direct city manager and land use attorney to prepare an anchoring ordinance. If there's a second, I can, okay. The purpose of this is we have had in recent times commercial activity in Joe's Bayou, potentially in other bayous. And from my understanding, we can have jurisdiction in those bayous, but we need an ordinance. The purpose of this is not to prevent any fishing people, any charter boat captains from seeking safety. That's completely separate and protected under a safe harbor type of thing. The whole purpose of this is I'll be blunt, is to not have a bunch of inflatables go parking up in Joe's Bayou and operating off the side of the street. It's wrong. You know, and any other, not just inflatables, a little restaurant that's serving the customers of Joe's Bayou by boat as they pull in, you know. There's a way to do it, and so that's the purpose of this request. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right, motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Makes it easy. Thank you.
Ayes have it, so moved.
Same note, we probably need to get with Kim or somebody, Troy and the team, because now, if it's not in Joe's Bayou, it's in Choctawhatchee Bay, right? If it's not in Choctawhatchee Bay, it's in the harbor. Right now, off of Indian Trail, there's a massive barge parked 100 yards off of somebody's backyard. Can we do anything about it? Sheriff's Department says, not really. It's anchored, has lights on. Can't do much about it. So I think it's time to decide who can do something about it and how can we do something about it. State, federal, local, whoever. And so I'd like to ask city manager, city land use attorney to start finding that answer out of who's in charge to now make that next step to take it out of somebody's backyard in Indian Trail overnight, a business in the middle of Choctawhatchee Bay. We can make a motion for that if y'all like to, or that's a motion then.
Motion and second.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is that one only for overnight anchoring?
Yeah.
That second one? Okay, just making sure, because.
I don't know. I don't think so, because we've had people call the sheriff's department today about it. And there's nothing they can do about it because it's got lights and it's got an anchor. I see. So you're saying in regards to that? Okay. So it's the county, but, right. Well, if y'all could, maybe provide us those types of answers of why or why not certain things can't be done. That way we can then go to the county commissioners and start asking these questions, because now there's businesses. I'm all about the entrepreneurial spirit. there's now businesses that are renting blow-up inflatables for the water. Right? I mean, I've done ones in my backyard for years for my kids, and now they're in the water. That's awesome. It's very exciting. But they're bringing it to Crab Island as a rental for somebody that's renting it. They're bringing it to right off of the bay as a rent, and so I think we need to try to get ahead of this sooner than later. So, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great. Is that
Got a motion and a second?
Awesome.
See no further discussion?
Having land use attorney and city manager bring us back these, county is in charge, but there's no ordinance. So then we need to go to the county commissioners and get something going. Or it's the federal waters, and we need to go to Fish and Wildlife rather than just talking about it for 2 years. I want to find out. If you already know, then that's fine, but I'd like to know.
All right.
Would that be, do you want them to have a prepared ordinance?
Thought is,
to
I'll
bring to-
explain the jurisdiction in a little staff report, and then I'll reach out to the county attorney and just say, hey, do you have any information on why the county has never enacted an overnight anchoring ordinance in these particular waters? And then I'll bring it back to council, and you can decide what to do.
That'd be great.
Don't ever leave us.
Never.
Everything clear? All right, calling the vote.
Awesome, thank y'all. I just wanted to make a message, July 13th, there is a workshop being held, maybe 5:30, Ray, is it 5:30?
5:30.
5:30, July 13th, there's a workshop being held for discussion about feather flags and banners and all sorts of things.
And July 11th, you have the budget workshop.
July 11th, we have
So
a
you
budget
have two on that
workshop.
week.
So I would encourage, everybody to come to both of those for sure. And then last thing, because, I know we only have one meeting next month, so, there's a lot going on, so. I know, right? Can we get a porta potty on Holiday Isle at the beach access? Or is there a reason, can we not get a porta potty out there?
Our current ordinance only allows porta potties at construction sites and for special events.
Okay, and then we got some language, and I saw them, I actually parked across at the Marlar lot the other day, went to Bertula's, they had for Father's Day, all-you-can-eat snow crab legs for $64.95. It was an amazing Father's Day treat. But there's 2 porta potties in that lot. Is there a special event going on there?
Yes, there was a 5K run sponsored by the Boathouse that came to this
Okay.
council and was approved.
Got it. So, per ordinance, we're not doing the porta potties at the beach. That's what right.
You would have to change the ordinance.
Change the ordinance.
But to that point, and I know the construction's lagging now on Noriego Point, have we talked to them to see if there's any way we can work with the open DO to allow?
They've decided to secure their site because there was so many people coming
Are there-
in
A lot of
at
people
all
behind you
hours of
nodding
the
their
day
head
and night.
yes.
So they've got some pretty intense camera security and all of that. But, so I don't think we're going to be using those restrooms. If we want to put restrooms on Noriego, we would have to amend our ordinance and then we could put them there. But, lagging, we're still going to get that road this year, and hopefully Pierce Barrett from DEP says that when we give him the 60-day window of when it's substantially complete, he's going to start the RFP process for
Gotcha.
the park construction.
So, you got more questions?
The RFP process is going to go out for bid.
That's through DEP, not us.
But the general process would be, they're going to put a bid out, they're going to get the bid.
It's going to take I'm giving you the timeline. It's going to be another
So,
season.
Just based on some of this discussion and
Hit it, Kevin.
I'm 4 for 4 so far, but if I don't make it, it's okay.
And put porta
But
potties there
we
when
have,
it's
we have bathrooms accessible. I know we've talked about this in the years past. We have bathrooms accessible in a lot of parks, a lot of beach accesses, et cetera. And in that area, we had 2 residents of Holiday Isle, which is, we usually have 1 residence, and so we had 2 tonight talking about other things, but probably similar. And so, I'd like to make a motion to bring back an amendment to allow the porta potties, make an amendment on the ordinance that we can then put a porta potty there.
At that specific
Is that what
park?
you need for an amendment?
At that specific park?
Well, I
You
need to
all
make
want
an
it- if you-
amendments to the ordinance, I believe is the first step, and then we'd have to,
Want porta potties at Noriega Point, you would need an ordinance
right, so I
amendment.
make a motion to amend the ordinance.
I'll second it.
All right, so I got some discussion. Up first, Jim Bagby.
It's fine.
Well, no, before the motion was, when does our construction at Noriego Park constitute a construction site?
Do you want to answer that? I mean, they would, yeah, that's a good point. They would have to have permit, they have nothing, because they're not starting until the
The
road.
road's finished, I got that.
Right, so once the road is constructed, they will do the RFP. I would not call that construction, but once they pull their permits, I would think they could come in and get the porta potties. Unless Noel disagrees.
No, I mean, I agree with that, but, so, you know, as long as the placement isn't interfering with any of this construction work area, that would be.
Come to staff and they submit plans and they show us where they're going to put things.
But we have plans for our
Temporary
facilities.
construction plans for temporary facilities, yeah.
So I'm just asking, because the road was the first thing supposed to be completed, right?
Yeah, that should be done this
So I
year.
would assume sometime in the next month or two, we will have a construction site out there, right?
The road or for the park? The
For the
road
park,
construction
for the
has
park.
started. No, the DEP will not start construction of the park or pull any permits or even go out to RFP until the road is substantially complete. Doesn't have to be 100%, the final lift could still need to be done, but they have to at least get to the point where it's like almost to the final lift.
Yeah, it sounds like the discretion thing we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, definitely discretion.
Whose discretion, DEP?
Our discretion for the ordinance after just talking about that other conversation.
I mean, the parks that have bathrooms now have had bathrooms constructed, they don't have porta potties.
Yeah. All right, Councilman Sweetser, and then Destin.
If we're going to change the ordinance, it needs to be very specific, because I can already see porta potties all over residential neighborhoods in their front yards. And it doesn't, the park is in progress of being done, so.
That's why there isn't one there yet.
Right. But changing the ordinance, I don't see how that's going to help.
Is there no way we can isolate this?
Because we
You
can't
can,
have
you
it
can
without
put
the
in an
change.
exception that says Noriega Point can have porta potties, you know,
Yeah, I
during
mean,
this limited time.
I mean, it's all just human
If you
rule
want to.
anyway.
I don't know how staff has never supported putting porta potties there, to my knowledge. I think either Lance or Lisa Firth could explain it. I don't know if they thought it was appropriate there, or if it was just timing.
Yeah, I go back when I first started here, and we didn't have these same restrictions. There wasn't the two options. There were other options. We could bring some into parks, and we did. And if council wants to give me the ability to sign a permit for a given reason, then I'm not
I think
opposed
we
to
need to
that
do
at
it
all.
for a temporary purpose now. There's kids going into neighbors' houses to poop because there's nowhere to do it on the beach. I mean, we need to face the fact that Noriega Point, there needs to be a porta potty temporarily put out there, somehow, some way, without a whole lot of red tape.
Should that go to the Parks and Rec Committee first?
Lisa, can you speed that up?
Parks and Rec is next week, or 2 weeks.
I mean, I can bring it to Parks and Rec Committee.
Yeah, we got a couple other things to talk about at Parks and Rec.
Do you need, sorry,
We're
go
going to
ahead.
end up,
I just was gonna
there's going to
say-
be other places that are going to want porta potties.
Out of
Just
courtesy
telling
for,
you.
out of courtesy for our town, it seems like if we're gonna change an ordinance, isn't this something that should be advertised before we go changing it, especially something like porta potties?
We would, but we're just asking them to give us the ordinance, and we gotta go through it all.
We'll never get an unadvertised ordinance.
Noel?
For discussion, you might, but to pass it, you're going to have 2 public
Noel?
hearings.
Yeah, jump in.
I just want to make a comment. I just think, I mean, I know it sounds like a good idea. I just think we're going to face some challenges in trying to get porta potties out there. One, how are they going to get them out there? And then two, how are they going to be able to service them out there because there's no
That's a great
roadway out
question.
there or no way to get out
How do
there?
they get the monster trucks and dumpsters and all the stuff to do the construction out there?
I mean, with currently the roadway going in, they're putting in a temporary, they put in some kind of
Right.
temporary surface
I hear
to
you.
get their stuff onto their construction site.
Yeah, I hear you,
But
Ms.
this is
Bell.
that construction
I
site.
hear you, but these drivers of these porta potty trucks can find ways to put them in crevices and places, and they'll come in, they'll service them because they get paid to do it. And
I mean, I'll
So
leave that to
I'm-
them, I
it's-
just think it
It's
could
still
be
my
challenging
time to
is all.
talk.
I
I
just
wasn't
wanted to
finished
make
yet,
that comment.
if anyone doesn't mind.
Jump in.
But we've never had bathrooms at Norrigo Point. It's never been an issue before. Everybody calm down and wait until the park is finished, whenever it is finished, and let's address it then. There doesn't need to be porta potties out there. I can already see half of the people that live in East Pass coming in here screaming that the porta potties have been knocked over.
Okay. All right, Councilman Destin, are you good? Councilman Sweetser?
Explain.
Councilman Sweetser, are you good?
Yeah,
No,
I'm explaining
no.
that I'm about to go home.
All right, Councilman Destin. Oh, man, come on, it's getting fun. Councilman King. All right, you're up. All right, I got a motion, I got a second, and the motion is Ray? Ray's the motion.
Direct staff to bring back an amendment to the ordinance to allow placement of porta potty on Norrego Point.
All right, 10-4. Got it? Get it good. All right, call on the vote. Oh.
sorry, I went
It's,
4 for 5. Sorry, Marcy. All right, I'm good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All
Try
right.
again another time.
There you go. All right. Okay, that is mine. All right, so the ferry system, very quick synopsis. I've been throwing this around. There's a couple different things about this. EC Rider, Emerald Coast Rider, which is the county's transportation, public transportation. They're doing a study right now. They're looking for survey input, and the whole crux of this is going to be that we're going to come up with a better way of doing public transportation in March. So I've been floating this idea of the ferry system. A lot of the city managers and mayors from other areas and cities have really liked the idea. I really don't have anything but just a heads up. I believe Fort Walton Beach is going to be pushing hard on this, and they're going to direct their city manager to come over and talk to ours and see what this looks like. I'm hoping for a public-private partnership where we get whatever municipalities and entities want to join this underneath an RFP or queue from the county and put it through the EC rider. If you look at Escambia County, you'll see that your ridership kind of dictates your funding that you get from the state and federal level. As you have more people ride, you get more money. And what Escambia County has done is put TDC dollars behind it to improve their heads, their count, to increase traffic or increase their funding. So to take that model and put it onto a ferry system would allow us to increase a lot of things. So that is just an informative. You'll be seeing and hearing a lot of that, and probably in the July meeting, I'll be asking for us to go into the county and have this initial conversation, but that's where it's coming from. It's coming from Brooks Bridge is getting redone. The island's always been a choke point on 98. Miramar Beach has always been a choke point. And for me, the minimal viable product would be Fort Walton to Destin, Destin to Baytown, and it just kind of has this V back and forth. That's up for some other private entity to figure that out in our contract, but this is kind of getting some legs. I kind of threw it around at one of our committee meetings, and some of the cities are really starting to chomp at it. Baytown wants to throw money at it to have a landing spot there, and I would assume that our Captain Royal Melvin Park at in the harbor has the transient slips, so I think we have all the infrastructure we need for it. The there's the Fort Walton Beach CRA made a recommendation to their council to, if this were to go through, to put money into a docking slip that would occupy it. So I think the cities would be, the cities would have to put in their own infrastructure, and then we as entities under the county, under like a tripartite agreement, would then go out for an RFQ for the ferry business. So that's just kind of the idea going on. There's nothing for us to take a part of, but that's just kind of, want to let you guys know that we'll be eating this up a little bit in more detail later on. Other than that, my notebook had died, so all my notes are gone, so I will end it there for the day. You got anything?
That's why we use pens now.
Well, I'm using pens and paper
Okay,
too.
I'm going to try to be quick.
It's a C port.
The olden days with pens are the way to be.
I use
So
those
I
too.
have three things. One, Harbor Boulevard. I think I've talked to all of you, but there's a difference in price between what we're offering and what they're willing to accept right now. We're at 8 million, they're at 10 million. If you want to talk about it further, we can, but my ask to council is, do you want to give them a final offer at some amount, authorize me to say this is the council's last offer, or do you want to just sit in this 8 versus 10 million for a while?
All right.
Yeah,
Kevin?
I'll make a motion to make a final offer not to exceed $9.5 million.
Oof,
9.5?
Not to exceed.
Second.
Okay, there we go. All right.
I'll second the substitute.
I'll substitute and offer 9. We'll meet in the middle. Can't triple stamp a double stamp?
All right, so,
8.5.
I gotta say, I think that's a mistake. I think that I don't wanna show, I mean, obviously, my cards are not our cards. But to cap it, I would like to hear the reasoning there. If we're gonna, I understand, I mean, if we say that we're not gonna exceed 9.5, then their expectation is that we'll do 9.5. It's already out on the public record, so this whole negotiation thing over cameras is ridiculous to me. But I would like to hear the reasoning from Mr. Destin and Mr. Bagley.
Button.
I think, what was the average of our appraisals, Kim?
7.95.
So we're at 8.5, we're $500,000 more than our appraisals. How high do we have to go over the appraisals before we need an extraordinary vote under state law?
I think once you're over it, you would have an extraordinary vote.
Yeah, any dollar amount.
So it's going to take an extraordinary vote to pay 8.5, and that's my reason. At some point, it gets to be too much, and 8.5, like I say, is $500,000 over what our appraisals are, and still will take 5 votes. So if we were going to succeed, I don't know. That seemed to me a good price.
Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, my rationale is, I didn't even want to do 8, I'll be honest with you. They bought it for 5. They probably put $500,000 clearing the lot or whatever, and I would have given them 6. But I go back to my earlier comment, this is our future. So you want the town center down by the harbor? You buy this piece of property. You want it over by the new Publix? You don't buy this piece of property. But at some point, there's on this lot, there's a no. I mean, I was a no at 6.5. But I also know you got to get 5, and I know that we're going to decide where the town center is going to be, and how bad. I don't want that piece of property anywhere close to 9.5 million. I don't even want it at 8.5. But for this, just so we can see, we'll go back up not to exceed 8.5. And then it will come back to us again, and then I'll listen to everybody on, we got to have this, we got to take another $8.5 million debt, which will put us at right close to 20%, where we're paying, $7-8 million a year just to pay our debt. We're going to have that conversation, but this is the future of our city, and you gotta, so I'm not voting to buy this at 8.5. I'm voting to authorize them to counter at 8.5, and then listen to the citizens and listen to y'all and say, is it worth it or not worth it? So I'm just authorizing them to come, but at 9.5, I'm a hard no.
All right, yep, you're up next.
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with Jim, and yes, we would love to have that piece of property, but my first reaction when you called and told us, Kim, you know, they are countering at this, I'm like, that is so greedy. I mean, they just bought it, and they didn't pay anywhere near that. Now they're like, let's double it up. We don't have the money. It's not like we have this money we're handing them. We're going to go in debt to buy this. It's a great piece of location. It's a really nice, but it's worth what they paid for it. Maybe 7. Going high-end 8.5, I'm like Jim, I'm aggravated that they're milking us because they know the city would love to have that. And I think it's atrocious that they're ripping us off. So that's my personal thoughts, so.
Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like we might have some discussion, another meeting on this as well, which is exciting. I will say, though, 8.5, if that's what happens, okay. Talking about the future, the generational vision of the city, I'm pretty sure, I feel like, and we can hear from them at a later time, I saw what happened to the Emerald Grand property, right? To say they're greedy at this property, I mean, I don't want to say this was a foreclosure, but it was close to a foreclosure of despair. People were desperate to sell something. When people flip homes, they make a lot of money. That's part of the business sometimes, okay? But I would think that citizens of Destin would probably shoot themselves in the foot 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years to say, man, $1 more million and we could have not had that. $1 more million. And the debt structure, I don't want to get into those details right now because there's a lot of flexibility in how we can set that purchase up to not go into debt $8 to $10 million. So there's more to discuss there. But I will leave it at is I'm pretty sure my kids, we would be saying $1 more million, guys, and that wouldn't have been there. And I hope that they don't walk away from the table, but it is what it is if they do. That's all they leave it at.
All right, Councilman Guy. Good show. All right, any further discussion on the 8.5 high-end? Seeing none, calling the vote. All right, supermajority has it.
Okay, the next one is just a litigation update. We talked about this probably already. This is the building permit case, and what we're talking about now is a Burt Harris claim that was filed. It's a pre-suit notice of claim, so there's no litigation yet, so we can't meet an executive session. But if you all want to make a good faith offer at settling the litigation we discussed privately, one-on-one, then let me know, and we'll make that offer. If we prevail in any lawsuit later, we could advise the judge that we are entitled to attorney's fees potentially if we make a good faith settlement.
I'll make a motion to provide a settlement of $1,000.
With a motion and a second, any further discussion? Yep. Oh, yeah, I figured I wasn't going to push it.
No, I just want to make sure, am I first or
No,
not?
Guile is.
Guile is. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh.
Little bit quicker on the draw there, Councilman Bagby. My question is to Ms. Kopp. Would a judge consider $1,000 as a good faith?
My recommendation would be to go a little bit higher than that.
So are we talking 1,001?
Let me put it this way. In our other Burt Harris, we at least offered $12,000. Maybe that's more reasonable, maybe $30,000, whatever you think.
Okay, and by doing a good faith, if the judge determines it is good faith, they pay attorney fees.
Prevail. If they sue us, so they haven't sued us yet, if they actually proceed to sue us, and then if we prevail.
Okay, and if he determines, okay, I don't feel that 1,000 was fair, you're going to pay your own attorney fees. So what do we consider a safe number? Because I know when I was in corporate America, we said anything under $25,000, just pay it off because it's going to cost us more in time and lawyer fees to deal with that crap. What do you think our attorney fees would cost on something like this as a rough estimate?
So typically, a good faith offer would at least be, if you feel like you can dispose of the case early, it would be what we call a cost of defense offer. And that would be basically what you would pay in attorney's fees. So here, Kim and I, we probably would advise you that we think that we could probably get to the end of the case for $30,000. And that would be my recommendation, that you make an offer like that and be in good faith.
I'll accept the attorney's recommendation and make amended offer for 30,000.
All right, so we have a substitute motion on the floor.
Substitute motion.
I got you. And,
I'll second the substitute.
all right. Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, I was gonna go 15, 30's a little too much for me, sorry. And one's a little too low, just because, I mean, I understand the point you're trying to make, and I'd love to make that point, but that was too low, but 30's a little too high for me.
All right. So with no further discussion, I will call the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Okay, my last one is Sherry Andrews here still? Yay. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Andrews. If you want to come up, we're going to talk about your request. But this is what I referred to when we were talking about the moratorium as a request that Ms. Andrews is able to sell her assets of Sea Chase. She has 10 medallions or registrations, and I will let her explain the situation and then answer any questions when she's done.
Name and
Thank you.
address.
Hey. I have owned Sea Chase Water Sports since 2010. I opened up on the harbor, built a business, opened up right before the oil spill. So it wasn't a good time to open a business. Female operator in a male-dominated field. Grew the business. I think any business owner here, that's what we do. We open a business, we grow the business, we want to sell the business or pass the business on. Well, I was ready to retire. I started in the boat business in Destin when I was 13 years old. My family owned property over where Ship's Chandler is, and I was zipping people through the harbor in water skis. Anyway, I decided to retire. I rented from Howard Group. I'm sorry, y'all, I'm not sharp at 11 o'clock. I'm like 3 hours past my bedtime right now.
Join us.
Anyway, I had buyers for my business in the 7 figures, very great offers. And I was told by the Howard Group that once you leave, we're not going to allow any more pontoon business in here. So here I had this business. I had grown, worked hard, very successful. Some of my peers are in here. The city prevented us from, you asked earlier, why should we be able to sell an asset? The city, we won't get into that yet. I'll wait till the questions. I started with 18 licenses. In 2021, when I closed, I went to Luis, and I think Kim wasn't as involved in it back then, but I went to Luis and said, hey, the moratorium was, everything was still in the air. Can we put these in some type of an escrow? And so that's kind of where they've been since then. I was allowed last May to sell 8 of them to another pontoon boat company who ironically opened up at my old location where the landlord said they weren't going to allow pontoon boats. I think they started counting the parking money they made from my customers and changed their mind. Decided pontoon boats weren't so bad. So anyway, I'm coming here requesting that I can continue to either put these in escrow like we have been for the last year and a half. There's 10 left out of the 18. I personally would like to keep 2 for a business venture for my son that he wants to do. And then the other 8 have the opportunity to sell to make up for some of that couple $1 million I was unable to sell my business for. The business is still operating. I had an old business partner who's moved the business to Niceville. So the business is still an operating business. It's just not on the Destin Harbor. So I don't know if there's a time limit. Like I said, this isn't something new. The minute I decided to close, I came to the city, and it just kind of got put on the back burner because if the moratorium was going to be lifted, it was a moot point. There was no reason to come to city council. So we've been working on this for, what, a year and a half. It's been sitting on Luis and Kim's desk, and I was allowed to sell the 8 last year. So I'm just asking for some time to either sell the 10 or keep them in escrow.
Awesome. I got a couple
Any
people
questions?
up. Yep, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you for
I'm sorry,
taking it out too. And I did ask about moving you to the top, but I was told not to. So, but thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'm almost, it's almost time for me
Miss
to
Sherry, I first
breakfast.
want to just preface all my questions and all the things I'm about to say
Okay.
with, I love you, I love your family, love your son, and
Thank
everything. Okay, so these questions and comments are take C. Chase Sherry Andrews out of the picture.
Okay.
And I'm just asking the questions on behalf of the citizens of Destin, okay? So just keep that in mind if you don't mind. Why haven't you been able to sell any in the past year and a half?
I really haven't tried.
Okay.
You know, everybody was waiting to see what was going to happen with the
Moratorium.
moratorium. Nobody wants to spend that kind of money. Delta Vita bought my 8.
Right.
You know, so they bought 8. They bought 8 of my vessels. It was during the pandemic when you couldn't get boats. So they
Right.
bought 8 boats, 8, and.
So
they-
your current
they-
potential buyers would be current businesses in the city of Destin that have
They could be current.
current, or could a new business buy hers? Buy these?
Anybody could buy it in the city of Destin, whether they're existing or not,
Existing or not.
because it's a number that was already
Right.
approved,
Right.
but they would have to have
Parking,
the
all
parking and meet
stuff.
all the code
Right.
requirements for
Right.
the business.
I believe that the medallions were counted in the harbor study capacity.
Well, I don't even want to talk
Correct.
about the harbor capacity study, but I'm with you. Here's my 2 concerns I have. One, I think that if you want to have this ability, I think you should be current and operating in the city of Destin with the BTR and paying for the medallions for every year that you have them while you're trying to sell them. If you never sell them, I get it. You're losing that money. But I think that's the first thing that you should do. That'd be my request. And then 2, I don't think you should have a 5-year term to be able to do it. If people are not interested already, as the season's already been started, I'm pretty sure the industry knows that you have these
They
medallions.
do,
And
and
so-
there's a lot of interest.
Right, if they could, why didn't they buy them already? They probably don't have the ability to add more, maybe.
This moratorium. Nobody knew the moratorium was going to come through until a couple months ago.
Right, okay, that's
And
fine.
so
So now
they-
that they can buy, that's fine. So all I'm
nobody
saying
wants to
is,
spend that
right.
kind of money to
Yeah.
find out that, hey, I just wasted
Right.
all this money. I
So-
didn't have to. So everybody's been kind of on the back
I'm
burner.
with you. I'm with you.
And I've gotten several calls at the past,
Yeah.
you know.
I'll hold off my motion until maybe
Okay.
other questions, but I do have a motion I can make.
I got plenty
before
of,
or after. Sure,
Councilman
go ahead.
Guile.
But thank you.
Hello, ma'am, thank you for coming. I have a couple questions because I want to understand. So when these things were put in escrow, does that mean she never paid the BTRs? There were unpaid BTRs for a time period? Or did she stay current?
I do not believe you paid for BTRs for 21 and 22, because you weren't operating in Destin, is that right?
We didn't pay for 22. We were operating in 21.
So
Did she pay
So,
for
I mean, I have no
23?
problem going back and paying, but
So 22
I
and
couldn't
23
get a
are unpaid.
BTR because I didn't have a location.
Let me just say this, because, you know, from my perspective, I'm just going to say that staff would support it, at least from my perspective, I would recommend supporting it. But for Ms. Andrews, if your concerns are the 2 expressed by Councilmember Schmidt, then I would say she could come current on her registration fees and pay 22 and 23 as a condition of the agreement, and she could have, instead of 5 years, and I put in the 5-year because the agreement prior to now was going to expire at the end of the prior moratorium. So I just extended it out. It could be 1 year, and it sounds like she'd probably have them sold in much less than a year. So you could have her come current and give her a year to sell them even, if that's reasonable.
Okay. Well, to me, this has similarities to the short-term rental thing we had not too long ago, where they didn't pay, then they come here and ask for a discount.
It was a
It's
code
still a
enforcement
BTR.
lien,
More than
and
happy
Ms.
to pay.
Andrews did not violate any codes.
I would be more than happy to pay. You can't get a BTR if you don't have a location.
Okay.
And you can't, delivery, you weren't on council, sir, but we went through hoops. And it was miserable couple years for us trying to get those licenses. And then the renewal process. And then finally, the year that I stopped, it became easy, you know.
So-
But we went through hoops getting those delivery. It was not easy.
Okay,
It
so
was a process.
If we went back to the 22 and she paid that BTR, what penalties would normally be accrued for something like that, for missing a year?
Not that high. Do you have the numbers?
I don't, and they're not that high. I mean, she'd have to pay for that, the 2 years full. And I think the maximum is 25%
Okay.
late fee
So
that we can charge, and that's because that's a statutory.
I could get behind if she got current and paid the penalties for missing the 2022, and we had a time limit. I'd be fine with that, moving forward.
I actually offered to pay for the medallions for last year, and they were kind of like, well, let's, I have no problem with that at all.
I just wanted to clarify, we're talking about 22 and 23, correct? Okay.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm not into penalizing you, especially on the BTRs, because you didn't have a location. So, I mean, if you pay the BTRs for 22, 23, and you pay the medallions 22, 23, and I would give her 2 years, because I don't want to force a sell, or make her feel like I got to sell it this year or I'm under the gun. That's where I am. But penalizing people who have tried to do the right thing and did what we asked them to do.
That's a motion, I'll second it.
Okay, that's my motion. Come current in the BTRs for the last 2 years and the medallions or registration fees, and we'll give you 2 years to sell your business.
Thank you very much.
And you stay current. So if you don't sell it this year.
You would owe it next year too,
Yeah,
if you're still trying to
if you
sell
don't
it.
sell it by
Absolutely.
next year, you have to pay next year
Am
also.
I able to get a BTR without a location?
I don't know,
I would just say
I had
the
a
dollar
business
amount, right? I
license-
mean,
I had
it's just
a
the
business
dollar amount.
license
Yeah,
at my house, but I wasn't supposed to, so.
We'll allow you to pay the BTR fee. It's,
Noel, can you jump in?
honestly, it's nominal. It's the livery vessel registration that's more substantial.
I don't have any issue.
Yeah, Noel's going to jump in.
I mean, yeah, we can still do the BTR. I mean, that's not an issue. But you also are including the last year's for livery registration too, right? For the medallions? Okay.
That's fine,
right.
that's fine.
She pays those too.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Oh,
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
so Councilwoman Aber, anything else?
No, Bagby brought up exactly what I wanted to find out is if you're going to catch yourself up, pay all the fees, get everything up to current registration, and then give you a couple years to sell your business and continue to maintain your payments and be registered until you sell.
That's no problem at all.
Councilman Destin, any final words? Good deal. All right, call on the vote. All right, ayes have it, so moved.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
That was it for my items.
All right, so is that it for you? All right, good deal. Public comments.
Wait.
Yep. all right.
Before public comments, I need to, Ryan did a great job finishing up the last box. Do you have a photo of the one that got put out today that the guy referred to, that he would like to see that if he's going to crash instead of just a plain box, right? So I just want everyone to know they did finish it, the sunset and Gulf Shore Drive over in, isn't that nice? It looks like beach. Well, this is just the temporary ones. We're waiting to make sure that all of these hold up to the sun, and given about 5-6 months, if everything falls into place, then we'll have more done throughout the city. But we needed to do a test pilot of all the different wraps. So this was the last of them. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you and the city's team. Y'all have done a phenomenal job working with the folks putting it together. Thank
All
you,
right.
Mayor.
On the enforcement, I would ask Code and the sheriff to get together, because I think the lady made a great point. There ought to be somebody who owns water safety in this county or in this area or whatever that is kind of the lead. I mean, I know we have the Coast Guard, and we have FWC, and we have Code, and we have the sheriff, and we have everybody and their brother, but somebody ought to say, I'm the point guard, all the calls come into me, and I distribute them out, because that would be much more efficient, because she's right. I don't know who to call, nobody up here. I mean, we got people up here, I only know where the Park Service land is, where the federal is, because they came and briefed us like 3 weeks ago, and I'm like, and then they sent me the maps, and I'm like, oh, that's where that's where their jurisdiction is. So that's what we have to solve. We have to solve the enforcement. It's not, in my mind, it's not the jurisdiction. It's somebody own this problem, and we have a problem in this area with boating safety. And, if we could just figure out one person to call, that would make it so much easier for everybody involved.
All right, public comments.
Mayor, if I could, real quick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sir. Yeah,
Sorry.
please comment on that. Yeah.
No, I needed to make a correction on something I said earlier. I misspoke when I said that it was 5. I demoted 2 of my investigators. It's 4 per shift.
Okay. Good deal.
All right, thank you. Hurry up.
Public
Hurry up.
comments.
Come on, you're burning up our hours.
You have a full 3 minutes.
Marcy Bell, 3 Gulf Breeze Court. There's 14 acres of public land on Holiday Isle that's not acknowledged by anybody here. It's owned by the state, just so you know. If you want to talk to me, call me. I'll tell you all about it. Tell you all about it. There's 14 acres that belong to the state of Florida that are not acknowledged by this body or Okaloosa County. If you are a member of the public, you need to know there is 14 acres of land that belongs to the state of Florida that is not acknowledged by this body or the county. Last thing.
Will they sell
His
it?
name is Drew. Can you help me out? Drew's name at East Pass Towers.
Why do I want to say, let me look it up.
Anyways, if you want to do a public records request, you'll find out all the information about East Pass Towers and how they've been begging for bathrooms down there for 2 years. No,
I mean, I see the concern. It's just, I don't.
Well, they have all the documentation and all of that. No, that would only be my luck. That's just my luck.
there's
Because
been-
a week later, I saw it in Fort Walton too, and it was a homeless person.
There's been
So
naked
let's
people
compare
all
what
over
we've
the
got
water
going on in Destin.
Since day one.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's never been bathrooms there. It's just the point. If the owners at East Pass have an issue with it, their HOA maybe
They have.
puts some out there themselves.
Well, they've even met with the county. They've even met with the county. You can't, there's nowhere to put them. It's a city right-of-way. That's all city right-of-way.
I just don't want to see
Oh.
porta potties all over town.
Well, I don't either.
Or at
I don't
Marigold
either.
Point.
I was a part of helping with the ordinance for the original ordinance.
It was Drew
Right.
Mitchell, by the way.
Thank you, Drew Mitchell is his name, East Pass Towers. I don't remember if it's 1 or 2.
Thank you so much.
What a town center is. I just happen to live right next door to One Harbor Boulevard, and that affects me and my neighbors. I live in the condo next door. what is a town center, so we can have this discussion around our fire pit tomorrow? What is it meant by a town center?
I think if you ask all of us
That
individually,
sounds
you'll get
big.
7, 8 different answers up here.
7 to 8 different answers, and that particular parcel is 7 to different eight answers of what it could be used for. So
Yeah.
don't worry about the fire pit
Yeah.
discussion yet.
You know, the community center,
Oh, yeah.
something like
I
that,
did
but
all-
bigger.
There were presentations, if you look at last council meeting, you can look
Okay,
at the
okay.
presentations on that council meeting, and it gives some visions of what some people think a town center should look like, and that might help.
Okay.
So if you go back to YouTube, it'll help out.
We actually had an auction on that property in 2013, me and my business partners, for 2.1 million. We would have sold it for 5.
All right, I sat in that chair for 5 hours, so I want my 3 minutes. All right, John Stevens, 45 Indian Trail. Real quick on the bareboat charters, I was kind of confused because the last meeting, bareboat charters were not included in the city, but this meeting now it is. So are they required to have medallions now, or I'm confused on that one. So is this should we save it for next meeting?
No, they were included at both meetings. I don't know. I've talked to several people that had that impression from the last meeting, and I honestly don't know where it came from because our definition didn't change in between the 2 meetings, and they were included both times. So whatever miscommunication happened, they were always included. It's not a change.
Okay.
So you're good on that? What was your second part?
So
Medallions. Yes, they need medallions.
Okay, cool. All right, so real quick on, I guess that floating vessel that's been migrating around. So it's a vessel because it has engines, so it bypasses the county floating structure ordinance. So hopefully we can fix that solution. That's what we need to focus on. And then One Calhoun, being a boating community, I see that property as being more valuable to locals and beaches. So that's all I got. All right, thank you.
Thanks, John.
All right, anyone else here from the public wanting to speak? All right, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned.
20.